Welcome to the 2025 Legacy Racing Parker Dam 500 presented by Maxxis. Racers from all over North America have gathered in Parker, Arizona to compete against each other and the brutal desert terrain. Today we'll see off-road drivers navigate the vast Arizona desert going the reverse direction from the traditional course. This year's course will also be using portions of the track that have not been used for many years, like crossing Shea Road. They'll be utilizing vehicles like the UTVs, buggies, and unlimited trucks. Let's go racing with your host, Pam Hall and Robert Campbell.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome out here to Parker, Arizona. I have a guest in here with me this morning, Mr. George Hamill with Starstream. George, welcome into the booth this morning. I know that you're going to be headed to the start line here very shortly, but welcome. This is your show.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, Pam. I was already out at the starting line this morning. It's a brisk, I think, 52 degrees it was out there. But there's a little tiny breeze, so it's going to be a good day of racing, and those trucks are going to be able to get, I don't want to say clean air because they're going to be battling, but it's going to be pretty cool to be able to get out there. Truck temperatures will be nice and low, and the dust will be as clear as possible.
Right, exactly. And you're saying the temperature's nice and low until later on this afternoon, but, you know, lower temperatures are always good for these performance engines. But we do have our unlimited trucks racing, we have our class 1s racing, and we also have the 6100 trucks racing as well. So we have roughly around 56 entries that will be out on course today. They'll be doing 3 laps as well. It'll be going to 360 miles, I believe, is the total lap count or mileage for the race today.
Yeah, it's going to be a different race than it was yesterday. So they're running the race, like you said, backwards. And the UTVs and the limited cars, like the Class 10 cars, which came in first place yesterday, which was cool, they all said that the track was really fast and flowy, but they also beat it up because they tore it up for these guys. So these guys are going to get more ruts. They're going to probably have faster lap times, but there's going to be some silt out there. It's going to be a good race. I'm really looking forward to the 6100s today, to be honest with you. Yes,
we have 33 entries in the 6100 class. So with us saying how we have the unlimited trucks and the unlimited buggies, the 6100s actually do have a little bit, it's a spec engine. So there are a little bit of rules for the 6100 class. They can only have a max tire size as 40 inches, but there's 33 of these guys out here racing. It's going to be a battle in that class for sure.
Yeah, especially moving through the other classes too, right? Because they have some class 1s in between them. They got some trophy trucks in between them, and who knows who's going to have an issue during the day.
Right, exactly. We had 26 of Joe David actually qualified in that number 3 spot yesterday, or day before yesterday, I should say, and he's in a class 1 car, but we do have Kevin Thompson in that number 1 spot, the number 70, who also has Harley Letner as well. But as we're looking here, Josh Shelton in the 6129 making their way over to the start line. They're starting, I believe, yesterday they started a minute apart. George, I believe that's what they're doing again today as well.
60 seconds each. And what it is it's basically Donald from Legacy is down there, and he sees the cars come around. They go around a big dark hill, and then when they come around, they kind of hang a left and start heading out in the desert. Once those cars hit that line, then the next car takes off. It gives a little bit of time for the separation of the dust, so that first lap isn't disturbed as much.
Yeah, the dust definitely, yesterday was nice. We did have a little bit of a heavier breeze, and we always know that dust is a racer's friend. So giving that gap, like you were just saying, with that, that 1 minute mark between them does help it to settle just a little bit. But we'll see if we end up having any dust later on, because the wind is not really moving right now.
Yeah, well, it was moving a little bit more out there than it is here in the studio. But one of the things that I always like to mention, Pam, is like right now you see all the teams and you see everybody kind of lining up. This is when the race starts for people that are racers, right? Like you get nervous, you get butterflies, and those things are some of the most, I don't know what you want to call it, anticipated or fun times that I think for most racers, right? Because that anticipation really, really gets you, your adrenaline and your nerves and everything going right when you get in the truck and put on your helmet.
Exactly. And you can be the best of the best or the professional that's raced for multiple years and still have those, start line nerves. I know that, talking to a lot of the drivers, they do still have them. But as soon as that green flag drops, it goes away. But we are looking at the 6146 of Brent Fox. He was actually here in the studio with us yesterday. and sat and talked with Robert for quite a bit. He was a great co-host, actually. He put on a good show.
Yeah, he was doing really good. So at first it started like story time, and then after that, I asked him. I said, "Will you give a racer's perspective of what you see on the screen?" And dude, it was like he fired up into racer mode. It was super cool to see. I love that too because he was literally on the course like the day before. So
we have already started the race. So the number 70 of Kevin Thompson has taken off the line. I believe Harley Letner is the one that is starting off this morning. So Kevin Thompson in a Mason-built truck with King shocks, KMC wheels, Baja Designs, Amatrex, BFG, PCI, BP, MPI, Heatwave, Joe Gibbs, Miller, and Life Trauma. So next off the line will be the number 56 as we're looking here at Kevin McGilvery. Fun fact about Kevin McGilvery, also Rob Mack will be in that truck as well. Yeah, and our buddy Keith Mila will be in the passenger seat of that thing. I talked with Rob a little bit, and he was actually really excited to drive that ID Designs truck. Yeah, he was. He actually was another one here in the booth yesterday as well, giving us his insight, and very super excited about it. He wasn't sure if he was going to be doing it, and then he got the call to come on down and do it. I mean, who else to have on your team than Rob McCackern, right? I mean, he's very well seasoned. I believe he said the first time he raced down here in Parker was like in 1986 or 84. He couldn't remember. But so he's very well seasoned. He hasn't actually done a pre-run on the course because he was actually back east at a BF Goodrich event. So that's where he was. So he wasn't able to pre-run. But we can see that right now the green light just came on. So it's on a light system at the start line, as the number 56 of Kevin McGilvery has taken off out of Aqua Duluth, California, like you said, in the ID Designs with BF Goodrich, Fox KMC wheels, BP Racing, ID Designs, Dugan's Racing engines. One of the things that I like best about the comment that you just made, Pam, is that Rob took, he's a busy man. He's the GOAT, as they call him. Yes. And he took time out of his schedule to come race with the Legacy guys. Like, I think that shows a lot about what Donald and everybody is doing for the series here. Exactly. It's doing amazing stuff. As we're looking at the 6145, Adam Castaneda, they're still getting lined up. We did see at the line, though, the 1526 of Joe David in a Class 1 car. So he'll be our first one that'll be taking the green flag here in just a little bit. But you can see that the Adam Castaneda's team's getting himself all set up, make sure everything's working right. But our first Class 1 off the line, 1526, out of Ridgecrest, California, with Wix Racing Engines, Weddle, Pro-Am, ARP Bolts, Birch Construction. So that's a nice looking car too. I like those colors. It is a very good looking car. I like it. It's kind of like an old school look. Yeah, with the big back end on it. Yes, and then like the way the stripes are going up, I feel like it's kind of an old school looking wrap. So since we're talking about some of the fabrication and stuff like that, we'd also like to thank Master Fab and Brian for having us over here and allowing us to have our studio here with him. So if you guys are ever in Parker, come say hi to the guys over at Master Fab. For sure, and he will actually be in here in the booth here in just a little while as well, as we have just seen Joe David with Ivan Harms taking the green flag. Out here for their first lap will be 120 miles, and obviously they're doing 3 of those. But next off the line will be the 86 of Sterling Miller out of Texas in that Brenthal Industry, Silver Spur Energy Services. Sterling is always one of the guys that I like to watch, especially in qualifying. Like, he's one of the guys that just can fire it up. There you go. There's a picture of what I was talking about with the dust and having a little tiny breeze there. That's going to help the drivers a lot this morning. Yes, it will. I mean, obviously, if you've ever been in the desert, I know you have, but the people at home watching, like, it just, if there's no breeze and it just settles right there, and it's like driving through fog, as we kept saying yesterday. But that's a great view, too, with that drone, how they do that loop around that little mountain that you were talking about. Yep, exactly. And so Sterling, it's cool to see. You know what, one of the things that I always think about the most is when people travel far distances. He came all the way from Texas. Yeah, he did. He did. I mean, it's awesome that, you don't have this kind of racing in Texas, really. I mean, you got to travel this way to do this kind of desert racing. And we do have, all over a series of people that come from all over the country, all over the world sometimes to race as well. Well, in Parker, Arizona, and a lot of places in Nevada are just so nostalgic for desert racing in general. There you go, Sterling Miller taking off. I love that view right there of the camera with them roosting their dirt behind them as they gas it to go. But he will do that little bit of loop right there. Donald is now bringing up the next racer, the number 45. The 45 of Scott Skroviska, I guess is how you say his last name. I'm so sorry if I butchered that last name, but he is out of Texas as well, and his racer engineered S&S Constructors.
Yeah, you see the ruts that I was talking about?
Yes.
Those ruts are really holding them in. Yesterday, they couldn't have that same pace right here, and the big trucks are getting good traction going through the ruts. So these guys are going to kick it off quite a bit more aggressive than they did yesterday.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like by lap 3?
Honestly, I think it's probably going to give them a little bit more comfort, like knowing that they're held in.
Oh, I guess for like the banking.
Yeah, they're locked in. I don't know about the bumps. I think the bumps out there are going to be pretty gnarly.
Mm-hmm. That's a great footage right there of the 1526 of Joe David. We have drones out there, helicopters out there, all kinds of production all over.
These aerial shots are so cool. I love these things. Hey, and give a shout out to this guy's crew member for greasing up the tires so good today. Look at how shiny that is.
That's not going to last very long. But you know what? It's all about how you look at the start, right?
Yeah, well, I guarantee he's got a media guy over there taking a bunch of pictures.
Exactly. No, they do look pretty darn shiny right there.
And he's off now, too.
All right. So the 45 of Scott Shervosky, he has Craig Curtis, Tristan Boos, and Joseph Lakeman as well as co-drivers. They are all 3 out of California. So Scott coming all the way from Texas, and the rest of his crew from California.
Everybody comes to meet up at the desert races. It's so funny because that's like the talk when you're out there in the pits and stuff, right? Like, man, you know what? We see each other a lot, but it's never at a normal dinner. It's always in the middle of the desert.
Exactly. That is so true. You know, or you run into each other. But okay, here's our next Class 1 car, Mr. Cody Parkhouse in the 1527. Cody out of Long Beach, California, in a custom-built Class 1 car. Parkhouse tire, BF Goodrich, Fox, Maxima Racing Oils, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, and Impact. And
Cody's
Eibach.
another one of those drivers that'll be up at the front.
Exactly. He is definitely a super fast racer for sure. I did not realize until I talked to him the other day that this is his first time racing with Legacy.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I would have never guessed that.
Yes. I mean, his car always looks really good as well. But again, the aerial footage here of the 1526 of Joe David making his way through.
So when you look at this footage, Pam, Joe David is well, he's navigating those rocks really good, and those rocks aren't very sharp rocks, but there's a lot of stuff that's going to get that they're going to have to avoid today. Rocks and branches, all kinds of different stuff. It shows what, like, you can see, just look how much action the tire was already getting, and this is the first lap of the second day.
Exactly. And you got to talk about too, you're saying those rocks are not sharp and stuff, but what happens too is the wider the vehicles will also knock those rocks into the course. So they might not be sharp, but they can still be gotcha rocks.
Yeah, exactly. And gotcha rocks means that gotcha, like gotcha flat.
Gotcha flat, exactly. And now next up on the line, the 1516 of Nicholas Carolyn out of Tucson, Arizona, running in that Illumicraft Class 1 SFA contracting.
So Nick Carolyn is a really awesome dude, and Todd Bushel is the one that's co-piloting that. Actually, some of my good friends, they helped me build some of my race cars in Tucson, Arizona, and purchase a house for my parents.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, great racers too. They are also building a 6100 to add to the list.
Add to their fleet of race cars. So it's always fun when you can have multiple style of race vehicles in your fleet.
Well, I think a lot of the top-level racers are, and I've even heard some of the guys in all-wheel drive trucks are coming down to the 6100 to play too.
Okay. Oh, well, then they all race together, so how would that work out if they're...
It depends. I think some of them will do it in Mexico in the all-wheel drive, and then, the United States, maybe 6100. I think they want to go where the competition is, prove their driving skills.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, with the 6100 having that spec engine too, so obviously, we as being in this business know that these unlimited vehicles, the Class 1s and the trophy truck or the unlimited trucks, they are definitely not cheap.
Yeah, exactly. Nick Carolyn taking off. Man, he's got some good traction. He's got a nice torque converter in that thing, getting some really good...
Got a good roost going on there.
Adam Householder coming up.
All right. Yes, exactly. As you just said, Mr. Adam Householder, he is not a stranger at all to racing. He's been racing, I don't know how many years, but my goodness, so much seat time under his belt. But Adam Householder out of Yorba Linda, California, with a 19 Industries built 6100 truck. Trevor Ellingham, Terry Householder, and Justin Hampton. Obviously, Terry, Adam's dad, normally races in the 6100 class, and Adam's usually in the unlimited. But
Yeah.
a little bit different this race.
Well, I like how they're sharing too, right?
I do too.
And they just got done racing the first Parker race this year too. Came home with a win right in front of the Robbie Gordon, the Riviera truck. That was actually a super cool race to see because there was so much pressure all day. Adam was gassed when he got physically gassed when he got out of the truck. I think that they're probably going to be the same today. I think it's going to be all-out warfare on the course, to be honest with you.
And the last race was a little bit extra mileage compared to what we're doing today, I believe, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I remember having that discussion about Adam being like physically fatigued after. I mean, it's not only physical; it's mental as well.
Yeah. Well, the desert racing has gotten like that. You know, it's an endurance genre of racing. But it is so fast now as Adam takes off. It's so fast to be. This is a great view of what they're going through, and you'll see the transition from the watered portion of the course into the dust right there.
Yes, exactly. And that's like that white powdery silt right there. It's just going to get thicker and thicker.
You saw the visual, right?
Yes.
And it changes like what you have to be able to focus on in the front. So the navigation is going to be really crazy towards the end of the day. Trevor is going to be guiding him through a lot of the different shadows when the shadows are non-existent straight above you at 12 o'clock. So it's going to be pretty cool to see.
And that's something we were talking about too with yesterday's race, the shadowing and the rocks that you don't see once the shadow's over. But we do now have the 6101 getting ready to take off the line. I have such a quite the list here, finding these names here. That is Johnson. I believe it's Luke Johnson, I think.
So we just saw Adam going through a quick section there. Look at how much he's using the gearbox and the brakes. So you saw in that outer view that he was pedaling the car. So he still had his foot on the gas, but he was using the brake to position the front of the truck to make sure that it got in those ruts. And then when you were able to see the on-car right there, you see him grabbing that lever. That lever is shifting in between gears. So he's probably making sure that that spec motor is in the right position for RPMs when he does move his feet on the pedals.
Yeah, exactly. And like you're saying too, you're hovering over that brake pedal, like just feathering it just enough to actually, get yourself in those turns as well. I mean, any racers are always usually left foot braking.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about positioning your vehicle.
Exactly.
The more you can position your vehicle and take a lot of pressure off of the suspension components and different things like that is a lot better as far as timing goes.
For sure. And now we do have next up here shortly the number 3 of Michael Scafuto out of Huntington Beach, California, and that Brenthal Industries with the Hollywood Park Casino Alpine Stars. It's got lots of sponsors behind him, but that is Team Real Racing.
Yeah, so Michael has been doing a lot for the off-road racing community. He's been doing giveaways. He's been helping out the communities at the events. He's been doing a lot to help grow the sport. So kudos to Michael.
Yes, for sure. And I apologize. The 6101 is Jake Johnson, not Luke Johnson, out of Calamisa, California, in that Brenthal's Industries, as we are watching him on screen do that nice right-hand turn in that little silty rut area. And that's right there, a great visual of how much dirt they're throwing up going into those turns. But you can see that there is a breeze going on there, which makes it nice for these racers again. The breeze is a racer's friend out here for sure. But getting ready to take that green flag. If you can notice right there, pretty much in the middle of your screen, there's a little light tower, and there we go. That is our green flag has dropped.
Whoa, you're getting a little loose right there.
Yeah,
already.
A little Western off the start.
Yeah, exactly. So his gearbox and torque converter is nice and tight.
All right, so that was the number 3. Next up is, look at that, the number 1, our 2024 Legacy Racing Unlimited Truck Champion. That will be Mr. Jack Olagus.
And Jack did a fantastic job last year. He was on fire, as we say in the racing community, right? He didn't know how to slow down. So he used that truck a lot last year when he won. He came across the finish line. He was super excited. I think what they've been trying to do with Jack, the entire team, and he has a lot of friends, is focus him a little bit more when he's racing. His co-driver has been working with him a lot, Dustin and the entire crew over there. I think he's got so much speed, it's easier to pull it back.
Right. Well, and also, too, like, his dad's been doing it for so long, but a great team behind him as well, like you were just saying. But he qualified with Steve. Steve was actually driving. So I believe Steve just started the race. So Steve August, his dad, and then Jack is getting in for the last 2 laps, if I remember correctly, within our conversation. So we'll get Steve. We'll see the lap times between Steve and Jack.
Yeah, I think that they'll probably have a little internal family battle, but I think it will be a lot of guidance for Jack.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, there's the ruts that I was talking about. And you see that confidence that it inspires in you to be able to stick in those corners?
Definitely. And as we're watching, I again believe that is Steve taking off the line right there. Right now starting the race. But next up, going to the start line, the number 20 of Corey Kieser out of Colorado Springs in that Ford BFG Lakeside Auto Brokers. Back here on board with the number 3 of Michael, is it Scafudo?
Yeah,
Scafudo?
Yep. And did you say that was who was coming up next in the 20?
Number 20 is Corey Kieser.
Yeah, Corey Kieser. And then so Connor Eddy just did the dirt bike race yesterday.
Oh,
and he is going to be a co-dog in the trophy truck. He was actually really looking forward to this too. So for some of the people that are watching at home, everybody wants to drive, right, Pam? Everybody. Oh, there you go. There's some audio.
Straight out of
Let's
the
let
90.
it. Let's go.
Straight, slight right down, slight left, top left, stay in it, you're straight.
And that's something that's really cool to have, is that in-car audio, and it's interesting to listen to the different styles of co-drivers.
Yeah, man, I wish that more people would do it. It's a pretty easy plug-and-play system, and it's cool to see because you get such a better feeling of what you're getting in the car, right? Like, so for the person that hasn't raced before, they might not know some of those, let's just say in quotes, code words that they're using.
Exactly. That is so true. And next off the line, sitting there patiently waiting for that green flag to drop, is the 6150. 6150 of Ryder Swanson out of Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii. We were talking about traveling far. That's a good-looking truck, too.
That is a good-looking truck, a Tisco truck, 4950 Industries, but out of Hawaii all the way over here racing with the Legacy Racing Association. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love that people are traveling that far. And as we were talking about the in-car audio, it gives a whole nother level of being able to be in there with them, right?
Right.
Because you really understand what's going on, but it also provides a really cool communication point for logistics. So they can talk to the live stream at any time and let their team know that they are, coming into a pit or they broke or whatever it is. And even, if it's a safety thing, they can pull over and help somebody too.
Exactly, 100%. And the logistics of it, like you're saying, I mean, if for some reason maybe their radio communication isn't working with their team and their team is watching the live stream, they can communicate that way if need be.
Yeah, and then at the end of the race, it gives them accountability so they can be like, dude, you called it wrong. Like, why did you tell me to go right when I should have gone left?
Right, exactly. No, wait, I don't remember doing that. That is so true. I didn't even think of it that way.
So 60 seconds seems like a short amount of time, but when you're sitting at the starting line, it's pretty quick.
Yes.
Like it's pretty long. Like it makes it feel drawn out. Like these guys right here, this truck is actually a really good looking truck yesterday too. I love the body kit on this truck.
Yeah, it does look really good. The 6154.
It's almost like a square body.
It is almost like a square body. This is Alan Levinson out of Blue Diamond, Nevada in that Armand Engineering with Robbie Woods Off-Road. He has Doug Poole in Austin Romans also out. That is a very good looking vehicle right there. Back on board here with Michael Scafudo. And that unlimited truck, that Brenthal Industries out of Huntington Beach, California. And this gives you an idea, too, of how smooth it is for these guys in these trucks. I mean, they're not really sawing at the wheel. So if you were watching yesterday and looking at the UTVs, they're working that steering wheel way harder than these unlimited trucks are.
I think we should see if we can maybe talk to our production engineer, Zach, and see if he can allow us to listen in more and see how they're doing inside the cab. That was really cool to be able to see that. So if Zach can get us some audio
Yeah,
and
that would
get
be
that
cool.
picture going, that would be awesome.
That would be awesome. Now we're back here on board with the 6139 of Adam Householder. And what I really like about this view too is you can see the speed that they're going. Right now he's only going, as we can see, 63, 60 miles per hour. But we know that these trucks can go way faster. That just goes to show you that he's in a technical section and can't actually be completely up to speed. But still, that speed through these little S-turns, as I call them, and these ruts is definitely awesome to see.
Well, and you know what you can notice a lot with these in-car views too is you see how quickly he moved his hands, but he wasn't sawing at the wheel, as they say, right? So pay attention if you're watching the live stream the entire time today. When you see some of those in-cars, pay attention to the different driving styles of some of the drivers. Adam Householder uses his feet a lot, which means that he will slow down on the steering wheel and the steering wheel won't move as much. And you can see how controlled and slow it looked that they were acting in the truck, right?
Right.
You'll see some of the other drivers, their driving style is a lot more active behind the steering wheel. So they'll be moving the steering wheel a lot. They don't touch the brake with their left foot as much. They just use their right foot to be able to manage the speed. So pay attention to some of that stuff because I think that stuff is going to show you who gets flats more and who gets flats less at the end of the day.
Yes, exactly. And it's kind of cool that you're touching on that, and what it also, they're driving with the gas pedal and the brake pedal more than anything.
So we just got some information. Thank you very much, Robert Campbell. It looks like Rob Mack has moved into the lead so far for today. So, excuse me, that's the unlimited truck of Kevin McGilvery.
That's pretty awesome to see there. And now right here we have the 6177 of
Travis Williams.
Yep, Travis Williams out of Arizona. Nat Geyser with Rugged Radios, Fuel Factory Impact, Lifeline Fire, Dynamic Off-Road Warehouse, Neo Street Graphics, BFG, LKR Racing. So with him being a seasoned racer as well, he races Mexico, he races Legacy, he races all over.
So him and the Canuck team, Eric Greener, like all of those guys, being from Arizona, they've been doing desert racing and short course racing for a long time. Yeah, there you go with Adam Householder. This is exactly what I was talking about. Look how smooth he is. He's going through really, really rough terrain, and it looks like he's driving down the freeway.
It does look like that. Well, they did grade the course as well too, so I was actually kind of jokingly saying it's like a freeway out there for these guys and gals, but I mean,
there you go. Look at how fast he's going. So to be able to control a vehicle going that speed, and look at how smooth it is inside the truck. Oh, there's a helicopter too.
Yes, it is.
Looks like we might have Brian Moore over there filming with the Herbst helicopter.
And you can see him picking up his speed, so he knows that his co-driver's telling him, hey, keep going, straight, or whatever their lingo is, as Travis Williams takes off the start out here for the 6177. Pete Toller, Jeff Knupp, and Luke Knupp are all also co-drivers of record, as Travis Williams is going to make his way around that start line. And next up, the 6114 of Justin Blower out of Lake Havasu. So local boy here, and with that 19 Industries BDC 6100 truck with Zach Coates out of Long Beach, California, co-driving.
There's been a lot of 19 Industries 6100 trucks popping up, man. It's cool. And one of the cool things that we were talking about before is how quickly they can turn those things out. It's really, really awesome to be able to see because that helps with the growth of the class.
Exactly. And that's something too, this class is the largest class for today. There's 33 entries in the 6100s.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
awesome.
Growing quick. As we can still see here, back on board with Adam Householder. It's so amazing too to watch these helicopters and how they fly next to these vehicles and get sideways and follow them. It's pretty cool.
I'm not sure who's piloting that helicopter today. It's either Robert or Travis, but Brian Moore's in there giving us some good shots too.
Brian Moore is definitely well seasoned up there in those helicopters, isn't he? All right, checking in here with the YouTube. Good morning to everybody that is checking in on here, cheering on your drivers that you're wanting to watch, as we just saw Justin Blower take that green flag, or I should say green light.
Yep, green light. How's everybody doing on YouTube, Pam? Anything?
Well, they're just kind of chiming in and saying good morning to everybody, and yeah.
Here's everybody's favorite commentator. Just pulled up to the starting line. Brent Fox.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I was like, who is that?
He did such a great job yesterday.
He did amazing. When he got off of the live stream, I said, you just took my job, man. But no, 6146. How cool would it be to have him like talking in the car.
Oh yeah, that would be really cool.
Or the
And,
truck.
and commentating back to us.
Yes, exactly. Like if that would
He's
be distracting.
probably one of those guys that does have enough brain power to be able to do it. I don't know if I'd be able to do it. I'd have to focus too much on driving.
I know. Actually, that's something that we were discussing yesterday, talking about how sometimes the majority of these racers, the navigator's hearing the pits and everything, and they have that turned off to the driver. So the driver is only hearing what the navigator's saying. So they're not hearing any chatter, any race chatter that's going on, or radio interruption. But Brent Fox, the 6146, and speaking of Brent Fox, this is the 2025 Legacy Racing Association FX Construction Parker Dam 500. And here is FX Construction right here at the start line. And this is brought to you by Maxxis. All right, people saying thank you so much for the live stream as Brent Fox takes off.
That on-car camera stuff is just so cool. It amazes me that we have the technology. Let's let this picture fly for a little bit. So Brent Fox, I mean, he's really, I mean, look at how fast he's going right there, just in the infield portion of the track. So he's definitely got some motivation today, that's for sure.
Yes, and now we have the 6158 of Tracy Graff getting ready to take the green flag here. But yeah, it's kind of a really cool thing to wake up to in the morning if you woke up and turned on the live stream for YouTube here. To those racing engines, as we were just hearing, as we are now over the 6177 of Travis Williams. I love the Arizona flag on the roof or on the hood.
They are dedicated to Arizona, man, and it's such a great group of people.
It is, and I've known Jeff and Luke actually because Luke used to race with my kid, so I've known them for a long time.
And going back to the whole driving style thing, you saw how Brent Fox, he's coming out hot. He's aggressive, right? And he was moving the steering wheel a lot, and he was one of those guys that drives with the right foot a lot.
Exactly. It's really cool that, learning to drive these trucks different if you came from buggies too, because I was actually asking, I can't remember who I was asking yesterday, but like the transition of trucks to buggies and driving with that gas pedal. But right here at the start line, the 6162 of Mike Bruner out of Redwood Valley, California.
That truck looks pretty cool. Yeah,
it's in a Triton Engineering, so that is very clean looking. And notice a lot of these trucks are coming through with those shiny tires.
the prep guys, man, they're getting paid extra these days.
I noticed the other day because Tech and Contingency was going on right after qualifying. As soon as these trucks and these cars were coming off of qualifying, they were out there spraying down the truck to make them all shiny and make them look good again.
Yeah, you got to make the boss happy.
Yes, you do.
So when you were talking about the difference between coming from buggies, like, because there's been in the last like 5 or 6 years, side-by-sides are pretty much the number one entry point to any off-road racing, right? Is that going to be different when they're coming from a side-by-side going into a big truck than it was coming from like a Class 10 car, Class 1 car going into a big truck?
I would have to say yes, and the only reason why I would say yes is because the side-by-sides are four-wheel drive, right? You don't have four-wheel drive in the Class 1 cars. So my thing would be yes, and also the weight ratio. Now the weight ratio comes into play whenever you're tossing it into a turn or,
like the balance of the car.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that does make it seem like the landscape will change a little bit in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. Now we do have, as we're watching Travis Williams at the start line, we do have the 87 of Drew Wentz out of Tucson, Arizona.
I got to talk with all those guys too. One of my best friends actually rode it through a lot in the past, and they did a lot of stuff to that truck.
Yeah,
they've been working on it for the last 10 years probably, but in the last 4 years they've made some significant improvements.
Okay. And George, before, I know you're going to be heading out here in just a little bit, but before you leave, I want to touch on this because Starstream, we're talking about the evolution of the race vehicles and everything, but Starstream is legit like changing the game of off-road racing.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the compliment, Pam, so thank you. But I think what it's doing is it's offering a tool to the racers and the community to be able to showcase how awesome off-road actually is, right? So now we have the ability with Starlinks and with Elon Musk to be able to put cameras on cars, and we've developed a little box that makes it so it's really nice and stable. But I think the growth is going to come from us as a community being able to just showcase this and share it with our friends. I think that is the most important piece of the puzzle. And it doesn't matter if it's grandma or grandpa, or if you're sharing it with Maxis, your sponsor, or whoever it is, right? You're allowed to broadcast this anywhere in the world.
Exactly.
It is so cool.
And that's why I wanted you to talk about it, because I mean it's a game changer. I mean, all these different racing associations that you are going to and providing this Starstream for these, well, you're not providing it, but they're, you know what I mean by that, but installing the Starstream is just, right now we're watching it. Brent Fox, in-car camera, we can also hear audio sometimes, but without Starstream going to the live show like we're doing, we wouldn't have this.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't be able to see Cody, his co-driver, holding the microfiber just in case Brent needs it to wipe off his face mask, right?
Exactly.
And so those things are really cool, and they give you a different perspective on what the actual racing is about, right? Like, look how rough this is.
Right.
And that truck is an amazing 19 Industries truck. It can handle a lot of stuff. Those are probably, I don't know, 3-foot, 4-foot bumps that are going through.
Exactly.
And it looked like we had Blaine Conrad lining up too.
Yeah, that one's, I keep hearing his name throughout this whole entire weekend out here.
He's excited, man. He got himself a truck. He's a Class 1 guy, so now he's in a truck, and he's really, really stoked to be able to get out there and take that thing for a spin.
Yes, for sure. All right, we got people checking in from Texas also as well, so that's really awesome. They're cheering on the 86 of Sterling Miller. So thank you guys for tuning in here. We have another vehicle off the line here. I've lost count of where we're at.
That was the Alexander truck.
Okay, perfect. Glad you were paying
And there you go,
attention to that.
6112. That's going to be Blaine Conrad right there.
Yes,
that's a
Blaine.
truck that they've been working on for about a year now. They basically just told themselves, hey, we got to hurry up and get this thing done so we can get it to the first Legacy race. So that was very shiny, and I actually commented on it. There you go. You'd be able to ride with Blaine and the co-driver there. They really, really, really put a lot of effort into this truck. And I'm not discounting any other teams because everybody does, right?
Right.
But they're excited.
Exactly, and that is an ES Motorsports 6100 truck as well. And Blaine is out of Las Vegas, Nevada, with Tim Wilson out of Henderson. Which it's really awesome though. You get out there, you speak to all these drivers because you're providing this tool for them, and also getting to get their background and all of the information on the trucks as well. So it's really awesome to have that background knowledge of these racers out here. As he's going to be taking that green flag here in just a moment. You can see in the distance from that shot we had, there was some dust being kicked up, but that's going away very quickly out there. As here we are off the start of Blaine, or that's actually 6146 of Brent Fox there. I thought that was Blaine Conrad just taking off.
Yeah, I think this is Blaine Conrad.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Thank you so much. Got to give props to the production company that are...
Yeah, I definitely want to
keeping
give
us
props to Zach Jeffers. He's in Washington in our production studio, and he's making all this magic happen. He works tirelessly to give us all these fantastic graphics on the screen and everything that you see here.
And keeping us on our toes too.
Oh, absolutely. It's a team effort, right?
It
So,
is.
but when you see all of these pictures, we take it for granted. I love watching this stuff, and I want more and more and more. But it's a slow growth, but I think we're doing a good job.
Oh, it's definitely, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, it used to back in the day, it was only NASCAR had in-car cameras. Now we have, it's provided to the off-road world, which is awesome. And I know that it's been talked about more and more. People are wanting it in their vehicles now that they're seeing it and everything. But Blaine Conrad in that 6112.
Did you notice a couple things of that picture, Pam? The co-driver had sunglasses on.
Yes.
And a clear lens. And the driver had like an amber lens. It's always been a personal preference, but it's always been confusing to me because I always just run clear, right? But a lot of people, And who's taking off there?
That was the 6188 of Miles Miller out of San Clemente, California, in that Tisco Miller Construction 6100 truck.
A lot of people have different points of view on how they look at the track, right? Like Blaine, when you see that amber lens, it's because he's going to be fighting that white dust all day, or that white dirt all day.
Exactly. And, you know, with that being said, too, we were discussing this quite a bit yesterday about the difference in all of the, like we're saying, the preference. But also, you run those amber lights as well for the dust at night, is what a lot of people do. But the other thing, too, with those amber visors for the navigators, it depends on the colors on your GPS. Sometimes that amber color will mess with it and you can't see it as well.
Oh, really? It's because of the hertz rate on the GPS. That's why. That's crazy.
So, like, if you have an amber lens on, but you have red lettering of some sort, it's not going to show up properly for you. Like, but then again, the amber lens also is one of those dust breakers that I don't know how exactly to explain that, but the dust of those amber lenses are different. So this is the 6159, excuse me, of Chase Swanson. I thought that I had said his name earlier. That must have been a different one, but he is out of Honolulu, Hawaii.
There we go. Now you got a nice helicopter view of Blaine Conrad right there. So you can see right there with that shot, Blaine has his suspension set up pretty soft. Like, and he let the front end stay up going into that corner. So his driving style is significantly different than Householder's.
And what you're talking about right there, that dip that was happening out, that's a great point to bring up too, because if your suspension is not set up properly right there and you hit that dip too fast, it'll donkey kick you.
Yeah, exactly. And so it teeter-totters the truck, right, and makes it so that it gets a little bit different. I mean, these are all professional drivers. They can handle that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
But this is something that Blaine's going to learn. He wanted to make sure that he came out this race as set up as possible. But he knows, his entire team knows that it's a work in progress. So it's good to see, and I'm glad that Brian can provide these aerial photos or aerial videos for him to be able to look at later, so that he can obviously make the truck better and go for the win.
Well, and also too, like the driver will look at it and go, oh, I can do this different in that turn, or I can do that different on the straightaways too. It also helps them to learn. But maybe we have some in-car here. Yeah,
this is with Blaine as well. So, and you can see the front of his truck, or the way that the angle maybe of the camera is, but it looks like he's riding higher in the front, right? Like the back is squatted more. So, and those are different setups. You can totally choose, whatever fits your racing style.
Exactly.
Blaine is also a very smooth driver there, though, too.
And what do we always say about smooth? Smooth is fast.
Yeah, smooth is very fast.
Next up off the line, the 6198 of Brian Crawford out of Blythe, California, and another Tisco Crawford Associates 6100. Taking that green flag.
I spoke to Brian at the starting line yesterday. Those guys were really excited, him and his entire team, to be able to get out there today.
I mean, they're from Blythe, so they're not too far from here either, so it's kind of basically almost like their backyard.
Yeah, well, and all their guys are from Blythe, too.
Exactly. So. Cody Crawford and Jeff Bonnet as well.
Friends helping friends, man.
Right.
And we will definitely want to give a shout out to you. Saw Donald standing there. Donald has been seeing these guys off the starting line at every single race. The passion and the energy that the entire Legacy crew shows for these races, getting them set up and working with the Bureau of Land Management and everybody, all the volunteers. It is so cool to see. If you race in a truck, you definitely want to thank, or race any vehicle out here, you definitely want to thank the Legacy guys for what they do.
I mean, he's not only at the start line, he's at the finish line until every car comes in as well. So he's the first one here and the last one out.
Does he sleep?
I don't know. But that is the 6162 of Mike Bruner out of Redwood Valley, California, that Triton Engineering that we are hovering over with the helicopter right now.
And his tires, sorry, they're not greasy anymore. They got a little dust on them.
That didn't last very long.
Yep.
That first, right as soon as they hit the non-watered section.
And here's some more aerial shots of Blaine Conrad. I really like looking at this, and one of the main reasons I like looking at this is goes along with what I just said. They're basically setting up a new truck at a Legacy race. So inside the cab, the amount of data that they're collecting in their heads about what they're going to do next race is phenomenal.
Yeah. I'm taking notes and maybe even radioing in too as well. I believe that was a Class 1 car that just took off. I'll get that number here in just a moment.
And the Cullens right here. So this should be Mason and Mike Cullen, I think. I'm not sure who's co-driving for them, but it's a 6160.
I'm not sure who qualified either, because whoever qualifies also is the one that's supposed to start the race as well. But we have Nash Youngren and Eric Fiorio. Fiorio?
Fiorio?
Fiorio out of Rancho Cucamonga.
That's a fun one to say.
They are in a geyser truck, but there we are again with this 6162. And look at that view. Just that dust trail that is behind them.
This will give you a little bit of an idea of how fast the course is going to be today. So yesterday we had a UTV race, and Deegan Gonzalez was a madman for the first couple laps until they had a mechanical. But these trucks are going to be able to beat those times.
Now, yesterday, I believe he put down a 144.
Which is very, very fast.
So I was guesstimating 212 yesterday. Today I said 157 for these guys and gals. But you know what? It's probably going to be in the 130s. You think?
No, I don't know if it'll be that fast. I think the UTVs have a four-wheel drive advantage, right?
That's true.
But I do still think that the trucks will be faster. But I don't think it's going to be by much. I think that there's two things that are going to come into play. I think the horsepower, obviously the horsepower and the suspension of the trucks, but I also think the track has worn in a little bit more. So I think that those guys are going to have a little bit more. Nate Martino, I think they're going to have a little bit more confidence in their pushing it through the corners and some of that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and these guys are completely different too.
And Deegan was well into the 3 digits in a lot of those high-speed straightaways, so.
He was. He was on it. He's 14 years old too.
They're a very fast family.
They've been racing for a long time. Brother Dallas Gonzalez, I remember watching him when he was teeny tiny racing out at the UTV World Championship.
Yeah, and one of the things that I respect most about that family is they keep it tight-knit. They have they make sure that the boys work on the vehicles at the shop. And Dallas actually had an accident, and he's coming back from it. He got his brain scrambled a little bit, and now he's able to get back in the car, and he was really excited, because he got to drive the new race car that Doug Matag built for him.
That was a nice looking car too. But right now we are on board with Nate Martino and that 6126. He's in a custom built 6100 truck with Northgate Acoustics, Foundation Building Materials, Miller Raceworks, GG Lighting, Dynamic Motorsports. He's out of Raphael, California with Andrew Ferris out of Bend, Oregon. As they will be taking that green flag here in just a moment. Let's check in here with our YouTube here.
Yeah, and Joe Miller works on that truck in Marietta, California. He's got a nice shop over there, and they take really good care of that truck.
All right, so yeah, people are chiming in. Thank you again for watching the YouTube live feed here. And people are asking about the Thompson truck, the number 6.
Robert Campbell was, he's going to come on here in just a second and take my position, but he was giving us some information that Rob Mack is going to take the first 2 laps, and then Kevin McGilvery is going to get in for the last lap.
Okay.
And I'm sure those plans are flexible always, depending on the position that they're in. So if they're right there, he may not get in the truck. So it depends on how that stuff shakes out over the next lap or 2.
Yes, as we are watching, look at that.
Oh, there we go. Just sliding it in there. Good job, Blaine.
That's, what is that? Throttle driving, right?
Yes. Well, he had to gather it up, but he didn't let off. You notice how he let the back end go around. So immediately when you let off, what it does is it unweights the truck, and it kind of goes either bucks up like you were talking about, or it can give too much traction to the outside of the vehicle. So what Blaine did was he chose to just leave his left tires as close to the rut as possible and pedal it with his left foot and stay in the gas to go around that turn.
Exactly. I always say that when in doubt, throttle out. That wasn't the perfect example for it, but it was a slight example of it.
Well, no, it's a technical ability to be able to do that, because that was massive car control.
It was.
Because you can see it now how fast they're going, but he was still probably doing at least 45 or 50 miles an hour going into that corner.
Yeah, definitely. And he definitely, like you keep saying, has really good car control, but this is trailing that aqueduct road. This is a very fast section as well, but they have those big rollers in it also. But that is a great aerial footage of it.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying, I can almost guarantee that when Blaine gets out of the truck today, he's going to say we need to adjust the suspension. It's just a little soft in the rear. Yeah,
you can tell definitely by looking at it. But right now we are looking at the number 80 of Rodney Hubbard out of Texas as well. And that Geyser-built Hubband Benz Racing. I said Hubbard, it is Hubband. But Rodney out of Texas as well. So there's a lot of Texas boys out here.
Yeah, that's cool. I like seeing all the Texas guys come out. And a lot of it has to do with friends being friends, right? Like the
Exactly.
Millers, the Peters, like all of those different families that go racing in Texas. They come out here because of the desert.
Exactly.
Man, look at that dust already coming up.
And I believe that one is the 82 of Sam Baldy. Is
Cool
who
to
that
see
was that
Sam.
just took the. I know he used to run in that single seat class 1 forever.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Transitioning into the 6100 class. Or actually, the unlimited truck, I'm sorry. The 82 of the unlimited.
I think that's one thing that we should talk about too, Pam, is that it's almost like a drug, right? Once you get hooked on off-road racing, you just stay there and do it. You know, he's been doing it for such a long time. Here's Adam Castaneda.
Yeah, it's you saying that. It was yesterday I was thinking about it, you know, talking to these other drivers. Like, once you get in the truck or you get in the co-driver's seat, you're hooked. And you said it perfectly, because I always say that. Like, I don't know what it's like to have an addiction, because I don't have addiction of any kind, really, except off-road racing. This is my addiction.
I don't know. Off-road racing is pretty addictive.
That's what I'm saying. This is my only, like, addiction in life, is, like, I'm addicted to it. Like, it's in my family.
Wait, I thought you were addicted to coffee.
No, I can do without coffee. Racing, I don't know if I could do without racing.
How long can you do without coffee? An hour?
I could quit
Just
coffee.
joking.
I could cold turkey quit coffee and be fine. But I do like my coffee. But no, it is. It's so true. And you talk to other people that get into it, and it is. It's 100% true. It's an addiction. But
Well, and you see that in how many people stay in the sport, right?
Right.
And how long they're, how many different cars they have.
Right.
And, well, look at Brent Fox. I think he mentioned it yesterday. His entire family does it. They've got Class 11 cars. They've got 6100 cars. I think they got a Class 10 car now. I mean, it's just so cool to see
exactly.
that everybody is participating in it because they love it so much.
Yeah, and then you look at the kids that are moving up into these larger vehicles that grew up starting out short course, like in
Like
trophy
Deegan.
carts and stuff, like Deegan. I mean, he's still a kid. He's only 14 years old, but you know, you have like the Cade Martins and all of the other ones that are getting a little bit older that are now transitioned into. I mean, Adam Householder, he's been in it forever too.
Yeah, well, this is family, right?
Exactly. So
You see how there was a blowout line, as we call it? Like, so here there's three different lines. So that's exactly, well, and yeah, so this is a perfect example. This part of the course isn't anywhere near as bad as what it is actually out on some of those gnarly parts of the course.
right, and
So
this,
it's getting really dug up, and this is only the first time that these guys have been through on the first lap.
right. So that's a great example of how tore up, you know, yesterday's classes did. We had lots of vehicles yesterday. We had more vehicles racing than we do today, but
Well, these big 40-inch tires are definitely going to do some damage.
Exactly. So on board with the 6145 of Adam Castaneda out of Yuma, Arizona, and that Brenthal Industries 6100. But that's a great example right there too. You can see the articulation of the truck as well going through the corners.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys could tell, but like I just felt it in the back seat, like just how the rear end slid out and came around with him in some of that soft silt.
I feel like I'm playing a video game right now is what I feel like. Or
It
watching.
It's so cool, man. I love these shots.
So do I. All right, next off the line. I'm not sure the number on that one.
It's a Brenthal truck. I didn't
It
see the
is.
number either.
All right, and then right now on the line, the 6124 getting ready to take the green flag. 6124 of Kelly McNeil out of Mesa, Arizona, with John McNeil, Scott McNeil, Mitch McNeil, No Ramirez, and Gil Ramirez. They have quite a list here of people to get into the vehicle.
Whenever I see those power lines, I just know that they're good pilots in those helicopters, man.
Right? And here we are on with Miller.
So talking about another suspension preference, these guys are definitely running a low rear end with maybe they just wanted more traction, so they lowered the ride height in the rear.
Yeah, I've been kind of noticing that. Like the is that the reason why they do that in the trucks? For the
Well,
traction?
I guess it depends. There's a lot of different reasons, right? But a lot of what we were hearing from the drivers after qualifying was traction.
Okay.
The course was bladed or graded, and so they were searching for traction, right? They run high pressure in a lot of these tires because they're afraid of getting flats in the rocks. So the trucks, even the 6100 trucks with the crate motors, they have so much power and you have to manage that power with high RPM ranges. And if you have high RPM ranges, you're going to spin the wheels a lot. So what these guys were trying to do is just settle the rear end of the car down so that it wasn't skipping around. Because when you get into like second and third gear and do those transitions, the car moves around a lot in the back. So you're basically driving with the rear of the car, but holding onto the steering wheel because it's peeling out so much, so to speak.
Okay.
So we might actually see, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they're not soft by mistake, they're soft by default.
Okay. Just changing it up a little bit. Good. That's a good example, though. I had to ask because I was like thinking to myself, why in the world would they be running it lower in the rear like that?
Searching for traction.
Yeah, always searching for traction. Okay, here's the next one on the line, the 6182.
I like that logo on the side, Rust & Sons Racing.
I do too.
They did a good job designing that truck. Whoever was the graphic designer for that truck did a fantastic job. The sponsor placement and the colorways, like the helicopter could see that thing a mile away.
It's kind of Minecrafty looking.
Yeah, but it looks super cool.
Yeah, that is Tanner Rust out of El Cajon, California. That Geyser, Rust & Sons Trucking, Toyo Tires, Kruger Truck Repair, Utility Trailers, Fontana Fiberworks, Epic Insurance, Mike Hess Brewing, and Baja Designs.
I'd like to ask some of these guys that have driven some of these trucks for years, like what the difference is in the handling characteristics, but let's just say between a 1.9 and a Geyser or a Tisco, and see, and maybe we can get, like, Robert's very good at paying attention to the way that the vehicles are handling too. Maybe we can understand and notice how those trucks are getting traction towards the end of the day.
Well, and with you saying that too, like we were talking earlier, like about the different manufacturers and different tires and the different engines and everything, that's another factor of who's got the best built vehicle, right? Everybody builds the best vehicles, but there's some that perform completely different than others.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're good at one thing and the other cars are better at something else. I think it'll be cool to see. And so there's a good example, Pam, what you're talking about. This truck specifically has a lot of spring in the front.
So it's definitely making it buck more. It's kind of like a teeter-totter, like you were saying earlier, teeter-totter effect.
Yeah, and you could probably also argue my comment too. Maybe it's not spring in the front. Maybe they took some spring out of the rear because they are searching for traction. So their give and take was to put more spring in the front for some of those big bumps.
Yeah.
And just take the traction on the high-speed stuff.
They'll probably be regretting that decision later on, though, as rough as that looked just off the start.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But that's why we're here, right? Is to see how the race turns out.
Exactly. Whoever finishes first. But what is it? I'm not even going to go there. But to finish first, you must first finish.
Yeah.
But this is the number 99 of Larry Trim sitting at the start line out of Mount Vernon, Washington, with Joan Koth and Sarah Koth as navigators. This is a Ford vehicle with TR beadlocks, wheels, grip locks, tires, and RSI metal. As he takes that green flag. All right, I'm going to look here just to see where we're at placement-wise, because I can hear a helicopter in the background. So we do know that Lettner was still out front. Lettner and my brain is going numb right this moment in my life, but Kevin Thompson and Lettner with the number 56 must be running in second, as we're seeing here, and then the 1526 of Joe David in that number 3 spot, but the 56 of Kevin McGilvery. But we were, like we said, you guys have the information that Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner's out in the lead.
Yeah, and sometimes with, I can speak on the computer stuff. Oh, this is a fantastic shot. Look at that going through that canyon.
That is beautiful.
That is super cool to be able to see that. And so this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Like, so you can see the truck undulate and move around in these corners here. And it's not all just fast straightaways. It's really, really a lot of desert terrain like this. And this is single track. Imagine if there was a bottleneck here or if somebody had an issue.
Or, exactly, breaking down flat tires, whatnot. But another good example of this right here, like you were talking about earlier, the 12 o'clock hour, the sun will be straight up, right? So there won't be really any shadowing into the canyon. But right now he's, having to maneuver through the different shadowing. And then when it comes nighttime, obviously.
Well, look at the difference in these two shots right here.
This one fast off the start. Silty.
The water's not even doing anything for that.
No, it's not. What water?
So look at how much the truck is dancing around. So this is a truck that's more evenly balanced, right? It's got more pressure on the front of the truck, but you saw the rear end step out.
Yes, exactly. I believe that's the 6183 of Bill Wingerin. I can see that number here in just a minute, but I believe that is who that was that took off the start. As we have the number 48 of Bob Briggs, another name that everybody has been mentioning all weekend long. Bob out of Alta Loma, California, in that Chevrolet Briggs Built Motorsports.
Bob is a fantastic human being as well. He supports racers, he supports the series, he supports this live stream, and man, he likes to race. He races street cars, he races off-road, he races UTVs. Nate Martino here. Nate Martino's truck looks pretty well balanced as well.
It does look good. I mean, that's a perfect example of well, and like you were saying, you know, they're basically kind of testing the truck out here as well. So it's all about that comfort zone. And by the end of the day, he's going to know what he wants changed. But what good drivers also can do, they can adjust to anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can adjust to anything that is thrown at them. So 6129.
Looks like Josh Shelton. Got a little bit on car. Oh, here's what you were talking about. Like, you see the refresh rate on that screen on the bottom, on the lower right. That's what you were talking about when you were talking about the vision and the different lens colors.
Okay. Yep.
So that same kind of thing happens with your eyes, depending on the color and the perception that you have. And some people actually have a higher refresh rate in their head, so they won't see this as much.
Yeah, 6129 of Josh Shelton out of Austin, Texas. Another Texas boy.
Man, we're going to get all the Texas guys out here at some point, right?
We're missing a few that I know race other things, so maybe they'll want to come out here and race the Legacy. Okay, already doing the hand talking, right? I'm a hand talker, and it's really good too when co-drivers can do it.
Let's let them take the green light here and go on a ride with them. There you go.
All right, off the line there. Okay, so we have a few more cars still going to be taken off the line, as you were saying. I think about 13 of them. But here is on board with Josh Shelton in the 6129.
Let's listen to his truck and there you go. He did the same thing in that corner, but let's listen to his throttle control. So you hear a lot of those different things. They kind of sound the same, right? It sounds the same when he's keeping his foot steady and they're hitting bumps as when he lifts off the throttle.
Yes.
But what it does is it tells you
to their crew as well, like, this is what we need to, you know, put this on the list of, you know, adjusting or whatnot, because there's always bugs in newer vehicles to the drivers. No matter how much testing you do, it's kind of like, I always put this as an example, you know, you can be full-blown ready for a race and you get to the track and you're like, oh, I forgot to do this, or this isn't working right. So there's always mental notes.
I feel like there's always something. And sorry, guys, if your live stream just came back up. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we got it sorted out.
Yes, thank you guys.
Should
all
be back live again.
Yes, and look at this. Michael is saying, up and running. Thank you guys so much.
Well, we're back. So,
exactly.
Let's touch base again on then. So this is Blaine Conrad. Brand new to him. This is the ex-Cops truck, one of the ex-Cops Unlimited trucks that they turned into a 6100. ES Motorsports, the guys Tim Wilson in Boulder City, Nevada, were the ones that did all that work. And he's been out testing a lot the last couple weeks in this truck to make sure he's dialed before this race.
I'm looking at his truck. His truck's a little different. Like, to me, it looks like it's a little longer in the rear end. I don't know if it's the way he has his tire placement set up, but
I think that's the body. The body's like kind of slender and low.
Okay.
It doesn't fill out as much as some of these other trucks do.
Okay.
That truck is wicked fast. His shock guy is one of the best in the industry, and it does look soft, but that's because they like it compliant in the small stuff. But He can also stick it into the biggest hole he wants wide open, and it's just going to take it. I have a feeling he's going to be one to watch as this race wears on.
Yes, he has definitely been a talk of the weekend for sure.
This looks like the SS Racing truck, which is great to have. Oh, nope, this is Rust & Sons.
Yes, that was the 6182, I believe, is their number.
Yep. I think it's Tanner Rust. And the roof line
Yes.
there says Trust and Rust.
Yes.
These guys are big-time Baja guys. They race in the States here every once in a while. And this is a newer to them truck.
Yeah, Tanner Rust, they're out of El Cajon, California, and that Geyser built Rust & Sons Trucking.
So they used to have the 6100 class allows a couple different engine options. There was like an EcoBoost Ford, which is I believe it was a V6 3.5 liter, and their old truck had that EcoBoost engine in it. And then they just got this. I believe that's a Tisco, but I might be wrong. And this one has the regular 525 horsepower V8 LS3 in it, which is more typical of that class.
Well, let's talk about that here. On our rule book for Legacy Racing, the permitted engines, like you said, a Ford 5-liter V8,
Yep.
General Motors LS3 V8, a Crate 525, General
Yep.
Motors, a Ford 3.5 twin turbo EcoBoost, a 351 Ford V8, or a Ford Boss GM LS3 or a GM LT1 are allowed.
So that Crate 525 RLB is a brand new motor that is being made just for this class. So some of the GM guys saw how many motors were being pumped through this class and took initiative and kind of put together a Crate package motor that you can buy, and it's basically made. You buy that, drop it in. It's got the oil pump changed already. Some other fancy stuff done to it so that they'll survive out here in the desert.
Exactly. And there is the 6139 of Adam Householder.
Yep.
It's been doing really good out there. So let's touch base on the allowed modifications to the new Crate engines. You can do billet fuel rails.
Yep.
The water pumps are open, must be mechanical factory concept, no electric pumps. The spec engine control module programming has to be open. Fuel injectors, only one stock production fuel injector per cylinder in their stock location. So there's lots of rules to it, but also the air intake, only the mass airflow sensors allowed to be attached or in the actual air take. So you can have all these, but those are the allowed modifications.
Yep. So they if you scroll down there, they let you do like a better flowing oil pump and a couple other things. Here as we're watching this incredible shot of Blaine. You can see it's hard to see his hands there, but
that's a great. I love those kind of shots right there, though.
Yep.
We got to be more up there in that helicopter getting these amazing shots for us. But look at that. I mean, it looks like he is going 150 miles per hour. I know he's not, but
he's probably close to triple digits.
Yeah.
And what's cool for me is a suspension guy that I'm
Ooh, an in-car. Let's listen to it.
This is with Sean. Oh no, Brent. Looks like he just stuffed a ditch there.
Yeah, let's listen to this engine sound.
Actually has a turning brake there to the right of the steering wheel, which is a little different than some other trucks because he's able to lock up the rear tires there.
Yeah, those are actually really good, especially like what we just saw that, well, he's not really going into a corner, but the corner Blaine Conrad just went into, you could use it if you wanted to stay at a higher speed through that corner. But here we are, Blaine Conrad, but list the engine sounds. That's just something that, gets your heart pumping whenever you are not actually in the vehicle yourself. But there we just had Johnson make his way through another fast section on that right-hand turn.
Jake's going to be one to watch because he will work his way forward almost every race.
Yeah, he looked really good off the start this morning as well, and doing a great job as we are back over Rust with the 6182 of Tanner Rust.
Rust and Sons trucking. Looks like our leader update. So Kevin Thompson isn't tracking, but he is in the lead. Last we heard, he was through pit 3, but that was about
Physically in the lead, correct?
correct 10 minutes ago. So that's an old update. So we're on board with Michael Scafuto. Let's listen here to some of their
Hard
driver
right.
co-driver.
You're good. Straight. Hard right. Back to a medium left. Hard right. Straight out to a long sweeping medium left. Back into
Yeah, I love hearing the different co-driver perspective. George and I were talking about that, and we talked about that yesterday as well. There's different co-drivers that have a different kind of lingo,
Yep.
and that's where it really is important to make sure that you know your co-driver's lingo and you know what your driver needs. As perfect timing to wipe off the GoPro.
Yep. Adam and his co-driver have this amazing synchrony in the race truck. You can just watch his co-driver. They'll be 100 miles an hour, and he's casual, just holding the handles, doing his thing.
straight through.
Pop back on with Michael Scafuto. So Adam is one of our more aggressive drivers. When he starts, he's here to win, or he's going home. So
He's actually in a pit right now.
doing the speed zone through the pit.
25 miles per hour is what their speed will be through their pit. So 56 of Kevin McGilvery, which we know that Lettner and Williams is physically out in front in the number 70, but Kevin's at 105, so we don't know exactly where he is at right now. So roughly 108. Okay, well, you just got that. Did you already say it? Did you just
No.
say it?
No.
Okay.
Showing you, I was letting you take it.
All right, so Kevin's at 105, 108, so 3 miles in front of Kevin McGilvery right now.
Yep, so Kevin Thompson with Harley Lettner driving in the all-wheel drive. Mason Motorsports. Man, they're pretty much the top of the pinnacle of the unlimited truck class right now. And Kevin McGilvery with Rob Mack driving is a two-wheel drive ID Designs that he thinks was built in the early 2000s. So we have a roughly 20-year-old truck with some updates hanging with the newest of the new, the baddest of the bad, $1 million+ all-wheel drive truck. And they started, so Rob would have started 90 seconds behind Harley, and we don't have a good physical split right now, so we're not 100% how close he is, but he might just be maintaining that 90 seconds.
Right, exactly. I mean, you have quite a few people out there on course too that's feeding you information too. So maybe at some point one of them can give us a split once they get through that start-finish line. As we are now looking at the 61, what is that? Is
That's
it
Blaine
6112, right? Is his number 6112? Is his number though?
I believe so.
I'm always trying to say their number with their name as well. So doing an awesome job out there as we are seeing him go through
Yep,
by
Kevin's-
Powerline Road, which is a super fast section. It's a long stretch that you basically can almost go completely wide open in, I should say, as we're now on board with the 6129 of Josh Shelton out of Texas. We were also noticing we have a lot of Texas people.
There's a lot of Texas people racing in all of off-road lately.
Yeah.
They have them big open fields out there, but it's just not the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying too. You know, there's nothing like this out there, but out here in Parker, they're getting a variety of terrain. They're getting some rocks, they're getting some silt, they're
Yep.
getting the tight turns. They're getting pretty much all of it.
So, kind of an update while we were watching Blaine Conrad from the helicopter there. I was kind of curious how fast he was going. His tracker's pinging right around 100 miles an hour. The truck in front of him is at 101, which would be the Ryan Hancock Alexander Ford truck,
Okay,
as we're watching the helicopter feed.
that is Conrad, I believe, right
It
there.
is. So he's
chasing dust.
He's triple digits. He's running down Alan Levinson. Or Ryan Hancock, one of the two. Alan Levinson was out in front of them, and he was pinging at 105. So just depending where they're at on the straightaway, they're all the spec trucks. So depending on gearing and kind of your setup and your underdrive and all that is your top speed. talking with Brent, he was saying he's running, or talking with Tracy Graff and Bean, they are saying they're kind of running something that pulls harder out of the turns and not as much high speed. So I bet you they're topping out like 112, 115 when they can get them strung out for long enough to get up there.
Yeah, and, oh, we can see it right there. What he's at
56, give or take.
So a little bit slower right here, but this is the 6117 of Ben Williams.
Yep, and they're out of a small town called Alamo, about an hour and a half north of Las Vegas off the 93, and just awesome family. They do this for fun. They're ex-bike guys or quad guys. I forget which one it is. They I think they needed to get into something with a cage.
Michael getting a little, doing that left-hand turn. You can see the ruts kind of kicked him up just a little bit. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Do you know who's co-driving with him today? Is it on the sheet?
Let me look here. Brady Kelly out of Lake Elsinore, California.
So Michael Scafuto took a side-by-side / dirt bike guy as a co-driver, and I think it's because he can read terrain.
Yeah, I always say that. I mean, you come from two wheels originally, I believe, is your background.
Yep.
You were talking about that yesterday, but I honestly believe that people that come from like the quads or the the bikes, when you get into these four-wheel vehicles, it's an advantage because you guys know how to read that terrain so much better. And I think we touched on that yesterday as well.
We did. It just hurts a lot worse. It just hurts a lot worse when you crash or find the hole on a dirt bike versus a truck.
Oh yeah.
So
the cages are. Oh, it looks like they were coming up to a little bit of a
that's the
slow
Shea
spot.
Road. That's where they cross over the aqueduct. It looked like.
Which is obviously a speed zone as well. As we're back watching Mr. Conrad here, bouncing his way through.
So Blaine's gonna have awesome shots all day, hopefully, from the Herbst Telly chasing him down.
Yes. There is, Pam Mitchell is in Texas. She said there's so much private land out there and no BLM, but it makes it hard to have enough space for racing, which, yeah, I mean, you have the private lands and you can't kind of really cross over. But yeah, it'd be awesome to have more racing like this in Texas as well.
For sure.
I mean, Texas is huge.
It's just, I swear everybody out there owns like 10,000 acres,
I know.
So they landlock all the BLM land, which is what we get to run on at a lot of these races, is the public lands.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. There are races being ran out there, like the STORR series, but I don't see them racing much.
Not like this.
Nothing like this, and you're on a 50,000 acre ranch, and you can only string together, what, 20, 30 miles?
Right, exactly.
So.
All right, now we are on board with the number 13 of Mike Fry.
Yep. This is a Miller truck, if I remember right.
Number 13, yeah, it says custom on here, but yeah.
Yep, so they're Las Vegas-based team. They, from what I know, they took their prep in-house, so it's him and his boys are prepping these trucks and getting them to the race. Little tidbit of info up there. Mike is headed northwest near race mile 15 as of 11:35.
All right, let's look at our tracker here again. You were looking at it, but I want to look.
10:35 our time, sorry.
So in reality, if Kevin McGilvery is at race mile 15, that means that Kevin Thompson should probably already be going through start-finish line.
Yeah, we have a finisher very soon. So that's about an hour 45 lap time, give or take, maybe, depending on how long it takes them to get there.
And George and I did the little lap thing earlier. I was saying like 1 hour and a half is what I said, but
I was way high.
I was way off yesterday.
Yep. I thought they would still be closer to that 2-hour mark, but looks like they're gonna get it. We're at an hour 38 right now. So we'll see when Thompson makes it across.
We'll have to have somebody at the start-finish line give us a little insight of when he comes through.
One of the teams listening in said, anyone can learn to use a GPS, not everyone can learn to read terrain. Bike guys as navigators for the win. That's John Lewis with Desert Squadron out there. He's helping the Travis Williams team this weekend.
It's so true. I mean, the best, I feel like, my opinion, I'm going to give my opinion here. Everybody has an opinion, right? So I feel like I said earlier, the guys come from two wheels and quads and stuff, read the terrain better, always make better drivers or navigators. But also, I feel like we were talking about this earlier on, the people that are actually working on their race cars and stuff also make them better drivers because they know exactly what to do or what to change on their cars and how they want them to feel. So that's another factor, a whole different ball game of it. But I feel like people that are physically working on their car themselves
Yep.
is also another point of a better driver. As we're watching Blaine Conrad make his way through pit, I believe this is pit number 2.
It looks like it.
And it is a 25 mile per hour speed zone. If you guys at home do not know that, that is why he is moving slow. There's no way around it. There's no fast line and there's no pit entry. So you have to go through there 25 miles per hour.
Yep, no sneaky line by. And as you touched base on that, that's when Rob was doing the interview yesterday. He said he was tearing the truck apart to learn where the tool bags are, what's in the tool bags, where they're at. He's not used to that truck, so he wanted to know everything about it.
Yeah.
And his navigator is a gentleman who works on the truck, so nobody better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really need to know about where everything's at. I want to touch on this. So this is Mike Fry, number 13. He's roughly around race mile number probably about 17 by now.
Yep.
And Thompson should be coming through pit. That's only 15-mile difference roughly.
So you guys were still announcing starters when they were going through the final pit.
Right.
The leaders.
Exactly.
And that means they're going to get into lap traffic pretty quick.
Very, very quick. And if the breeze has died down, then there's going to be the dust factor.
Looks like we are on board the Turn 2 heli that was watching one of the Renegade racing trucks. Flip back over to Blaine Conrad. And here is our race leader into Maine.
All right.
So
there's our answer.
Hour 41.
Hour 41. Wow.
That's fast. And so this is after he's crossed Shea Road and he went through the timing loop a mile ago. So he's in a 25 mile an hour speed zone getting through Main pit here. Looks like about an hour 41 lap time for Harley Letner. And I'm curious if this drone can keep this shot. I want to know when Kevin gets in.
That's what I was wondering, like when they're getting in. I know that they have a group of people that are watching as well, and a wife to the navigator. Let's see where she's at here.
And they
Just
were
JC. Do you just JC? If you're still chiming in, do you know what their changing will be here? Her husband's co-driver.
might be secret.
Yeah, sometimes they don't want to talk about it.
So their tracker hasn't been working. Sounds like they're trying to get him a replacement, but they got to get the truck to stop to put it on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you're leading the race, you're not too keen to pull over and change a tracker.
So you know what? Here's a good example of that right there. So if they are going to be doing a driver or co-driver change or both, that could be a perfect timing for racing tracks to go over and swap it out.
Yep.
Because they started the race and it was working.
Yeah.
It stopped as soon as they went off the line, basically.
So there's a lot of trucks that for some reason this happens with. It's like once you get going, the RF frequencies or something might interfere with the tracker. I know back in the day, people would be like, oh, carry tin foil and throw it over the antenna so they can't see you. But I don't think anybody's blatantly doing that nowadays. Just for safety reasons, you want that thing to be working.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And then especially as he starts this second lap, so the way those trackers work, if there's a stopped vehicle ahead of you, so I think it starts alerting when you're 1,000 feet out. It counts down from 10 to 1, and it'll let you know that there's a race car stopped on the course ahead of you. It could be 10 feet off the course. It could be dead center.
Right.
That you're not sure of, but you know you're coming up to a race vehicle or one of the retrieval or rescue vehicles who is running a tracker on course also.
Exactly.
So it'll count down as you're getting closer, and it'll let you know, like, I think when it shows 1, you're 100 feet from it. So if you're going into a turn and it's reading 1, you know on the other side of that turn is somebody stopped.
Yeah, it's a great tool.
Yeah, so shout out to David Clay and Racing Tracks and trying to keep all of our all of our racers safe and making sure everybody can do this as safely as possible. Then David Nurbaus in the Motorsport Safety Solutions HQ there in Main Pit has a giant trailer, big mast on it. He's able to talk to all the different rescues around the course. A lot of them have Starlink. As we're watching Renegades racing. So this looks like Zach Rosberg.
Okay.
Him and his dad race. So it's Zach, and I believe his dad's name is Keith. And They're based out of Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yeah, I have all of that right here. I just got to see their number.
6132.
Yep, 6132. Perfect.
And they always have these super unique wraps that stand out from 1,000 miles away.
And
Like,
it's funny because George touched base on the wrap on that. But 6132 of Zach Rosenberg out of West Jordan, Utah, has Jeff Nestgard.
Yep.
Also out of Utah, running shotgun.
they're a fun family. They do it as a family. Zach's wife races as well. Her name's Kelly. She'll race a Pro R here and there. They're all fast. They're moto family. So when they're not in race trucks or race cars, they're riding their dirt bikes around, including Kelly and all the kids. And just another example of the family. Oh, there's McGilvery. So that's Rob Mack coming through in second place. He's out of main pit now, so that's that loop back.
Yes, exactly. That's actually right off the start for the most part where they make that right-hand turn. So
Yep.
the split on that's what we need to know is
Roughly 3 to 4 minutes, it looked like.
yeah.
It's hard to say, though, because we caught them at different sections. But we have fancy live timing.
Yes, we do.
Get that pulled up here, and we can give everybody some good lap times for the first lap. Jump on board here. We're going to let you guys listen to some of the same car audio with Ben Williams. Looks like Kevin Thompson was able to do his first lap in an hour 38,
Oh,
which was wicked fast, followed by Kevin McGilvery at an hour 40. And that is the Legacy Racing Association's live timing, so that's not the racing track. So that's going to be pretty close to what really comes out officially. And then we didn't catch it, but Joe David is through too in an hour 41.
hour 41. Wow.
Yep.
And he's, I think, running second place.
So he's first in Class 1.
Let's go listen to their onboard here.
Straight. Ah! You're good. You're through the roller.
That was the driver yelling, "Oh!"
We got a power pole on the left ahead that we need to keep. Watch that pole ahead. That one's going to come up on your left. We gotta watch these rollers still. What? We gotta watch these rollers still. I know. Like right here. Yep. That guy. Yeah, that'll take you out. Where we going? Left here? Left? Hard 45 left. Hard 45 left. Where? Right up here. Right here. 45 left. Right here. Where? Right there. On that. Right there. Stay left. Stay left.
So now we're on board with Mike Fry with the engine sound, but the co-driver and driver, I love hearing the conversation because they're like, that one will take you out, and it's like, yep.
So when you pre-run in a UTV or a slower vehicle, you don't realize how fast you're actually going to be hitting those rollers.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Mike is in an all-wheel drive Brenthel. So the distance that it takes him to get up to the high speeds that truck reaches is super short.
Mm-hmm.
So he might be doing 70 in that truck where he was only doing 30 in his pre-run vehicle. I don't know what he got to pre-run in, but that's something that you learn the hard way.
Yeah.
Like we used to pre-run on dirt bikes and then jump in a 7200 truck, which is kind of today's equivalent of 6100, and just how much faster it was wild. So we're watching the overhead from Blaine Conrad. His ES Motorsports 6100 truck.
Yeah, he's definitely looking really good out there. His suspension looks like it's working super good for him as well.
He's actually using a gentleman out of Vegas who does his shocks named Jordan Kundert with Dirt Co.
Okay.
Kind of a little unknown secret in the industry, but name's getting out there a little bit more. Overhead with Zach Rosberg. So this would be the turn 2 helicopter. So shout out to those guys, Aaron and Todd, getting these awesome live shots off the side of that bird. We're following along with
Yeah.
Zach Rosberg.
I
of
love the
Renegades
colors.
Racing.
The colors of that is definitely awesome. It's bright. It shows up very well. It's something like we were talking about yesterday, you know, the numbers on the roof.
Yep.
Also the bright colors, you know, you
Yep.
get to know who that is and definitely stands out. Yep.
I
Exactly.
believe that would have been trophy truck or unlimited truck 84 of Vanderway.
I think so, out of Phoenix, Arizona.
He was our last starter today, if I know correctly. So this is third physical, which would be Joe David.
Oh, look at that. He's making some great way. There's some people asking on here about wanting to see some of these Class 1 cars. So ask and you shall receive whenever we have cameras over where they are at.
So Joe David is one of the OGs in this sport with Cock Racing, K-O-C-H, Coke Racing. I forget how to say it properly. He's giving us a show there, blowing that turn out a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely been on the rails 100% this morning.
One of our static shots coming in here. Back overhead with Joe David. And Joe David is going to be somebody to reckon with. I guarantee you starting now, he's going to start pushing hard. And him in that Class 1, he has a IRS in the rear with a transaxle, so he's able to independently lock up either side tire and stand on the gas and get the outside tire wheel spin up while the inside tire's locked up and kind of pivot that car around those corners at speeds that the trucks can't.
Yes.
So when he gets in those deep two-track washes and stuff, that's where that Class 1 car really shines. I would be almost, I would like to see it compared to that all-wheel drive in the washes.
Yeah, that would definitely be fun too. And you know, usually those Class 1 cars, they usually have turning brakes in them too, so they can make these turns a little tighter and not really have to let up as much as long as their turning brakes are, you know, working well for them. But as we are on board there with Josh Shelton for a minute, now we are back to seeing that's the Alexander.
So he is one of our, I think, our fourth place vehicle on the road right now. Maybe a little farther back than that. I could be wrong. But
All right, so how many vehicles do we have out on our second lap? Not third quite yet.
looks like
1,
we're
2, 3,
looking at
4.
Sterling Miller must have done a flat change as they're re-racking one in main pit there.
Yeah, it's one of those things. They run 2 spares, as you can see right there.
Yep.
So the 2 spare tires.
So Brenthel truck, you can always ID them by the 2 stand-up spares and the fuel cell actually physically in between them on
right,
the back.
exactly. And now they're just going to have to do their re-rack there if they ended up changing a tire on course. But
There's
now,
Blaine Conrad.
yes, exactly.
Blaine's making good time today. Where is he at currently?
All right, there we do now have the 86 back out on course after that tire change happening.
So Blaine is about race mile 85. We're on board here with Mike Fry as he makes his way around the course. Give a quick shout out today to birthday girl Liz Marshall, one of the main people of Legacy Racing Association, and then a big birthday shout out to Wyatt Jackson, who turned 17 a few days ago. Donald and Christy's son. He's always out here helping put these races on and making sure they go smooth.
As we're sitting there watching the number 86 make that super fast transition going through the start-finish line earlier on. Through that nice silty right-hand turn, it's just getting rutted out more and more there.
It'll only get deeper.
Yes.
By the third lap, it's going to be aggressively deep.
Yes.
So we're watching Blaine Conrad work his way around. He is almost to pit 3.
Okay.
So about race mile 90, give or take.
Bring that up here. He's been so on it. I'm surprised that he's only almost to pit 3, but it makes sense.
He did qualify a little bit farther back than I expected. He was 23rd off the line today. So with 90-second splits, that was quite a good gap back.
Yes, for sure.
So he even got off the line as we're back on board with Ben Williams from Alamo, Nevada.
Okay, I did not have my 6100s showing on my map here. I was sitting here going, why am I not seeing these guys?
This is a truck that's prepped right down the street from me by Kyle Drollinger.
All right.
I wonder if they didn't get to pre-run, because he's being real conservative into the blind stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he might not have got to pre-run, so lap 1 is his first eyes on this course.
Well, that's what Rob Mack was saying. He didn't get to pre-run it because he was back east at a BFG event, so he wasn't able to pre-run. There was something in the middle of the course.
That was a
right
tire.
There. Was it a tire?
Yeah,
it almost looked
tire
like a
carcass.
jack, almost.
Oh, you're right. It could have been. I thought it was like a chunk of a tire, but
Yeah.
that could have been a jack.
Yeah, those jacks, sometimes they fall off. I mean, after races are over, there's forums on social media, and you'll just start seeing people say, like, did you find my tool bag? Did you find my tire? Did you find my wheel? You know, like all kinds of stuff. But here, that is Cody Parkhouse right there.
So that's our second place Class 1 coming through main pit currently. Let's get some time updates here real quick. So Kevin Thompson was able to do his first lap in 1:38. Kevin McGilvery with Rob Mack behind the wheel was able to do his first lap in 1:39, so about a minute off. And then Joe David in his Class 1 in 1:41. Sterling Miller, 1:44. And then Adam Householder in his 6100 is our current lead 6100 on time in 1:45. Followed by Cody Parkhouse in Class 1 at 1:45.49. So there's 46 seconds separating those two on time. And then Nicholas Carolyn in his Class 1 would be our third place Class 1 at 1:46 as we watch the SS Constructors get some fuel in this truck, the number 45.
Number 45 of Scott Skrvoska. I don't know how to say his last name. I apologize again. Out of Dayton, Texas.
Ooh. What did he either... Oh, yep, there's a new tire racked in there already. So he blew a tire that ripped the whole bedside off.
Okay, yep, that makes sense right there. Look at that.
So there's a fresh tire on top, so changed one in the field. Or they actually just ripped the fender off right there. So they must have came in and ripped that. That truck's a beautiful truck, too.
It was very pretty green. Are you a superstitious person?
Yeah, but for weird things. But
Mine is green in racing.
really?
You don't have green.
No green?
No green.
No green. One of the big ones that was beaten into me by some people in the sport is never carry $50 bills on race week.
And you don't take peanuts to a race course.
Yep. Because then you'll eat them
No,
when you don't want to.
Rick Boyer, who has been a very well-seasoned racer and does it for, I think, since he was like 17 years old or something.
Yeah.
He's the one who told me the peanuts one. I've never heard that one before.
Well, why not?
It's a bad luck, I guess, to take peanuts to a racetrack.
Makes sense. So
I
this is
don't know the
Blaine.
reasoning.
Is Blaine back at pit 3 then right now? He is.
Yeah, they are
And they
fueling.
are putting fuel in it.
Well, new truck, not sure on it. But hey, better be safe than sorry. You don't want to get almost to main pit and run out. So Blaine Conrad taking some fuel over here in pit number 3. Quickly.
In and out pretty quick.
Exactly. Well, Robert, we have a guest that is over here going to give us some insight into all of these trucks and everything. So I'm gonna chat with him for a few minutes, and then we're gonna have you come back over in here.
Sounds good, Pip.
But yeah, so I'll see you back here in just a second.
Sounds good.
Back to a hard left.
And as we are going to be on board right here with Michael Scafato while we make this transition.
Medium left. Medium left. Medium left. Straight straight, straight, straight. Medium, soft, soft right. You're good. All right. We got a medium to hard right up here. Medium to hard right. Straight, straight, medium right. Stay in it. You're good. Straight, straight. Got a soft right. Soft right. Soft right, soft left. We're going to end up here. We're going to come back over the road in a little bit. Straight, straight, stay left. You're good. Soft left. Soft left. Harder right, left. Right, left. Straight, straight. We got a hard right. Hard right after the finish line. Straight, straight. Straight, straight. Straight, straight. Straight, straight.
All right, as we were on board there with Mike in the number 3, and now we're looking at Adam Householder in the number 6139. Looks like he has stopped in a remote pit. But Jason Cobb, welcome here into the booth here at Master Fabrication. How are you doing today?
Man, I could not be better. I absolutely am living the dream out here. And now I get to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, it's fun to have you in here. I mean, you've been busy this weekend. Give us a little, because you're, with the whole, the whole trophy light, everything. You have a lot going on.
I wear many hats at these things. So, obviously, Donald's one of my best friends on the planet, and it's super great to be out here helping him. I run the contingency program for him, the downtown experience. I do the security out here for his races. We own Trophy Light. We run the race series. We own racerentals.com, which is we have 9 race cars that we can rent. We do driving schools. We do all sorts of things, and then we have a shop in Wickenburg, Arizona. So we've got a lot of things on our plate, and it's absolutely great to be out here. And I grew up in this town, so I've been coming to this race since '76, if you can imagine.
Wow.
And back when it was truly was the Parker Dam 500. So looks like Adam's doing something unscheduled here. That's not a good sign this early, obviously.
No, he's definitely been in the pits for quite a bit here, and now they're having to bring another jack in to
they can't get the jack
up.
is what's going on. I think they can't get the jack up. They're trying to push it back up into the truck. So.
Well, and he had that jack that has the air to it, which is a very cool-looking jack as well. But now they're looking for some tools. But Adam Householder's always one to reckon with out here, usually in his unlimited truck, but now driving, Terry's 6100 out here this weekend. But yeah, they're having some pretty major issues for this team right here.
Yeah, I talked to Terry.
I think it's stuck.
Yeah, exactly. It won't go up, and they're trying to set the weight of the truck down on it to force it up in there. There's 4 pinch bolts that clamp that cylinder up in there, and they might have to end up taking that off. But then now you're running without a jack on that side, right?
Okay.
And exposed air lines and everything. So, Householders, they're fantastic out here because. They just keep coming. They're relentless, and the fact of the matter is that they're never going to go and set the world on fire right off the bat. But on lap 3, their lap times are not changing regardless of how rough the course gets. So it's going to be fantastic for them to see how they end up coming back from this. Obviously they've got a little adversity here, and they'll get through it because this is a top-notch team, and they know what they're doing for sure. Exactly.
I mean, and Adam's coming off of a win in the unlimited class from the Parker race here a few weeks ago, and he's a very well-seasoned racer out here. But have you talked with him? Is Terry planning to get in the truck at all?
Yeah, he was planning to get in. I talked to him down on the Fan Fest down there, and he was super elated to share the day with his son. Obviously when he feels like, I don't want to hold anybody back, but it's my truck.
Right.
Get out of here, Junior. So he was very excited to get out there and get on it. And I believe he's getting in on the last lap is my understanding. And depending on where they are in the battle, of course.
Well, and with this right here, you know that this has to be super frustrating for the whole entire team. So Adams looks like he's being very patient, waiting to get moving again. But that's something that, Terry, obviously, he's going to want to get in. But like you just said, it's going to be if he can. And here we're on board with the 1562 of Sean Gilbert. Sean Gilbert took a nasty tumble the other day in qualifying.
I can't believe how good the car looked after such a nasty crash, right? And those guys are parked right next to us down there, and they've been working on it, but not much in the aspect of the chassis or anything like that. Just more cosmetics and getting the dirt out of it and that kind of thing. So it's really great to see the reliability of these cars. Back in the old school days, you know, if you missed a corner or you got on your lid, your day was done.
Right.
You know, and it's just not that case anymore. And it's fantastic to see what's happened with the sport. And Nate Martino, you know, this guy here is the epitome of the sport, right? So he works hard during the day, and he's a fantastic guy. Loves coming out here. This is his release. This is how he gets away. And this new Miller truck has been, you know, a blessing for him, because he was struggling in the other truck, even though they worked relentlessly on it. It was great to see him finally get some success and start to move forward. So.
And it looks good too. I mean, it's been looking good the whole day. And this is another thing we've been talking about also, besides the cars looking good, the suspension setups. Like some of these guys, we can tell they're going to have to be going, you know, and doing some more suspension work afterward.
Absolutely. You're exactly right. And, you know, when you see a level platform, you know something's working right. And you want the wheels dancing in the roof level. So
exactly.
And that was happening there. So, yeah, it looks like they're starting to pull the pinch bolts.
Oh, look. They're having to manually put that thing up.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, it moved a little bit. So I did not realize that they had this system on their trucks. So I thought that they were having an issue with the jack going up to do what they were needing to do. So I didn't actually realize they had that system on there.
Yeah, back in, we had an old Walker Evans trophy truck that we purchased and turned into a Ford. And that, even back then, that was in 99, it had air jacks on it, you know, and so that's been around for a while, but they're so well hidden that you don't even see it. Michael Scafuto in the Brenthal, doing work.
They've been interesting to listen to. They were going through some rollers earlier, and there were some pretty gnarly rollers by the power line, and they're like, "Oh, watch out for that one," you know, that'll end your day, kind of stuff. So, and here we are with Blaine Conrad again.
I am very excited to see Blaine in a truck platform. Not that the buggy was holding him back, because he was incredibly fast in the buggy, but to see him in this truck platform is super cool, and I think he's going to do great. He's aggressive. He's got the right, you know, ideology for running in that class, and he knows it's relentless. He knows he can't let up, and he's the right guy for the job. So I think he's going to be fantastic in that.
Yeah, and with him transitioning from the buggy world, as we call it, into this truck world, this is another conversation that we've had with quite a few drivers, or within our conversation here on the live show. It's a transition. Like, driving a truck is completely different than driving a buggy. Yeah,
it really is. Buggies tend to push a lot. They don't have a lot of front end weight. You know, you have the independent rear suspension generally on a buggy. You know, it is a totally different animal. In a sense, it's a one-wheel drive car at times. Obviously, they have enough power to push both wheels, but you know, it truly is unique. And this is never a good sign.
Oh no!
Adam's got to be really, really frustrated and wants to know what's going on. So he's going to get out and put an eyeball on it himself and see if they can get going.
That is, yeah. Well, now he's putting his neck brace back on. So
yeah, maybe
it's just an adjusting or something.
You got the wrong size one.
Switch it out really quick.
Yeah, they're hustling. It looks like there's still a plan to get going again, so that's awesome.
And that's Terry, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
I mean, here's a perfect example of knowing your cars and knowing your trucks.
That's right. Yeah, that's a great point. And you know, family trumps anything else, because he wants his kid back out on the track. He wants his truck up front, and he's going to get down there and do whatever it takes. And they are very hands-on, and that's what makes them such an amazing family and an icon in this sport, really. You know, it's super great. It's unfortunate to see them struggle like this, because they are always at the front, and they're always super strong, and their stuff is top-notch.
Well, and you can see they're taking the panels off. They've already taken the rear panel off as well, so, you know, trying to get inside there. But they've been around the sport for a long time. I don't even know how long it's been, but I know it's been years.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to date myself, but I still watch old off-road races on VHS, and where I see Terry on there every once in a while pop up. You know, it's great to watch those, because you'll see some guys in like a 1600 car that have been doing trophy truck forever, or unlimited truck, or you know, class 1 buggies or whatever. So it's super cool to go back and look at that and see where everybody came from. You know, obviously Lettner's family has been doing this forever, and you know, it's super interesting to watch the lineage, you know, go on. So
yeah, that's definitely the family sport, and seeing them still in the industry. Like we were talking about the kids, even the little kids that are moving up into the larger classes. It's just amazing to see that the family is still in the sport. Jason, you got some people on the chat here saying what's up to you. Pete Rose, Gene Addison. And so you got your fan clubs over here.
Those are all paid endorsements. You know, that's how I have to do it.
Well,
But-
as we're watching Householder here, let's talk about your program, because you do, like you were saying, the truck rentals, but you're also in the UTVs as well.
Yeah, this is something that's pretty new for us. I have 22 Can-Am UTVs that we do hourly rentals in Wickenburg, Arizona. We're actually kind of winding that down. That's been very frustrating. We really want to do a lot more with the racing, so we went out and we purchased 3 real nice, top-notch cars. We got Matt Burrows Can-Am, and we picked up Vito's Can-Am, and then we picked up the Wilsons out of Phoenix, their Can-Am. And so we have 3 top-notch cars that we can put our rental customers in, teach them how to do the sport, introduce them to the sport, that's 100% what we're all about, is trying to get people into the sport and check this out. And we offer 3 different levels, which is the Trophy Light R4, which is obviously our most durable and our best, and our most miles per smiles is what I like to say. So, it's our best value. And then we have the UTVs and we have the 6100 platform. So we have an Armada and we have a Herb Smith Curry. So we have some really nice equipment, and it's fun to watch the guys come out and introduce them to the sport.
I mean, I've talked about you being busy. I mean, that's super busy right there. It's not only up here in the United States, too. You also do this down in Baja.
Oh, yeah. We already have 3 car commitments for every score race down in Mexico, and we have lots going on. We have some return customers that are doing their entire seasons with us. So it's a nice program, and they're going to pass the Wildtech trailer here in just a second. Yep, there's my home. So it's been my home out here on Shea Road for the last week.
All right, and that is August right there making their look at the window net is down. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and do their driver change here in just a moment.
Yeah, they're the belts are loose.
Yes.
They're unplugged from their comms, and they're just this 25 miles an hour after you were going 110 miles an hour down in the watch seems like forever. And as a racer, and I was getting ready to say that about Adam. Maybe he's in there 10 minutes. But it felt like 10 hours, and you just feel for those guys because they're jumping out of their skin. They're like caged animals, right? They've been waiting all day for this opportunity, and now you're going to pull the reins back. It's an unfortunate deal, and to get back up on the pipe, right? Now you got to get that whole feeling back and that whole persona back of being that caged animal.
Well, and the other thing about the 2, he passed Adam as he was going through there, but like you're saying, Adam's probably very frustrated, but going through here to get the driver change here in just a minute. Now, I think Steve started the race, and Jack is getting in for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, that was my understanding. And
here, we'll see it right here.
Yep.
As this is a driver change. Jack Olagus was our unlimited truck champion last year in 2024 for Legacy Racing Association. As you can see, Steve getting a quick hug there.
There's nothing better in the planet than racing with your kid. It's phenomenal. And when you have the level of experience that these 2 have, holy cow. I mean, imagine watching your dad drive off knowing that he's won everything out there to win, and it's a fantastic deal. And Kevin McGilvery and all those guys, it's such a close network and team out there, and to have McAkron and everybody here, this is what Parker's all about, right?
Exactly.
It's the family atmosphere. It's bringing the teams back together.
Exactly. They saw that the window net was down, but I actually got to catch up with Jack over in Tech earlier on this week, so we're going to go ahead and roll that interview here in just a second.
Fantastic.
I'm here with Jack Olagus. Jack, you are only 17 years old, and you are racing in this beast. For 1 year, you did it last year. You guys were the champion as well, but here you are, year number 2 in a trophy truck. What's your thoughts on moving on up to one of these vehicles?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, these trucks are unbelievable what they can do. The amount of power that they have just blows me away every time I get to drive one. And I just rode with my dad today in qualifying, and man, being in the passenger seat, you notice even more how fast they are, like hanging on for dear life for sure.
Well, I mean, you guys are splitting driving duties. You're doing 2 laps, he's doing 1, right? And so, I mean, but racing with your dad has got to be something special.
Yeah, it's always been my dream to come over all the race with my dad. So we're going to give it a shot here on Saturday, and hopefully we can get it done. We've been talking about it for a long time, so hopefully it's possible.
Well, I know that you guys are, obviously the champions from last year, like we already said. You guys are always one to reckon with. But do you have a strategy going into the race for yourself after you get into the vehicle?
Yeah, we're just going to send it. There's no strategy. It's going to be as fast as we can go. It depends where my dad gives me the truck, but if there's a lot of people in front of us, we're going through all of them. We're going to try to charge to the front and win the race.
Well, that's a good strategy to have, but good luck out there, and we'll see you at the finish line.
Thank you.
So that was fun catching up with Jack there, but it's funny that he said just send it.
You know, it's funny. He let on to me a little bit that he was screaming at his dad the whole time in qualifying, go, 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 don't lift, don't lift, don't lift. And he thought, when I get out of this truck, I'm in so much trouble. And then he said, so Dad, how was I? And he's like, great. And he's like, really? I'm not in trouble? Because I was yelling at you. And he's like, I didn't even hear you.
That's really awesome. We did see Householder was still in the pit there, as the 6114 of Justin Blower was actually in the pit as well as the interview was going on. But that is really cool to have the father-son team in the unlimited truck out there qualifying together. But now can Jack bring it home?
Right.
That's the thing.
He's got some work to do, and he's again, if you're stacking your fantasy league, he's a guy that you want behind the wheel and bringing it home at the end of the race. So
17 years old. That's
amazing.
what amazes me.
Let's talk about that for a second. You have Connor, you have Jack, you have all these kids that are so amazing, and what I am just blown away with is their work ethic. I've talked to all of these guys. I see them every weekend, and they're not staying home on the races that they're not racing in. They're participating in the sport. They're working hard, and they're doing everything that they need to do. And Jack's going to college, and he's pulling all this together. You've got Connor and those guys where they've got their own businesses, and he drives a race car on average every single day of the week. And it's just amazing how good of hands that the future of the sport is. So
and like you just said, though, if they're not racing it, they're still at it. It's growing their name, it's growing their knowledge, and it's helping the racers, and it's helping the support. So that's another thing too.
Hey.
Oh, yay, he's moving again. Good job, Adam and team.
So full well that as he was pulling out, his dad leaned in and said, "No flats. You
Right.
don't have a jack."
Exactly. I mean, do they not run an onboard like a Pro Eagle or something else?
Yeah.
King Jack or
Generally, they do have a backup, and generally it's the little round pancake one that they can put some CO2 charges into and stuff, for space. But they don't want to.
Right,
They've got all the cool tools.
Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want. If you have that and you can just push a button or whatnot, that would be awesome to be able to just do that. But here, I can't make out the number, and I know two of those trucks look exactly alike.
Yeah, so these are the two brothers out of Hawaii, and these guys are fantastic. They purchased trophy lights to learn how to race.
Okay.
And they ran this is the old Brock Huger truck, and their dad was campaigning that. And then the one son moved up, and the other one moved down to the trophy, or not down to the trophy light, but they had that for training.
Okay.
They did the whole Mexico series, and now they've come up here, and they both have the trucks, and Dad's watching from the sidelines and gets in whenever he can.
Oh, that's cool.
And another family affair, and these guys are absolutely amazing and killing it for their program. I mean, where do you find desert in Hawaii, right?
You don't. Obviously you don't, but wow, I think that's Chase. I think that's the 6159 of Chase Swanson, like you said, out of Honolulu. So obviously they keep their trucks here on the mainland.
Yes, exactly. Jake Velasco preps these cars.
Okay.
He does an amazing job, an amazing young man. He's been extremely helpful to us as we have moved into the 6100 program, and obviously they had those two trophy lights that they had, so we were always giving information back and forth, and it's great to share the knowledge with those guys. Oh, big hit.
Yeah.
So this is back behind the start line, and these ruts, I was walking in there this morning, and they were up to my thigh.
They were that tall?
Absolutely, and I see the corners are pushing wide now, and everybody's just trying to find something that resembles traction. I was on a water truck at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Were you really?
On Thursday, and I just filled that whole hole up, and you can't even tell I was there.
Oh my goodness! And I'm sorry. I think that actually was Ryder, the 6150. Once I looked at the number.
Okay.
I need to look at my tracking. I'll know exactly which one that was. But that you definitely cannot tell that you watered right there for sure. I mean, it just soaks it up out here. I've been told they haven't had rain. Actually, Brian, that owns Master Fabrication, we were talking. He was saying that they haven't even had rain here since monsoon season.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. We're just up the street in Wickenburg, and it has been slim to nothing. We got some the other week, and we were thinking, hey, they're going to get rain out here, and we reached out to some people that we knew here, and they said not a drop.
Not a drop, yeah. So that is the 6150 of Ryder, actually. All right, look at the silt right there. So that is over there by main pit, by the start-finish line, and it's just getting gnarly. As he three-wheels it just a little bit. That's Blaine Conrad, I believe. So that should be Blaine because he was going through pit 3 just a little bit ago.
Look at this. He's at this
See?
crawl.
You can't see.
And, Parker's not known for silt. It's known for sand. It's known for washes. It's known for the the goat trail. But here we are. You have to be able to adapt, and you have to be able to read this situation. And so many people drive blind through the dust, and it's such a bad idea. And history generally isn't kind to those decisions.
No.
So it's really important that that these guys know, even though that GPS says go straight, go straight, go straight. Imagine driving around the city with your eyes closed and do it at 100 miles an hour, and that's what these guys are doing. So that's absolutely unbelievable. As new lines are developing in that corner, that's excellent. There's Mike Fry. This is a great guy, too, that multiple cars in his stable and likes to come out and just really enjoy, the sport. He tries to do everything he can. This guy's taking money out of his own pocket at times to pay entries for racers that can't race, and and to lower the entry fee for other races. So he's constantly reaching out, and this is the aspect that we have out here in the desert, where we have so many people that are willing to help the sport, watch it grow, see how they can make it better, and everybody's got their hand up. What do you need? How can I help?
Yeah, that's really awesome. The sportsmanship in the whole entire off-road industry is awesome, and for him to be helping people out that might not be able to afford it, that's awesome to see them doing that. But now we're back on board with Adam Householder. He's had a very smooth-looking race as every time we've been on in-car with him, except with the jack issue.
So Pam, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Okay, so it's lap 2, right? You're driving angry, or do you drive conservative? What do you do at this point? You're not even at the halfway point. How would you play it?
I wouldn't drive angry because you still have another lap and 3/4 to go, basically. So I would keep it still smooth and steady. Pick up the pace where I know I can pick up the pace a little bit more than I've been doing. But now also, you've already got lap one under your belt, so you know what to expect. But also, all those vehicles in front of you could have kicked a rock in the middle of it, or the ruts are getting deeper.
Yep.
I would be more on the conservative side, not the angry side, especially at this point, it's just getting to a finish.
So I think you're spot on, and here's why. Parker has always played longer than its actual mileage because of the high speed, because of the heavy load on the motors, because of the rocks that pronounce themselves unexpectedly on lap 3. For all of those reasons, when you blow a corner in a race that's much tighter, like let's go back to the Baja Nevada race, right? So Baja Nevada was so tight and technical. If you blew a corner, you went 20 feet off course. If you blow a corner here, you're going 100 yards off course. So it's really important that we know. And then out here, this is the land of the cross grain. There's so many cross grain holes, and we've beaten them down on the main trail. But when you get off that line, man, all of a sudden those become square-edged, big holes, and they just tear the front ends off of trucks.
Yes.
So,
yeah, definitely. It looks like the 87 there of Drew Wentz was in. Hopefully it was just a tire change. That's what it looked like to me. But yeah, you're right on that though. Those cross grains too, if you come at them and they're not completely knocked down and you hit that at speed, it's just going to rip your front end off.
Yep, it's a day ender, and it's it's no fun. And or worse yet, you end up crashing the car, and nobody wants that, obviously. So everybody had their hands up, but they're talking to him, and now he's going to have to deal with their dust. So,
something else is going on too, getting back up in there.
Yep, exactly, reaching back in there.
Let's see.
This is such a pretty truck. This Alexander Ford truck is so nice. And I don't know if Jordan's driving today. I haven't talked to these guys, but these guys know how to get it done. And this truck is so fast, and a program.
And here we have the 40. Oh, no, that's Bob Briggs.
Oh, and this is the old Dale White Chevrolet truck. Oh, my gosh.
Well, what the bonus is they're getting out and they're walking away. But, oh, no, that sucks for them.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. He was such a joy to talk to the other day. These guys used to build all the little stadium cars and stuff back in the Mickey Thompson days. And so cool to see this truck out here. We have a truck of this same era, and we were comparing notes and talking about everything. And so here, what's going through his mind right now is he's assessing the damage. How can I get this back? And when I get it back down on its wheels, what do I have left? Do I have anything where I can keep going? But look at the size of the tree that they knocked down.
Well, and he's right by the pit, too.
Yeah. This is this I believe is in Midway. And, yeah.
I'm trying to find exactly where they're at here on course, but what a bummer for Bob Briggs.
Oh, my gosh. He's devastating for him, and I'm so glad, as to your point, that they're okay. And
that's the only thing that, when stuff like this happens, obviously the first thing the first thing is safety first on it, but I've seen them get out of the car. But it doesn't look like, I mean, obviously we can't assess from a camera, but I mean, the wheels are all still on at least.
Yeah, and so, when you look at something like this, the fender's torn off, but it wasn't pushed forward. It looks like to me, you can see the body hangers are still in the right location, the back bumper, so it did not go nose to tail, and that's when things get really violent and really bad inside the truck. This to me just looks like, maybe we overshot a corner. Doesn't make it any less damage or any less dangerous.
Right.
That's for sure, but...
okay, so he is, okay, so I'm going to show you on my tracker. So he is right over here.
Okay, yeah, so he's down at the Bouse Y.
Yes.
And that's a big spectator area, and they got their money's worth today.
Yeah,
I'm glad
they did.
He's okay. So here's Sean, absolutely on the wick. I could not imagine what's going through these guys. You talk about driving angry. These guys are not coming from the back and trying to keep up with Connor, and while those guys push to the front. I actually like a rear position on longer races generally, but you can kind of sneak up on some people, and you know where you stand because everybody in front of you is a victory, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, and I kind of say this is funny because I don't really know Sean. I just was over at his pit with George the other day when they were getting their Starstream all, dialed in and everything, but they went out and tested it and came back and they're like, man, you already put marks on the car. So it sounds like Sean's like on it. Like he doesn't know how to lift very well.
Yes, absolutely. Ladd and Sean are fantastic, and they've been great to us in the sport, and it's just they're a success. They deserve that. They've worked so hard on that car.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You got the strap, so that you can see that they've had the strap out to get him put back on his wheels, on his tires. Cleaning the dust out of his hat there as he puts it on.
That's a guy that's prepared for his podium interview, right? When you carry your hat around on your person.
Exactly. 100%. But man, what a bummer.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. We just overshot the road. We came in a little hot, and it doesn't look like it looped out because it would be going the opposite direction. But man, Ben he's got a great run going here. This is one of the things we really teach in our schools is the quiet hands, and Ben has that down. That's a guy that's very comfortable with his platform.
So we were talking about that, the sawing at the wheel and stuff, and the difference between the UTVs yesterday and then today. Obviously, these guys are a lot smoother, but we've also been noticing the ones that are really working it. I mean, it's smooth. You got to be smooth, and that comes down also to when you're driving in the rough, the setup as well. So
you're exactly right.
Yeah, if the setup is not right, you're going to be setting there sawing that wheel, and it's just going to wear you out and get you tired, and by the end of the race, you're like done.
Yep, that's exactly right. And one of those situations where if everything is working, here we go. So, I mean, imagine going that fast on something that's changed dramatically since the last time you were there, and you're reading up ahead. This to me looks like he's headed up into pit 2 and out of Graham Wells, and that's how it's done, man. If you guys want to emulate something, this is how it's done. And there's a couple of cross grains. It's soft in there. There's cattle out there. This, of course, is where the infamous, Herb's video comes from, and the guys from what was his name?
Wasn't it Johnny Angle?
Johnny Angle, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that video.
I miss that guy. Johnny, come back out. Where you at?
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I don't think I was here, but I remember seeing all of that, and man, what a crazy thing. I mean, but when you're out here on open land, it's a hazard that can possibly be there, and I know that in drivers meetings and everything, and it's always a warning that's out there.
Yep, absolutely. And it's such a benefit to be one of the first cars out on course, but it's also to that detriment where you have the scenario where you have unexpected things, whether it's spectators, whether it's cattle, whether it's the rancher going to the cattle, right? And that's the worst thing that you want to have happen. So,
and that's more Mexico stuff there for the most part, because here we have the courses closed and very good warning.
Exactly, but trust me, I've been doing security for 2 days, and they find their way into places where you can't imagine anybody being. Just an example, I was walking down in the wash last night and turned around and there was a guy sitting in the tree.
Sitting in the tree?
Yes, sitting in the tree down in the wash watching the race. And you're like, at first you're shocked, how did you get here? But then secondly, you're like, how did I miss you? You know,
Right.
it's crazy, but they don't understand what a detriment to the sport it is.
Right.
Because the BLM has allowed us to come out here and do this, and yes, it's our lands. We're the taxpayers. You know, we're Americans, and that's how we feel. But for this weekend, it's our land.
Right, exactly.
And we really want to be careful, and we're doing it for your own good. Trust me, we want to put on the absolute best show humanly possible, and we want to get you as close to the action as you can. But there has to be limitations, and most people, 99% of them, really respect it and they love it. And believe it or not, we've had a lot of people tell me, you know, or call to our station and say, hey, you got somebody here, or
Right.
you need to come look at this, or whatever, because they don't want it to go away.
No, definitely not. And the ones that don't get the part that if they're in the way and something was to happen are the ones that, you know, they need to be schooled on it or whatnot,
Yes,
but they
exactly.
just don't know half
Etiquette,
the time.
right? Etiquette.
Etiquette, exactly. As we're watching Blaine Conrad there make his way through. But talking about on-course hazards, I mean, up in northern Nevada, there's a lot of wild horses.
Oh my gosh, they're so beautiful, but their timing is horrible. They're never around when you want to pet one or feed one or look at them because they're gorgeous and they stand epically up on top of a hill or something, and it's very stoic.
Yes, as we're going to be getting Mr. Bob Briggs flipped back on the rubber side down. Now, I don't know if Bob is the one with still with his helmet on or not, but I mean, he's high hopes, or just keep the helmet on.
Generally, after a crash, you keep the helmet on so nobody knows who you are.
Oh, that's so true. But that's definitely, it sucks. I feel so bad for them. But Sean Gilbert here again. This is an area where he's probably going, what, maybe 115 plus miles per hour, maybe?
Yeah, on essentially a road course with zero traction, right? So it's unreal how fast these guys are and how confident they are in their abilities and their cars, their tires. This is poetry in motion right here. This is extremely fast.
He's a good driver. He's a very fast driver, but definitely one of those you've got to know when to tone it down.
Speaking of great driver, this guy
Brent
here,
Fox.
I absolutely adore him. He does so many races and completes every mile and generally is in the top 5. And it's just so great to see great people have success. And that's what you want. And he loves this sport. He's decided that, hey, I've worked my butt off all these years, and this is how I'm going to finish out my wild days before I go watch a baseball game. So let's keep Brent around as long as we can, because we need more people like this in the sport. And he's just an absolute great ambassador for this sport.
He came into the booth yesterday, and he legit, they were talking about stuff, and as George puts it, it's like, get rid of story time, and let's talk, give us your perspective on the race course. And it's like he just turned it from, I don't know, whatever mode you want to call it to sport mode, and just focus on this. I walk away, or when I went to take my seat back, I was like, I think you took my job. He was great in here.
Dial it back, Brent. Got to make a living.
It's awesome though to have racers like him come in here, and people like you that been in this industry forever and have the support that you guys have as well.
It's called age.
Yeah.
You don't have that yet. So.
Oh, I have age on me. I'm not going to say my numbers, but
yes, you can't. It's funny because
nice little hop.
So blessed that I've been able to be in the sport that I love, and make a living in it, and and to hand that down to Josh now, right? So to share this moment with my son, that's why I can appreciate what Steve Olagus and Connor McMullen. Anytime Kevin gets in the car, or Kevin just watching his kid, it just look at his eyes. He is so proud, and it's so awesome. And these guys are absolutely eating up the goat trail here, and.
There's lots of them too. You get Jeff and Luke Knupp as well with the Williams crew.
Another
you guys,
perfect example.
Collins.
Yes, absolutely, and the list goes on and on and on and on, right? And Rob's kid's now racing with us, and Caden is going to be a remarkable talent, and I was very surprised to see that Blaine stuck with his tire sponsor, and that's awesome because that brings somebody new into the sport. They're working hard to do the same thing that we're trying to do, is bringing new people in and reaching out to new customers, if you will.
Right, exactly.
So so this is a great example of how this whole program works. So you have the rescue guys in the high vis shirts, you have our security staff in the white vest, and then everybody's trying to keep people back, keep people safe, make sure that the car when they fire it is not going to ignite or there's a fuel leak or anything. They're going to clean up the desert and do all the things that they have to do to keep this sport rolling forward.
Exactly. That's the thing, is a lot of people don't know all the behind the scenes. I mean, coming from desert racing myself, I started in 2007, but moving into working in the rock world at King of the Hammers, I mean, that's the largest off-road race. Oh my goodness.
That hole
He's
is getting deep.
stuffing it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, like working in the industry like I've been doing, and the people that actually, like your crew right there, they're cleaning up as they're going, because you don't want to leave that panel there because you're going to have to go do it later on anyways.
Absolutely. It's got to go. And generally there'll be somebody that asks you for it when you get to the spectator area, but which is cool, right? It's like a foul ball at a baseball game.
Exactly, or a home run.
Yeah, or even better yet. I never hit one of those, so I don't know. I hit a lot of foul balls.
Same here. But no, it's been great. But I love seeing this in-car again, like we go to when we have the audio too, get to hear. Like we were talking about the difference in the co-drivers, right?
Yes, the style differences.
The style differences.
There's rally style. There's what I call desert style. And it's still, think of the job of a co-driver. You have someone that has to be your psychologist, right? He has to be your corner man. He's got to be the guy rubbing the boxer's shoulders as he enters the ring. Nobody better, man. Nobody better. And, then he's got to tell you where to go. He's got to watch the gauges. He can't get car sick, and he's got to be really, really fast to change tires. And those tires are heavy.
Yes.
The older I get, the heavier they are. and those guys make it look like nothing. And look so he's with his hands, he's gesturing to him. It goes up, it goes down, it goes around, and what that does to a driver is it gives them flow. Because when you're just doing gestures with like he was doing with his hands, you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna easily go over here, and I'm just gonna gently go over there, or I'm gonna go hard here, and it allows you to keep that momentum going and keep that platform level. And that's the key to this whole sport. If you can keep the platform level, you're going fast. Exactly. And like you're saying, with the co-driver is really the one that's like the ringleader basically in the car. And if you don't have a good co-driver that is navigating you and getting you through and being able to do all this stuff, your co-driver has to mesh with you. You have to be able to mesh well. It looks like they're taking some trees out. Yep.
So this is Sam, isn't it?
This is Sam Barry, and he's been doing some landscaping, and we appreciate you making the course wider. But, so... we can only imagine that Sam probably took the same type of scenario where the truck that rolled over was the Briggs-built truck. And because, you get offline, and that's what I was talking about with these courses. It's so fast here that when you crash or when you get offline, you're not 25 feet offline, you're 100 yards offline, and that's where you pick up the trees and the branches and all that stuff. So.
Exactly. And Sam is a perfect example of a racer that's transitioned into a truck, because he had that single seat Class 1 for so long.
He was the guy to beat in the Class 1 cars, and but I will tell you this, I will take a top 5 Sam Barry in the 6100 truck and have him around for another 10 years, then have him win Class 1 for another 2 or 3 years, because that's what the truck has done for him. The buggies, because of their weight, because of their setup, they're so much harder on the body and the torso that it bought him another 10 years. And that's what's so cool about having the ability to change platforms or work. We have guys that have come down in our sport into like the trophy light class because they don't want to be as stressed out. They want to have more fun. They don't want to take it as serious. Or you have guys that are moving up from the trophy light world who want to go faster, want to take on that responsibility. And this sport offers that because we have so many different classes. And if you enjoy going dooning on the weekends and you decide that you want to give it a shot, you come down here and Master Fab will build you a car, and next thing you know, you're out in the desert and you're killing it.
Exactly.
So it's
are they back in? Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
they're back in, it looks like.
I think you're right. We're lit up. Yep. See, this is what I was talking about. They're making sure nothing's leaking, making sure everything's okay. Yep. So that's real normal. Oil, if it's real bad, you got to pull the spark plugs out and blow all the oil out of the top of the heads. But nope, very, very little smoke upon light up. That's excellent.
Yeah, and they didn't start it up right away because you don't want to do that, because that I don't know.
That's someone who comes from the rock world who's fallen over once or twice, right?
I've actually never been in a rock race. I've only desert raced. I just work in the rock world.
Is that right?
This is my background, so like the desert's like my area, I should say.
Same thing. We fall over it once in a while, right?
Yes, it's happened. I've done it. Not as many times as my husband has, but but no. So it sounds like Robert's giving me some information. So the number 70 of Kevin Thompson is through race mile 58, second on time.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, but he's leader on course, but second on time. So
first on the road, second on the clock.
yeah. So here we have the 61:45 here, making some fuel, and they had a tire here. So this is a perfect example of a great race crew, right? You don't know if they're coming in because what if there's miscommunication if they need a tire?
Exactly.
Sometimes radios don't always work.
Yeah, and that's generally why you'll see the tape around the spare tires so that they know if it's been pulled out of the rack or not. That's why, we have the ability. It's so great with the way Donald has set up the pits that you can see across and see if the car's coming in with a flat or something like that. It's so great to see those guys back in that truck rolling.
Oh, and now they're looking up underneath there. But this is the 6145 of Adam Castaneda out of Yuma, Arizona. Hopefully everything's going okay under there.
So Adam relies on the Brenthal guys to do his pitting and prep the truck. And they do some of the work on it themselves. But for the most part, this is an in-house effort at Brenthal. And everything is copacetic. They're going to get going and send them.
All right, hands up by all around. I really like the cone on the hood. Sometimes people just have somebody there in front of them, but putting that cone on the hood is definitely something that I really like to see.
Yeah, and you got to have consistency, right? So it needs to be in every pit needs to be the same way.
And that's why you have pit meetings.
Right.
You always have pit meetings in
my
the
gosh.
crew.
Yes.
Pit crew can, yes, you're out there on a race course, but a pit crew can win it or lose it for you as well.
Do you know that car underneath that body is the Geyser Truggy that Robbie Gordon raced and almost won every race that year?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, so I was talking to him at the Fan Fest, and he said, this is the Robbie Gordon Truggy. And I said, really, the RPM car? And he said, absolutely. And so it's really cool to see. And obviously, everybody knows that a Truggy is basically a truck without a body. And the thing that makes them so unique is that they have the solid axle rear end as opposed to a buggy that has independent rear suspension. So absolutely cool to see this thing back out here and repurposed for this. And it also goes to show, the technology level in the Geyser because they've got the ability to last all these years. So, man, Blaine is just getting work done, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And look, he's really smooth, too, as well. But we were talking about him with this being, new truck for him. Probably taking those mental notes. I don't know if we've already touched on this, but taking those mental notes and stuff of what they're probably going to need to switch up because as much testing as you can do doesn't mean it's always going to be perfect once you go out to a race.
So yeah, exactly. So his muscle memory is set to that Class 1 car, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that the front end's going to push more on the Class 1 car. He knows that it's not going to, the sight lines are going to be different in the Class 1 car. That's what he's tuned into because he did it forever. Now he's in a truck. You can see him. He actually kind of looks like he's craning up to look over the hood because now you have this big flat table out in front of you that you can't see over, and it really makes it difficult. And he was up there in those power line sections coming back on the backside of Mineral Wash, and it's hard to see over the edges of those things, and you got to have a tremendous amount of trust, and that's where your co-driver is invaluable.
Exactly. Co-drivers are always key, but making their way through. So whereas Bob, did it look like they were probably going to get going again, or do you think they were probably stopped?
Yeah, you get it fired up, you turn it around, and then you start noticing, hey, I don't have any oil pressure, or hey, my alternator's this, or hey, my steering wheel doesn't feel right, something's not straight. This is when, that Baldy? No, that's not Baldy.
6145. I was letting you finish that as I was trying to find that number.
Yeah,
that's
sorry.
Castaneda. No, go ahead.
So, that now they're doing that mental checklist of, hey, something doesn't feel right, or hey, we need to look at this, or because now that you're on wheels and you're back in your comfort zone of being in that chair and behind the steering wheel, it's time to feel what you remember. So.
Exactly. And now we're back on board here with Brent Fox. But yeah, that's definitely, that's when you hopefully have extra oil in your car if it, leaked out a little bit or whatnot as well.
Exactly.
But we'll see if he gets moving again here in just a little bit as our camera guy was at a different area. But here we are. Look, they're checking oil here.
Yeah, we've got the hood pulled off, and that's never a good sign.
But he has the right hat on, Cerveza.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
absolutely.
I'm just kidding.
If you know Nate, that's he comes for the party. So
Well, and they're right by your trailer
yep,
there.
Yep, they're right back in the old neighborhood, and we did the Baja 1000 with Nate a few years back, and he's a great guy to take to the races, and you're going to always have fun regardless of your outcome. And he enjoyed his time down there. It was his first time down, and he was very nervous. And it went well, but it's nothing like racing in the States and racing with Legacy. It's just amazing.
Yeah, this is actually my first time here with Legacy. I mean, like I said, I've been with desert racing since 2007, but I've raced every single series except Legacy wasn't around whenever I was still racing, and it's a great series. I mean, I love all of the race series. I don't have, I'm not partial to any certain one. I mean, I work Ultra 4. That's my normal every race. We have 12 races this year that I'll be at, so it's going to be a great season. But I love it because I feel like Legacy, I'm back in my roots.
Right.
Desert's
Absolutely.
my roots.
Absolutely.
And I know that.
What do they say? You can take the girl out of the desert, but you can't take the desert out of the girl.
Yeah, there
right?
you go.
So,
or the racer, right?
Right, or the racer.
And you're talking about yourself. Earlier you said now you've been blessed to work in the industry for so long, and being a racer before, I would never in a million years thought that I would actually get, to work the races and be at the races and talk about the races. And it's just been such a great journey over the last 5 years of working in it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Looks like McNeil's.
I think that is.
Yep, John McNeil. Known those guys since '93. Fantastic family out of Mesa, Arizona.
I love their 6-seat Raptor they do down in Baja, Nora.
Again, they come for the party, right?
They do.
Yeah, Perry's Fab and Fiber down there, they have a lot of fun with their builds, and I've had the pleasure of working with those guys on a couple of builds before, and Mark just does a fantastic job. But you got Kelly and John driving today, and they're going to switch off. I think at Graham Wells is where they planned on doing the switch. And
okay.
So these guys are working hard on getting this truck dialed in. So right when it's hard to get one truck dialed, they bought a second. So it's crazy. So here we go with the dust. He knows that there's a corner coming up, but he can't remember, and he's trying to feel it with his hands because there's zero visibility and the co-driver's yelling at you. And then you get up on top, and you're like, oh, yeah, I've been here before. So,
Blaine, there we go. Back with Blaine.
Blaine hauling the mail, man.
I love that. It's my favorite words. Hauling the mail. I always say that, too. Oh, but now look at the dust, though. Now we're getting to where the cars are bunching back up, and there's going to be some lap traffic here and there. And they're going to get into the dust, and the dust again is blinding. And we were talking about the amber visors or people wearing sunglasses with a clear lens, and it's all about preference.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to get your work done now, because when on that third lap when you're coming back around and that sun is staring you in the face, getting through that dust becomes multiplied by 5, right?
Right.
So, and then when you turn on the lights at night, most of these guys will be finished before we turn off the lights, but it will. You don't want to drive into the sun. You don't want to drive and try to make passes on really dusty courses. And when we haven't had any moisture like we haven't had it here for almost a year, we're certainly talking about a high dust, low visibility, and there's so much silica in the sand out here that it's actually pretty reflective. So it becomes more obstructive than normal sand. Speaking of night, we just turned off the lights. So.
It's nighttime. Oh, goodness. So this is Brian Moore, B. Moore, up there in that helicopter following Blaine Conrad, doing a great job at that.
Now, have you done that? Have you ridden in a helicopter yet and watched a race?
I have not. That's something that I honestly would love to do that. So at our Ultra 4 Nationals in Oklahoma last year, I was going to go up in the helicopter and do some footage from up there, and the wind was bad, and there was something going on in the area where we couldn't put the helicopter up.
Oh my gosh.
So I didn't get to, but that is actually something that I see people go up in the helicopters all the time. I'm like, man, I need to do that one of these days. I think it would be so cool. But
unbelievable.
Like at Nora, I fly from start to finish every day. So,
right.
But I don't get to see the race course or do any commentating or footage from above.
Well, now we need to get you out there and doing this live show from that helicopter.
Oh.
That would be amazing, and that's the next level, right?
Exactly.
So we're going to have to get on George and make that happen.
Right. I know. Be up there with Brian and get up there in the helicopter. That would be a dream of mine, actually.
If anything, and I'm not, I really don't want to pat these guys unnecessarily, but the job that, thank you, Elon Musk.
Right.
But what George has done for this sport, with this Starstream and we know this is his passion, this is his baby, and this is where he's going to do all this development stuff. But man, has he changed our world. Look
Yes.
at this. I'm riding along with Brent Fox on the backside of the course, and if you've ever been out there, there is not a hint of cell service. There's not a hint of anything. And we're watching this like this was recorded and edited, and it's just simply amazing. And you guys have done a fantastic job with this, and from the bottom of my heart, man, I want to thank you guys for bringing this sport to so many people. So this is a great canyon. This canyon's got a lot of history, and was really gnarly back in the day before they actually came out there and did some dozer work. We're going to come up here and make a sharp right and head over to Mineral Wash. But
It's a beautiful canyon, too.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And, I think back, unfortunately that there was a death in there with Sherman Balk back in the 80s and stuff because it was so gnarly and so crazy. But they've gone in there, they've cleaned it up, and they've made it passable for recreational users on the weekend, and they've done that hard work. So those are the good things that come. And unfortunately, we see Nate, their crew is walking away slowly. No one's in a hurry.
That's a bummer.
That's never a good sign, and it looks like it's somewhat terminal.
Well, the white, that's not oil on his front driver, so that must not have been the oil dip.
It might have been tranny.
Yeah.
Tranny normally runs out the other side, but that's not a. They're probably going to go back to the pits and grab some parts or something that they need. But you're right; it's definitely a lubrication issue, and 'cause it's not Swepco. That wouldn't be rear end gear oil or anything. So. And certainly not up there. But what a bummer for Nate and the Miller guys. And they're working hard, but they're gonna see this through, right? Because that's what desert racers do.
Exactly. It sucks though. Like you work so hard to get to a race, and then some $2 part can take you out.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've seen it happen, and
you see it more than a $1,000 part,
exactly, 100%. But that was Adam Householder we were on board with, and now this is back to I can't remember that number. I think it's something 72, 6172.
6172, I believe. Yeah.
When you see them go by so quickly, sometimes it's hard to catch their numbers, and that's another thing about placement of your number.
Yes.
The better we can read it, the more we can talk about you.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why, and I say that all the time. These guys want to put their numbers integrated into their graphics and stuff, and they're really doing themselves a disservice because that guy that's writing the numbers down on the course, he's got to be able to see that as you go by at 80 miles an hour and in that dust,
Exactly.
So it's remarkable that how this whole thing, it's such a well-oiled machine. I don't know how they do it, but it's amazing. And Donald has he's really put this sport on the map as far as making things run smoothly and actually go on to the next level, which is what you guys are doing, what he's doing. Everybody's pushing hard for that.
Exactly. We're going to talk about some stuff really quick. We have a lot of people that support our sport and everything. Yesterday, I was able to catch up with James with Maxxis, so we're going to go ahead and run his interview here in just a second.
I'm here with James with Maxxis. James, you guys are the sponsor for the Parker Dam 500. Out here at Tech and Contingency, tons of drivers coming through with you guys with your tires on, and it's just been a blast out here. What are you thinking so far of the race?
Oh, I love it. I love the series. Legacy's been awesome. This is my second year doing Legacy, and every time I show up to an event, I just love it that much more. Awesome people. The racers are just, I can't even talk enough about the racers. They're great. This out here trying to push the product, let people aware of what we have and what we have, so hopefully everybody becomes better educated.
Well, I mean, and Maxxis is really, coming on board and sponsoring a lot of these desert series and a lot of these racers, supporting the program, and that's really what grows the sport. And so with Maxxis being a huge partnership now, it's just been awesome to see.
Yes, definitely, and I like that about Maxxis. We're definitely out here trying to hit every event we can and more every year to let people just know this brand awareness, to let these racers know, hey, we'll be here. You can count on us. If you're in a pinch, need a tire, you need help, we're here to take care of you. There's not much tire companies I see out there that are that dedicated. So right now we're on top of it for sure.
Yeah, you guys definitely are, and it's awesome to see you guys out here. But the racing starts tomorrow. We got the motos in the morning, limited and unlimited. and it's just another race in the books.
It sure is. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be here at the start and finish line all day tomorrow and all day Saturday. So I'm looking forward to it, definitely. Good times.
All right, well, thanks, James, and we'll see you out there.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You have a good day.
All right, that was an awesome interview with James with Maxxis. They've really been bringing themselves up into the sport more and more. They've had more and more drivers going on their tires. They're going to have a new tire coming out here shortly, a 40-inch tire as well for these unlimited trucks to be running. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and step out, Jason, and I'm going to hand you off to Robert so you guys can chit-chat for a little bit. So thank you so much for taking the time, and all of your knowledge is amazing as always. So Jason, thank you so much, and I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely my pleasure, Pam. I don't know if you guys saw where I put the Maxxis trailer out there behind the podium, but he's got the best seat in the house. He's sitting up on the edge of the wash. He doesn't have to leave the luxury of that leather plaid or RV that he's got there, and he's living the life of Riley for sure.
And he can see down on the race course from there?
Right there. Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
awesome.
Matter of fact, it was a little sketchy at night parking him because I didn't want to get him too close.
A little close to the edge there?
Yeah, I'd have some explaining to do while there was a big toter home sitting at the bottom of the wash.
Okay, so I got an update here from Keith Permel up on the mountain there. The race leader is still Harley Letner in the number 70, and they are through race mile 78 on their second lap. So we're about 40 miles out from the start of the third lap. And let's do a little check-in here on where our race leaders are. I got to get back up to date real quick on racing tracks.
So we were talking earlier about quiet hands, and Brent is, he's doing it right. He's barely moving that wheel. We're going about 110 here, and only when he has to catch the truck is anything rapid or anything with any sort of aggression. Oh, this is never good. Mike Fry is out. Or at least down for now.
Down for now, getting towed out by one of the Motorsport Safety Solutions guys, it looks like.
Oh, what a bummer. And you always wonder, what happened? What let loose? Was it driver error? Was it just conditions? Oh, so that's
one of the tech guys.
Yeah, that's Nick.
Yeah.
And so that means he's down by Graham Wells.
Okay.
And that means no one's watching the store. Who's watching the Graham Wells pit?
I'm not sure there. Nick's out handling business, though.
Talk about wearing many hats.
Oh, there we go. There's
our leader.
Our leader, that would be, wow.
Look at that.
Sideways in an all-wheel drive
car.
Impressive.
Yeah, very nice. We're pushing the envelope when four wheels won't hold you.
So we actually have the live timing system up from Legacy themselves. So when he crosses, I'll be able to give everybody the lap times when he's starting his third one. We're on board here or watching Rust and Sons.
Boy, they've got this car working well, and it's dialed. It's.
Do you know what chassis that is? Because I know their old one was an old Fouts. Is this a Tisco?
No, I believe they bought a racer, but it's got the body like a Geyser. So it's got the cutouts in the rear and stuff on the back like a Geyser. So I don't know. I didn't do my homework on that one, and I apologize. But those guys made the best out of that old truck. Yeah, what are we doing? 107, 108.
108.
Get
on board with Adam
and we're making up
Trevor
time.
Ellingham.
This is how we'll make up some time right here.
111, 112.
Spec motor class, 112 down the back. Oh, man, it's climbing. This is awesome. This is what it's all about. And
this is the far end of the course there, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're working our way down into the Butler Valley, right?
Yep, looks like heading towards Boyce.
Yep.
That makes sense. That would be McGilvery, right?
Yep, that was...
I just missed there.
Those guys are putting on a clinic on how a team should work well together and keep their trucks running towards the front. That's awesome.
So that should still be Rob. From what he was telling us yesterday, he was going to do the first two, and if Kevin was going to get in, it was going to be for the third lap. So we're back on board with Brent Fox here.
I think Kevin wants to spend more time in his new pre-runner than he does the race truck. He loves that thing.
It's beautiful.
Oh, my gosh, it's gorgeous. And I saw him ripping around town at 11 o'clock at night. I'm like, what are you doing, man? So he's so funny with that thing.
How old is Kevin nowadays, if you had to guess?
I'm going to say Kevin's probably 62, 63,
okay.
Maybe a little bit older. I mean, he's living right because he looks younger than he is. But he's it's all in that guy's head. That guy's a genius, man. He's intimidating to talk to, and I raced against Kevin back in 2001 in Pro Truck, and we had epic battles, and he's just picked it up and kept it going. And I remember when he turned his Pro Truck into a trophy truck, and then he had that other truck done. I think that was an ID Designs truck that he had done, and he had Larry Rossler driving with him. And now he's out here with the GOAT, and
that's in the. Rob was telling us that is the early 2000s ID Designs, just updated with everything they've done recently.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep. And I think he said it was just a new body on it. So
is that right?
Yep. So they are racing the ID Designs today, and they are currently second physical behind
Crazy.
a
Think
$1
about
million
that.
Mason all-wheel
Think about
drive
that. That is amazing.
in a 20-plus-year-old truck, 2-wheel drive. That shows how fast Rob is, though. He didn't get to pre-run. He said he stole his son's notes. So he stole his son's notes from an old race, and he's out there making it happen.
Yeah, if there's any guy that can adapt to maybe missing a pre-run or two, it would be Rob Mack, and he's been around this course a few times.
He's had 40 years of racing out here.
That is unreal.
For him.
That is unreal. I came in '94. He had moved up a couple years before that to the big class out of the 7200. Remember when he was in the old Craftsman Jeep and all that stuff, and the Jeep Comanche, and just amazing. And then he moved to be Ford and BF Goodrich's poster child all these years later, and still just as competitive as ever. And Adam is absolutely tearing this wash up. He is going fast. And
do you know roughly where this is at?
Yeah, so this is headed down in the tight, narrow wash heading towards Graham Wells. They're working their way in. There's a couple of different lines, and then they should, if I am where I think I am, they're going to pop up to the right here and go around that water tower that's in that area back there, and then head back down the big, long straightaway towards Graham Wells, I believe.
Is this that traditional area where the farmers used to flood it?
Yes. So that would have been at the entrance of this. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So they're going to head, because we're running it backwards, they're going to hit that last, but they're heading directly towards it. So now this looks like, yeah, exactly. So we are, now this is in Osborne. And
Josh Shelton.
Josh knows how to get through this wash in a hurry. And this is the view I've been waiting for, because I wanted to see how Osborne was holding up.
You and me both.
You know as well as I do that the bumps can get magnificent down here, and this looks like a really fast wash right now.
Yeah, it does not look as bad as I thought it was going to get. The braking acceleration bumps haven't kind of dug in yet.
Yep.
We might not actually deal with that today then, because this is lap 2.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of hardware over it over the last couple of days, plus the pre-run, and absolutely unbelievable how well it's holding up.
Which, do you think that's due to some of the course remediation from earlier this year?
I think a lot of it has to do with running it backwards. I think a lot of it has to do with the remediation. I think a lot of it has to do, believe it or not, with the UTVs that come out here and utilize it, because they knock down that center crown.
Yep.
And they keep the holes filled. And, the guys that come over and ride from Quartzsite don't have the 40s. They don't have the 35s. They don't have the 33s, 32s. Those guys are still rolling on 28-inch tires, and they're knocking down that center crown.
The old Razor 800.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're tickled to death, man, and that's what the sport's all about.
Just out having a good time.
Mr. Scafuto is scooting right along. I wish we could see his GPS. He is absolutely on the wood.
I think we can hear him. Let's see if we can hear him for a second here. Sounds like we lost the intercoms there, so it's just truck noises. But so how fast do you think he's going right now? I'll pull it up on Racing Tracks.
Man, I'm going to say we're looking at 110, 111.
He's flying. His last ping was 2 minutes ago at only 80, but that was before this straightaway.
Before the straightaway, yeah.
Let's see if we get a live one while he's down it, because Rob was saying potentially 130s.
I could see it, because this year, because we're heading in this direction, it's actually downhill.
Yep.
So, Donald and I were doing some GPS notes, and he noticed that it was about 350 feet from one end to the other as far as downhill.
Okay.
But remember that wash that we were looking at?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
We're getting past,
yep.
I bet. We're getting past, or we have a flat. I can't imagine he has a flat because he's going way offline, though.
So he's had, like, I'm not trying to jinx him. His last ping was just at 108, just before this. But he has had some bad luck with this new truck. Hopefully it's just a flat tire and they can get it changed out real quick.
Yeah, but man, there's nothing there to hit. So what would maybe some sticks, can go
Maybe
right through there or
slow
whatever.
down.
Yeah, but I mean, look. So if it's a flat, he's jumping out in a hurry, and he's not.
Yeah. Yep. He's looking at the front there.
I wonder if we lost another belt.
Because they're front engine, so.
Yep. So he's been struggling with belt alignment issues and trying to get the teething, the bugs that worked out of this new platform. And that's what happens with new builds and new technology. And we're pushing the sport so hard that we're going to have these little issues to start.
Those new all-wheel drives are definitely pushing the innovation at the head of the pack here.
Yeah, they
We're
really
watching
are.
some of our trucks come in through main pit.
So Nate has hope that we're moving forward because he's not getting out of that car.
No, and it looks like that's a Maxima fluid of some kind, so transmission or motor? Oh, smoke leads me to believe motor. No, that looks like a tranny dipstick,
Yep,
doesn't
I
it?
think that's the tranny. And so we must be running hotter or picking oil out of it somewhere. And
there's smoke coming out of the dipstick. You might have a long second lap here.
I can't tell. Is the truck running? Because if it's running, it's definitely trans. Because you check the oil on a trans when it's running. But and he's checking it. Oh yeah. So we're lit up. So and Baldy just went by. It's great to see those guys working.
Making good progress here.
Yep. Looked like that was Mike Petrossi in the back helping those guys, helping Nate get back on course. All right, so this is what a team's been practicing for. Get him in, get him out, get him some water. There goes Baldy. So this is just up north from where Nate was sitting. They've got the Pressure Pro. Hood's going back on. That means we're going back to work, boys.
Going back racing.
Love it.
And I'd have left it off just for the visibility.
Absolutely.
And if something was toasty, it's argued both ways, though. People say if you leave the hood on, it forces it through the trans tunnel. If you take the hood off, it doesn't work its way there as good.
Yep, I've heard that as well, and it all depends on truck design and everything. But, yeah, it's certainly to force the air through the radiators, through the coolers, through the tranny tunnel, obviously is critical. You think back to somebody like a Tavo truck or something where when he was driving the Dave Clark trucks, if he didn't have airflow through the tunnel, he was in trouble. So they had to keep the body on it. So that's a great point.
Looks like that was Josh Shelton getting out of the main pit there, and we're on board with them for a little bit.
All right. So Vandaway, right?
Yep, that's an old truck.
That's a Stephen Arlia build. And
Got milk.
Those guys, yeah, exactly. That's going old school right there. Those guys won the 1,000 in that truck with Kurt LeDuc a lot of years ago, and it's absolutely amazing to see it out here and still competitive. And I ran into those guys down in Mexico, and we talked about, remember when I was fast and those kind of stories, and they're just having a blast. Oh boy.
Looks like Scafuto, they're definitely hood off looking down in there.
Yep.
Something significant going on here. They can't catch a break.
Where were they running when this happened?
So that's right on the start working their way back towards us over here about race mile. Sorry, give me a second here.
Yeah, they should be on that long
65.
straight. Yeah.
Yep.
There is no help in there whatsoever. There's really hard. I do know, obviously, Motorsports Safety Solutions, Dave's got all the right guys in all the right spots, but that's a long stretch for that guy to cover.
Yes, it is.
So it's going to be hard to get any parts to him or any help or assistance. So they're probably looking at a really, really long day.
And then I saw that truck for sale, and they said they had 1,000 miles on it already. So they are definitely having a hard time working the bugs out of it.
I think he was also in Ken's truck yesterday that sat out at Midway with the spindle broken off of it. So he's got a lot of familiarity with watching from the race course.
Professional spectating.
Yes, exactly.
Looks like the Renegade Racing guys are getting out of main pit here.
I love the
61.
livery on that truck.
So they are being supported by the Race Shop out of St. George, Utah. JT used to be one of the Herps guys who went out on his own. Ooh, Householder getting a little
crossed up.
Little crossed up there. I like how Trevor, his co-driver, didn't even lift his hand off. He
That
didn't
was
flinch
another day
up.
at the office, man.
Yep.
Yep, that was, hey, Trevor, you got to call on line 3. That was nothing to him.
Trevor's so talented at what he does.
So Trevor is Adam's co-driver, or is this the one that normally rides with Terry?
So he's always with Adam.
Always with Adam. That's
Even
what I
when
thought.
Adam bounces to the unlimited truck,
Right.
he usually stays with Adam.
Yep.
I'm not sure who rides with Terry. I just know Trevor because I have a personal connection with him in Vegas. So he is a talented navigator, and him and Adam have quite the synchrony in that truck. They feed each other perfectly.
Can you ride in the right seat?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, if I want to. It's just usually can't get out very easy.
I got to tell you, man, most of the time when I'm riding right seat, I'm with a rental customer, and I'm doing a driving
terrifying.
school. It is absolutely frightening. They mean the best, and they think they got this until they don't. And people don't realize how hard this sport is to do it the right way. And it is terrifying over there. I would love to ride with some of these guys and just sit back and enjoy, the watching the art in motion. These guys, look at Josh here. I mean, this is a brutal section of the course. Just absolutely flying through this and making it look easy. Listen, on, off the throttle, no tire spin, no sliding around. The nose isn't getting crooked. Boy, they're getting close to that wire.
Somebody's going to blow through it.
It's happening, right?
It's coming.
Yeah, I thought, who was that in the Can-Am yesterday was going to take it out first thing, but Weller. I thought Corey was going to take that out right away, but
She got pretty dang close.
yeah, she did. That car is so fast.
As we're cutting from Zach Rosberg but they're not in the front, and I don't see him in the rearview mirror on the right there. So.
Yeah, I don't either. I was just trying to do my stalking from the mirror, and I didn't see him either.
Wonder where they're hiding at. They might be underneath it.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly. How do you start looking on an all-wheel drive truck?
Man, I guess it depends if it's the motor or the trans
Right,
or what else
yep.
you're hunting down.
So much technology in that thing. Is it electronic? Is it physical? Is it mechanical?
Back on board with Adam Householder as they're pushing 70 plus, 80 plus miles an hour in that dust pocket back there. Thank you, Trevor, for the camera wipe. Appreciate it.
Gotta love the guys that take care of us on the couch, right?
Yep. Give us something to watch.
Here's Nate.
Nate back going again then.
All right, he's gonna hit some big holes right here. Let's see if he's on kill it mode or if he's on hey, let's just enjoy ourselves and get through this day. Yeah, we're being consistent right now, and he's up in that dust. And
It looks like there's just enough wind to scoot it off if you're about 45 seconds back, but he's running whoever's in front of him down right now.
I think these guys would have traded today for yesterday's wind, right?
100%.
Yeah, for
Yesterday's
sure.
wind would have been nice for the unlimited.
Oh my
vehicles.
gosh, yeah. But it plays into the strategy, right? Now you know what you have to deal with, and you know those guys were watching the weather, and they knew it was going to be warmer today. They knew that it was going to be less windy,
Yep.
and so now you got to make your moves when you can, and you got to make it count. And pits become incredibly important too, right?
Ooh, here's one of our Class 1 cars. Yeah, because you want to keep course position. You let somebody sneak past you in the pit while you're taking fuel.
Yep, exactly.
That could hold you up a lot if they don't run the pace you want to.
So that's the Bouse Y, and that's where they're coming off of the CAP road on into the race course there that's outside of the graded road. And that is my favorite section. From there to Midway is my favorite section in off-road racing, and it's just all about the flow, all about the rhythm. You can launch off some of those jumps, or you can really, if you've got your suspension dial, if you can keep it pinned through there. This is that same section right here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is cool.
Nice to see it on board with Adam Householder here.
Yeah.
Sounds like Rescue 11 from Motorsport Safety Solutions is heading out to go check on the number 3, so we might have an update what's going on here soon. Then Donald did go take care of the course earlier this week, or last week.
That guy, I'll tell you what, man, he is a magician with that grader. He has, and it's so funny, he'll say, hey, I'm just going to go hit this spot, and then 2 hours later, you're like, where did he go? And he's 10 miles down the course because he saw the next thing, and he saw the next thing. And what he wants is he wants all the racers to be safe, right? And he wants them to have the ability course that's going to, have water flow off it right, so we don't get the big square-edged holes and the big dips and for the next time. And he's trying to be a great steward of the land, and I really appreciate that about him.
We're on board with Brent Fox as he's pushing 105 miles an hour here. Down that same straightaway we just saw Scafuto stopped at earlier, I do believe.
Yep. Working our way to Graham Wells, and the boys should be there in the pit. I don't know. A lot of those guys said that they were pitting at pit 2 due to the, be able to make it all the way around and then back to that. Because of the layout of the course, a lot of guys, it changes some things. So here's the great look of Osborne Wash, right? So you have all the thousands and thousands of spectators. And
a lot of snowbirds too, right? That are like, what's going on today?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, those snowbirds are getting informed because they now know who the big names are. They know who the big manufacturers are, and they remember back to a couple of years ago, or last year he won this or whatever. It's really cool to see them taking an interest in the sport.
Just learning. So let's do a little update here. Our lead 6100 truck is now Jake Johnson. I don't know if he started first in class. Nope,
he was not
behind Householder. So unless Householder had the jack issue, so
That's
Jake
right.
must have got around him. So Jake is a current leader in 6100, followed semi-closely by Travis Williams, about 5 to 8 miles behind him. So
Travis having a good day.
Yep, and Travis started clear back in 16th. So he's got, on corrected time, probably close.
Wow. So, those guys work extremely hard. Jeff and Luke take such great care of that program, and it's awesome to see, Travis back out here after, they had some setbacks and he hurt his back. And now he's back, and he's going to take what he thinks is his, and that's that championship, right? That's what we're all going for, and
Yep.
it's awesome to see him back out here, and what a great guy.
Last year was a little rough for them for sure.
Yeah, they ran through some dollars through medical bills and building trucks.
And aligning belts.
Yes, exactly.
Looks like Keith Marigold has actually worked his way into 3rd in class in 6100 as well, so quite a shakeup here. Not sure. I'm going to try and pan through and see if I can see where some of these other trucks are stopped potentially that let some of these people sneak up higher in the ranks here.
So Keith started this morning. I know Jonathan's going to get in at some point, and those talk about another group. They're like a Brent Fox, or a Householder. They're just going to keep coming all day long. And if you have one hiccup, if you miss one corner, they're going to get around you and they're going to get by you, and they're not going to give that back. And it's they're an incredibly talented group of drivers.
Little update: John Lewis said the Rust and Sons truck is a geyser.
It is a geyser.
That would make sense then.
John would know.
Must be an older geyser because it's not the tilted spares.
Right. Yeah.
Mini geyser is what I call those ones. We got one of our Brenthel trucks sneaking out of the pits here. Does that look like the 6104? Getting out of main pit. Yep, that would make sense.
Very routine pit.
Simon Lozier.
Here with McNeil's again. Speaking of tilted spares.
That's a G6.
Yep, absolutely. So where are they on course? Because that'll tell us who's driving, because John's going to get in at midway.
1 second here. Give you a quick update on where they're at.
They are working well. Look at that, running away from the... Oh, they're going to go up the hill here over the Cap Canal, so they're headed into pit 3. So this is John driving. John can be a little bit more aggressive than Kelly, and it's really, really interesting to see the brothers' different driving style. Yep. Love it, love it, love it. Look at this shot, man.
What's going on in the background there? See a truck up on the jack.
Yeah, they're definitely
And
looking
not
at something.
hustling.
They are not hustling.
Looks like this is main pit again.
Look at the people, man. How cool. Nice to see Parker back.
Yep.
It's back on the map and doing it right. All the people, everyone's happy. The vendors out here. We got our, you can come out here, you can get an IV so you can recover from that hangover last night, or you can come out here and get a burrito, you can get a shirt, you can get a hat, you can get a rugged radio. Anything you need to do Yeah, you can make your business out here. Make this your office. Come out here and hang out with us because it gets no better than this.
Got one of our trucks coming through this static shot. That looked like, man, why did that look like Mike Fry's truck?
Mike Fry was on the long end of a stiff rope.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why it's throwing me off.
There wasn't any white on that truck. So who was that? That wasn't the Cayman truck. There was no red on it.
Where do you think that was roughly?
That looked like he was turning off the end of the Bouse into the Bouse Y and heading up north towards pit 3.
Back on board with Adam Householder here.
So you've been around and involved with a lot of truck builds and stuff. What do you think about the air filter in the center of the cab for the drivers and everything?
So I've thought about this quite a bit. I like it for many standpoints, but at the same time, where do you think it would be better?
Right.
Like up under the hood is sucking a lot of dust from the people in front of you. A lot of people have that old. Is that a Huey?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So this is Baldy's chase copter, right?
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Come on now. So he's
chasing Jake.
Jake, absolutely.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay,
Yep.
So Jake Johnson out there with a freaking Huey chasing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He
Wow.
saved it, but them cones didn't live. I don't
Holy
think.
cow! If this was qualifying, he would have lost some seconds there.
Ooh, as we're
Speaking of
some
killing
more cones.
yeah, someone's angry at these cones.
Holy moly, they're out to kill cones right now.
Look at them all scattered out in the field from other people. Yeah, that is getting soft, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I felt bad for those guys in the RVs yesterday who were just getting blasted with that dust. So, for everybody who showed up early and saved that spot, that didn't work out. Look at this, man. Just so cool to watch these trucks work at this level. You can pound these things relentlessly hour after hour, and they'll just take it, man.
That's what's so cool about this sport and the innovation. I'd say realistically 25 years is when the unlimited trucks started to come into their own.
Yeah, so,
Late 90s.
Let's talk about that. So the inception of the trophy truck, as it were, was 94. There was a couple of unlimited trucks at that point. You had the Simon & Simon truck, obviously Ivan with his truck. You had all of that stuff happening, and technology was getting hammered. You had McCachran, who stayed in the Scissor Monster, right? He had the original I-beam truck that Robbie drove for a while, and then he drove, and he won a championship in 94 in that truck, and then everything went A-arm, and everything got way different. That was close, wasn't it?
That sucks for Brent.
Yeah, it really does. Hopefully he's thinking, I think these guys are pitting up here.
Let's stay on this camera if we can.
Yeah.
So when they resume race speed, I think he's going to be given some bumper.
So they should be going through 2 right here, and they're going to go hard right, and then they're going to go into that tight, narrow wash after they get off that graded road for 100 yards. And then it's going to be game on. And there are a couple of lines in there. Brent can go to the right if he goes to the left or things like that. Here we go. I'm letting you know I'm here. I want to resume race speed, and let's go. Let's go.
Bump and run.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah. Now Brent can't let him go because then the dust becomes an issue. You got to be able to see the platform ahead of you so you know what to expect. And now he's done.
Oh!
That's what happens when we're racing in the dust, and now we got to.
Well, the truck in front of him blew the turn too,
absolutely.
trying to run.
But you follow him in the dust, right? So this is awesome footage. How great.
That's the kind of racing I enjoy watching right there, and they are still off course, working their way back on.
All right, now it's good to go. Hopefully no one's behind them, and they can now focus on making that pass happen. And now you got to control yourself here, right?
I'm sure he was a little worked up there getting past in the pits.
Absolutely.
Because Brent said he was pushing, as fast as the course would let him go based on dust.
Let's play devil's advocate. So is it possible that they were moving over for him?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that till you just brought that up, and then they both kind of blew off there.
Yeah, it's like, well, he's not here, or oh my gosh, he's going to hit us, or I'm not going to stop moving. I don't want to get stuck, right? So who knows? But good racing is that's the one thing we do know is it's great racing.
Good clean racing.
Look how tight and narrow this wash is, and we're doing 80 miles an hour in this, and just like it's a Sunday drive.
Yep, Trevor just big chilling over in the passenger seat
Very
there.
cool.
So I was kind of thinking that he was bumping with Ryder Swanson there, and it does make sense time-wise. So that was your Hawaiian guys.
Yep.
49.50
in the Jake truck, and then that Tisco is a gorgeous ride, man. That thing, if you ever get to see that thing parked, take a look at it because it's a nice piece of equipment.
Does he have one of the narrower Tiscos, or is it the wide one?
So his dad's is the wide one, and I believe his is the narrower one.
Okay. So that narrow one might be a little happier in the wash right now.
Yes, for sure. Be much more nimble. I do know that I was talking to the brother the other day, and he said that he made his desires known when the young brother got the new truck.
Gotcha. Sounds like the 6114 at race mile 42 had a drive line wiped out. Rescue 31's over assisting them right now.
We had a couple of driveline issues yesterday, so that totally makes sense. We're starting to see the rocks get flipped up, and so they're nice and tall, and we can rattle those with that big stick that goes back down there and makes things go forward. So,
so it sounds like some info coming in here. The truck number 3 had a drive line issue, drive shaft or drive line of some kind issue on that Brenthel truck down there at 110.
So, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? So that he was looking at the front of the truck for a driveline issue, and that's what do you do now with all-wheel drive? Where do you look?
Gotta be hunting. Looks like Harley is out, so that means Kevin is getting in. This is our race leader getting ready to start lap 3 in main pit, getting some fresh rear tires on it.
Kevin is the largest human being in the sport.
Yeah, and it's funny because Harley's tall.
Yes.
And they can both drive the same truck.
Yeah,
so.
it's almost like they have some sort of limitations on who they can bring on their team as far 100%. As their stature.
Yeah, you get in a bar fight, you want Kevin on your side, that's for sure.
I miss Harley riding in the bike class.
For pre-run?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like they're out of main pit, starting their 3rd lap, which means I should have a time for them. So, man, who do you think's leading starting this lap? Rob Mack or Kevin Thompson?
I'm going to go with Kevin because Harley knew he was getting out. He was going to push hard. I'm going to assume that Kevin Thompson is out front.
So, current elapsed time for Kevin McGilvery with Rob Mack driving. 3 hours, 22 minutes, 58 seconds. Kevin Thompson, 3:23:46.
No way!
So Rob Mack has a minute.
We've got ourselves to a race now. So does Kevin leave Rob in the car?
So I think we might have missed them in the pit. I would say yes, because I think Kevin would want the win more than the drive time. But
yeah, Kevin's all about the W for sure. You're right. And is this Sam doing work?
That is the Baldy truck.
This is the coolest guy in the sport, and you talk about a guy that loves this place. He loved it so much he moved here, right?
Yep. Oh. And they build their own trucks in-house, which is neat. Not very many teams doing that.
Lalo was riding with him today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's not driving, he's riding?
No, I heard he was riding today.
Heck yeah.
So
coming up on the, is that the aqueduct?
Yep, exactly.
Crossing over there.
So they're heading up into Mineral Wash, excuse me. They just came off of that power line road that runs adjacent to the CAP canal.
Back on board with Nate Martino.
I'm so glad they got going again. This is a guy that deserves to get miles in, and with miles comes smiles, and that guy smiles all the time, so he should get those miles, and that's awesome.
He's always having a good time.
Yeah, there's a party around Nate wherever he goes.
The MG Racing Truck, which, do you know what that stands for?
Money gone.
Yeah, money gone.
Yeah, we raced with Nate at the 1,000, and we raced against him in 1,600 cars, Josh. Ooh. And there's our fence. It's coming. It's coming.
Somebody's going to do it.
Yeah, Josh Cobb and Nate went at it for a whole season in 1,600, and then he moved up, and then he raced with Josh again in the Trophy Light. They had such a good time. And now Nate's out here, and Josh will be back for Baja, Nevada, and they can resume their rivalry. And just, man, look at how deep those ruts are.
Josh jumping in a 6,100 for Baja, Nevada?
Yeah, so we're going to bring Mighty Mouse back for
Mighty Mouse.
Mighty Mouse will be at Baja, Nevada. If we can, it's going to King this week. And I'm telling you, man, I know it's 30-year-old technology, but it's fast. This looks like a McGilvery truck going fast.
Yep. Oh, no. That's August.
Yep, absolutely.
So if this is
In the team scheme.
Jack is in then, I do believe.
Yep. And so he just turned off of the CAP road onto the Bouse Y.
Looks like Joe David has had something that held him back, as he's still back at race mile 65 when he was our third place qualifier and starter today. So he's been held back a tiny bit there. We're watching Kevin Thompson working his way back out into the Parker Desert here from main pit. And for those not familiar with Shea Road, are the whoops deeper on the asphalt or the dirt?
That's a great. I've got to go asphalt on that one. I told someone the other day that Shea Road wished it was a Mexican road. You know, it's so bad. Travis absolutely on hammered down, trying to make up time. And as to your point, he's got a lot of time made up, but where you are physically, he's got to work through all that dust, right?
Yep. So he started 16th today, behind the Keith Marigold truck, which was talking about Jonathan Swift, right?
Yep.
Jonathan's been racing as long as I can remember. I'm not too old, but 30 years.
So his dad, obviously one of the original Rough Riders and the guy to beat in the desert for many, many years. Class 6 champions in the famous, Ford Explorer, and then he built that Ford Ranger trophy truck, and just one of the nicest guys you can ever meet. And then turned that genealogy went deep with that program, because Jonathan certainly had the ability to drive a race truck really, really fast. As Casey used to say, he's a bad man behind the wheel, and he won 6100 championships and right off the bat, and had no problem going fast. So and Keith has always done his shocks, and okay, so let's see what happens here.
Looks like I can't tell if anybody's gotten in or out of that truck.
Yeah, and I don't.
Oh, I swear that was Rob jumping in the back of that box truck for some reason. I see a helmet sitting there. I hope I'm wrong, but they were leading on time, coming into main, running around there a little bit.
Is this Larry Brown?
No, this looks like Kirk Harkey, I think.
Oh, Kirk Harkey. Yeah.
6155. Wonder if Erica's riding with him this weekend.
I would imagine so, but I did not see Erica this weekend.
I did not. She's one of my favorite people at the races. Yeah, this pit's taking a little longer than they want.
What a bummer.
Looking up under the back end there. This might be our time difference going into the final lap. Oh, thumbs ups. They're getting them out. I do see Rob's wife over there on the right taking a video, so maybe Rob did stay in. Somebody knows, send me a text.
So I thought that was interesting when I went over and saw where their pit placement was. They wanted to be on the backside. They're right at the end. And they wanted to make sure that they weren't on anybody's radar.
Yep.
They were just going to go over there and do their own thing. And but you know full well they had somebody up front watching when everybody was coming in and getting times, because splits are really important to Rob. He likes his information. He needs to know how hard he can push the truck and what he needs to do. And that nobody has a kill mode like Rob Mack, and get it to the finish line. Look at how big those holes
are. Huge.
Unreal.
Putting that Fox suspension to work. Liz, happy birthday, by the way, Liz, told me Erica's not here, and Rob did get out, so this is Kevin.
Okay.
So Kevin's in the truck for the third lap.
It's time, man. Here we go, Kevin. Go run him down. You got this, buddy.
And he did get to pre-run.
Yes.
We know that because he's playing around in his new truck, so.
Yes.
He did get to pre-run, so hopefully didn't change too much. He can go out there and push. And
Donald was pretty excited. He rode with him for the pre-run. He was excited that he didn't have to sit in the third seat.
Yeah.
So.
Donald's always kind of ridden with Kevin at the pre-runs, right?
Yeah, I think I think those guys like to talk about how to fix the world, right? You know,
Yep.
so they've got their talking points, and they talk a lot on the phone. And I think it's really cool that they get to come out here and do this on the weekend too. Oh, this is wicked up. This is going fast. Come on, Adam.
Adam's on the gas. Can you tell what area that is?
Yeah, that's turning right down in the Bouse Y.
Okay.
Yep. And this is the spectator area down past the Bouse Y. So Adam is, yeah, that's so great. Yep. There's a big hole right about there.
So Jake Johnson is still our lead 6100 at about race mile 100. So.
I would say he's figured out the 6100 class pretty well.
Oh, for sure. And he knows how to keep that right foot down, because I don't think I've ever heard that truck not wide open.
Not right on the gas, yeah. I went down into their pit the other day, and it was him and Brent Fox and all those guys. The Jackson Racing guys were just north of them, and I said, man, this must be the Podium practice point. You know, this is where we come down here to, oh, do you see that hit? Nate took a big hit. That's something he didn't see in the trail. Uncovered rock or a tree root sometimes, but
Something was hidden there.
yeah, for sure. Just spun him real quick.
Coming up on the Aqueduct Road crossing. This is about race mile 15, I think, give or take.
Yeah, they do that short little jaunt on the graded road, then they go up across, and then this is wide open straight. And oh yeah,
What's he doing there?
yeah, he's feeling
if the
something
truck's
out.
weird?
Something's not right.
Or they're lost.
No, I think it was that hit.
Yep.
He's feeling he's got a flat. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that was a big hit, and that would make sense that he had a flat or he's got a, something bent in the back, track rod or something like that. But it put that truck, 10 feet over right now.
Yeah, in a hurry.
This is a scary rise right here because you can hit that really fast if you know what's on the other side.
Here's that KDM truck.
Yeah. So Jonathan should be driving at this point, and that guy runs super, super fast, and he'll tell you that we were just cruising. We were just cruising. That's what they all say, right?
So we're back on board with Josh Shelton as he's down in one of those washes. The famous slot car 2-track. And the braking bumps are huge. The onboards of the big unlimited trucks don't do any justice to how big the medium size.
No, they work too well, man.
Yep. It's funny because they'll still beat you up in the truck a little bit, but the camera doesn't show it.
No, it really doesn't. And so these guys need to come out who are at home, come out and party with us and hang out and watch, see how big the holes are for yourself, because this is
The Shea Road is public OHV, right?
Yes. So you got to be careful. You need a permit to be on the crit land, which is anything that is west of the cattle guard down there. You need to have a crit permit, but it's $30 and it's no big deal. And you can come down and you can drive to lunch. You can drive to the desert bar. You can come out and watch the race and sit on Osborne Wash and watch, or go down to the Bouse Y. Some of the best spectating is just north of the Bouse Y down there, I think, in that actually this section we're watching right here is exactly what I'm talking about. I call it terminal velocity, but then Casey renamed that at that area right there by the cattle guard on Shea Road, so I lost that terminology for this part of the course.
Back on board with Josh Shelton.
Speaking of not letting off, listen to that motor sing.
Yeah, he's wide open. Let's take a second here and listen to this engine.
So this is the mineral wash heading down towards Planet Ranch area, and Nate's heading up into that canyon that Pam and I were talking about earlier, and it's look at the rock that's exposed because we haven't had any rain, right? So there's nothing the dirt hasn't been packed up. It's so dry and it's not holding together, so all the rock is coming up out of the soil, and it's it's unfortunate because lap 3, we're going to see some guys lose some positions due to tire changes because of all this rock that's going to come up.
Watching Nate Martino's perspective through the canyon here. So I wanted to take a minute here and say rest in peace to Roxanne Hoffman. Uh-oh. Is Nate on his side?
What have we done here, Nate? Yep.
Well, that's frozen. I want to say rest in peace to Roxanne Huffman. There's a honorary memorial at race mile 21. In reality, it's race mile 104. Her husband Dustin and best friend Amy are out here today along with a few other friends.
I grew up with Dustin, living out here, and he had a beautiful thing with his family and his wife, and she was an amazing person, and will be an amazing loss, and so sorry for that family, and she fought hard.
Yep. So we're watching a clip. This is along the power lines, but do you know roughly race mile on this one?
So this is heading back into, they're getting ready to go to the, so it's going to be like 194,
gotcha.
Possibly. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is just coming off the power line road alongside the CAP canal, heading up into the same area where we just saw Nate go, up
Gotcha.
into Mineral Wash.
That might be Simon Lozier.
Look at these switchbacks. Isn't that cool?
This is a killer shot.
That's a cool shot.
I love these shots.
Yeah, I could watch this all day.
That kind of looks like Scafuto's truck coming towards us.
It does have the right color.
And he is not on the map where he used to be, so maybe it is.
Yeah, I think you're right, because this is heading down to the Baus Y, and we saw him sitting far east of the Baus Y before, so that would make total sense.
Yep, the racing track shows him heading into the Baus Y.
Yep.
So this is a killer shot, guys. I'm a big fan of this one.
Yeah, and look at the dust in the background. That makes the neck on the back, or the hair on the back of my neck stand up. That is so cool.
Killer shots there. It kind of shows you how the wind is good enough in that area to where if you're 20 seconds behind, you have clear air.
Yeah, you get back in the plains, right, where it's open and that wind can cut down through that valley. So
the wash is where it kind of masks the wind and the dust.
Exactly.
Sticks.
Yeah, the wind blows over the top of you. I wonder if Brent had a little issue because maybe a flat tire or something, because he was still in this. That shot there was the section before Midway, and he should have probably been through that on time based off of what we saw.
It does look like the lead 6100s are just now kind of getting through there.
Okay.
So the lead one is about race mile 108, crossing back over the aqueduct, or race mile 110, sorry, just updated. And that would be Jake Johnson. And then our second place 6100 is just after pit 1 or Midway, which is Travis Williams.
Gotcha.
So.
Yep, so Mike Scafuto here.
And Travis Williams has come from 16th place overall and the 6th 6100 to start into second physical. So corrected time is going to be his enemy today because he is about 10 miles physical behind the 6100 leader.
So Nate got unfrozen and looks like he wasn't on his side, thank goodness.
Just maybe cutting out from the canyon there.
Yeah, definitely, and that happens. Did I hear a siren?
I did. I wonder if that was them hitting it or if they're getting caught.
Yeah, either he saw someone down there, saying hi or whatever, or someone's on his 6. So
back on board with Brent Fox.
Yeah, this is a great section. This is all about driver flow right here. Just let it happen.
I wonder if Blaine Conrad's cameras have cut out because we haven't seen from him in a minute. But he's only about race mile 83-ish. We're watching. That looks like Travis Williams, doesn't it?
Yep. You can see those 2 orange lights up in there on the A-pillars, and
Shout out to one of his crew, Derek Bradley, who actually did one of these live streams with me in the past. Might be up in the helicopter there watching. We're watching the Park House team get some fresh rears on their car.
Is this the Jimco, the same one that Wilson's is driving?
I do believe so. The Hammerhead.
Hammerhead, yes, thank you. I was drawing a blank on that.
We get a shot from the back, I'll be able to tell you.
They just have.
Nope, it's not.
It is not. Okay.
Nope.
It's so great to see Brian coming out stateside and coming out and playing with us. This family knows this desert really well. They've been out here forever, and just class act group.
Park houses are nothing but good people. Land the helicopter, help other racers that have had bad crashes. They're just
not once. I mean, that's just who they are. They're just
Yep.
fantastic human beings.
good people, and they've always been Class 1. Just cool to see the class have a decent turnout this weekend. Not as many as I'd want, but so we are watching the Alexander Ford.
So what was the driving plan with Jordan this weekend on that? Was he getting behind the wheel at all?
I did not hear. We did not get a chance to interview them.
Yeah, he drove it through contingency, and I was doing something else when I saw it, and I tried to get over and talk to him, but I did not.
So Ryan Hancock possibly letting Jordan drive it, but
Yeah, it looked to me, if I had to assume, and you know what happens when you assume, but I would have. It looked like Jordan in the truck to start.
that's the Gilbert's helicopter heading out there following somebody.
All right, resume race speed. So he just got through Midway, and not the Midway pit, but the pinch point at Midway, and he'll take that hard left at that point and then head down that real cool Powerline Road.
Looks like Sean Gilbert is in main pit right now.
There's not much you can do right now. I'm trying to
Liz
think.
Marshall letting us know Ryan is driving the whole race today.
If not,
Ryan is driving. All right.
Yep.
Is Jordan riding shotgun, I wonder then?
She will let us know about that also.
She's such a great asset, and
She always knows everything too.
man, she knows everything.
She takes the time to talk to the racers and figure it out. Oh man, those holes are huge.
We almost lost that car in that hole.
Park House pushing his way out of main pit here. So if you had to guess, how many miles of the course have rough holes or big holes like that? Maybe 10% is rough
I
enough
think-
to care?
I think we're probably pushing more like 15%, and the reason why I say that, you have the section, which is a pretty long section, that once they turn off the Butler Valley Road and head in past Graham-Wells, all of that stuff is pretty big hits now. Now you have this road here, which is along the CAP road, has some big G-outs in it that are, you got to be on your toes. Obviously, obviously the goat trail, you have to be on your toes.
So this is our physical leader right now, which is Kevin Thompson, the number 70 all-wheel drive Mason truck.
He appears to me that he's not willing to give this lead up.
No, yeah. I wonder if he knows that the truck that was behind him took a long pit, but I think he knew Rob Mack was in it, so.
So he hasn't been to a pit since he left his pit, and
yet.
we don't know if he's had communications with those guys, but once he gets there, they'll definitely tell him his splits and that he's got a buffer zone. So will Kevin back it down? That's not Kevin's style.
No, Kevin wants to win by the biggest
Yes,
margin he can.
if he can beat you by 2 minutes, he wants to beat you by 5. So
Yeah, I think Kevin's going to push to the finish as we have a killer outside shot here. That looks like Blaine Conrad again. So Blaine's moving at a good clip.
and he does not look like he has skipped a beat changing platforms. He looks great in that truck.
Yeah, Blaine can wheel everything. I raced him on dirt bikes back when we were kids, and he got into a 1600 car. I want to say we were probably 17, 18 years old when he got into a 1600 car and thrived in it.
Yeah, he seems to do that in whatever he's in, right?
Yep, 16 to 10 to 1 to 6100 now.
Ooh, big
Raced
hit
a
there.
little bit of everything. we're on board with Brent Fox.
He actually was a guy that I was a little bit surprised that he traded in the buggy. I just always picture him as a buggy guy.
You and me both. I thought he was going to be a buggy dork for life, and then
You said the words I was gonna say.
he liked them single seaters. Like even his Class 10, he had the passenger seat ripped out.
Another gorgeous car too, right?
Yeah. He used to get silly in that thing, like the moon bumps in Laughlin, skywheeling and everywhere.
Yeah.
It was the gas pedal was an on switch. So, one of my favorite drivers to watch out there, just because he's always putting on a show, intentionally or unintentionally.
I think you did the TV for Baja, Nevada this year.
Yeah.
And I was watching. I'm actually the semi truck sitting next to him as he's going down the highway, and I can't tell you how many people I probably ran off the road watching him go through that section as I'm driving down the highway. It was so fun.
Enjoying the view.
Yes, exactly. You talk about putting on a show.
So it looks like we currently have 5 teams that have completed their second lap and started their third. On time, which this is, so main pit is after the timing loop. So on time, Kevin McGilvery with Rob Mack used to be driving was the fastest time at 3 hours and 22 minutes. Kevin Thompson with Harley Lettner driving was 3 hours 23 minutes and 46 seconds. Cody Parkhouse has snuck up into third now. And Cody Parkhouse is starting his third lap while doing his first 2 in 3 hours and 34 minutes. So he's about 11 minutes off the pace of the lead unlimited trucks. But Nicholas Carolyn is in 4th place.
He has been sneaking up, hasn't he?
And to me, this is a little, it makes me give the feel goods because we have 2 Class 1s in the top 5 right now.
Absolutely.
And that's, it's cool to see that not only are they out here, they're running up front.
Well, and that goes to show you that, you know, the course and the thought that Legacy puts in this, that they have a course that works for everybody, right?
Yep.
And, you know, the playing level, the field has been leveled out, and nice job on that. And so where would a buggy be better here?
So I was kind of going over this with somebody else earlier. I feel like when they're in those washes and they can be pinned and on the cutting brake, they can get around the turns faster than almost anything except for maybe the all-wheel drive trucks. Because they can just come in, lock up the inside tire.
Oh no, Brent.
I would venture to say this is a flat tire.
Yeah, he's not out. But the co-driver's standing in his window.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's not good.
Oh, he's getting out.
And Brent was just in here with us yesterday. He ended up being an awesome co-host with us for a little while.
Yeah, I heard he stole the show, man.
Yep.
I'm not surprised by that at all. The guy is multi-talented.
He was super nervous to do it, too, and then he's just a natural. Dude's good at everything he does.
I love
Bummer
this
to
truck.
see them both getting out, though.
Yeah, it really is. And they were looking towards the back, it looked like to me.
And Liz did confirm Jordan is riding with Ryan Hancock this weekend. Oh, they're like at the front of the truck, the back of the truck. Uh-oh.
Time to play CSI, but what's not good, what we don't need to CSI is that 0.0 in the right side. That sucks. That's too bad.
Ooh, Keith and Cindy are letting us know that our leader, number 70, is changing a flat tire at flag 18.
Here we go. We just talked about lap 3 in rocks, right?
Yep.
So that's going to be an issue, and it's definitely going to come in to play a role in this race. I promise you that.
Ooh, they just got past
Somebody
us.
got scooted
But they're
by?
both getting in, so they must have got it sorted out, whatever it was. Kind of looking here, see if we have an idea. I wonder if that was a flat change that he needed some help to get the jack out or something.
Something, yeah. Something. Or, you know, sometimes when you get hit, I know our Armada is this way. If you get a real firm hit in the back, it'll push it up into the rack, and sometimes you can't get that tire out, and sometimes you need that extra hit.
Yeah, it kind of wedges the jack in there, the tire.
Yep, exactly.
So we're back on board with the 6117 of Ben Williams. They're from Alamo, Nevada, a little bit north of Las Vegas, where some of the courses run through up there, like Baja, Nevada, every once in a while, and some awesome racing up in that area.
Big 1,000-mile race coming this year.
Yep. How do you think that's going to play out? What do you think strategy is going to be for that one? 4 drivers, 3 drivers?
It's such a fast area that I think. Oh, listen to this, man! Love it. You're going from hard, slick, graded road into sand in 2-track, and you're sliding around on that hard track road, and then you want to get into those grooves and set that truck, and that's cool. That's a cool shot.
Brent back at race speed, so that must have been a tire change that they just needed. He needed a little extra hand there.
Yeah, certainly doesn't look like anything's wrong with the truck. That's for sure. So, but to go back to the Baja Nevada 1000, I think you're really going to have to play it out as a much conservative type of philosophy. And the reason why I say that is it's so fast that, again, motors become an issue. Heat, we're going to be in June. Heat will be an issue. You're going to have to choke it back just a bit.
Watching the overhead of Kevin McGilvery, who's actually in the truck now going over, and he is going to be sneaking up on the number 70.
How fun for him. If he reels those guys in, man, he's going to be on fire.
We're back on board with Adam Householder here and Trevor Ellingham in the passenger seat. Man, they're 70-plus miles an hour in that wash.
Look how tight it is, and they're just scooting through there.
That's the ruts in there, giving them the slot car trails to lean in on, and sometimes it's almost like the vehicle drives itself in there until the tire catches.
You let go, and then you slot car it, and then all of a sudden you're not slot carring.
Getting some overhead with the Renegades Racing guys again.
So these guys have 2 trucks, right?
They do. So father-son.
Yep.
So Zach and Keith Rosberg, and then Zach's wife actually races every once in a while too.
And then Brenthal takes care of their program full time, right?
No, they are out of the race shop in St. George now.
Oh, that's right. You said that. That's right.
So Brenthal did
moved.
used
Yep.
to do them,
Yep.
and then I think he wanted them a little closer to home.
Sure.
Because they're Salt Lake and St. George based, so I think they moved them out there. The race shop in Hurricane. Depends if you're from Utah or not. Hurricane.
Yeah,
Hurricane.
I have been punched in the gut a couple times on that one. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you say it wrong when you're there, they take offense to it.
It's a great area, though.
Let's see if we can get an update here on our lead 6100 trucks. Oh, might have just missed Jake going through main pit because Jake is on the other end of it. And then it looks like our second place, 6177 Travis Williams, is about 5 miles out from the timing loop.
So if he's 5 miles out, he's in Osborne. He's doing 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. Oh, no. That's not the view you want to see when you're in a race truck. I have to think that Travis is closed this right up onto Jake.
On time, it's going to be a good one.
Yep.
80 miles an hour in the wash. What's crazy to me is, so when it gets rocky, they're only 6 inches outside of the main ruts. So if you come in a little too hot and lean on the wrong berm, you can push right into it. Boom, flat.
So anytime you want to walk around a pit and look at a flat tire that's laying in the background of a pit, and you can tell right away exactly what he's talking about, and what that is you lean these cars up on these berms, and there's a rock protruding out of the wall of the berm, and sure enough, man, it'll take out a sidewall so quick, so fast, and you'll never know what happened because they don't have the lugs back there. So
we're watching the number 45 team.
Scott and JR doing work today, and I love to see these guys back out there. I miss the old bass boat paint job.
Yep.
But
they have been kind of missing.
That is not a sidewall puncture.
No, that thing's shredded.
Yeah, they've been driving on that a while too, and it's hard to make them look like that down in that wash.
And this is the second set they're putting on there.
Yeah. So when you're putting one on the rack and there's still one flat, that's a bad deal.
Maybe they'll look into the new Maxxis 40s when they come out that they're developing for this.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That'd probably cure that issue in a heartbeat.
Maxxis doing some development to bring a new tire for the 6100 and Unlimited game. They are re-racking one of those tires back in the back of it.
I'm
Looks
telling
like
you.
having a little issue getting the probe in.
Yeah,
Two of 'em
I
hold
think
in.
it was off center and they couldn't get that handle past the tire. Yeah, see.
Ah.
It's so cool when manufacturers like Maxxis are investing in the sport, and that'll give you a snapshot of what is going on with the sport, right?
Yeah, it
So-
shows that they see a market in it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so many things are tied so tight to to the UTV market and to the Jeep market and to the new Bronco market. It's extraordinary how much money and time is invested in developing new products. Yeah, they're making another stab at this thing. Something's going on. They can't get
Something's
fuel.
not happy. I wonder
Yeah.
if he's got it in upside down.
That's
I don't
happened.
think it matters though on these ones, but it might. Yeah, they're struggling.
Yeah, you don't want to pressure pro through the vent line. I'll tell you that right now. No, it's not fueling. So he's either the release hasn't caught and it's not pushing the head back far enough, which is what he's acting kind of like it is.
He's certainly trying to get
Get
more
it
leverage
further
on it,
in. Yeah, exactly.
but they can only go so far, and it's very easy to tell if it's in deep enough or not. Oh, it's not a pressure pro, it's gravity. Maybe they aren't getting the flow, which could be a dead man valve going bad.
So a lot of times what will happen in here is when you overfill them, and then they generally put a piece of foam up in the thing, and then that in the vent line, and then that gets wet with all the silt that we've had that we're not used to at Parker, and then it plugs up, and then it will actually bust the seams on a fuel cell when you put enough pressure behind it.
Yep, not flowing out.
Yep, exactly.
So his other flat was on the driver's side because
What
he's
a
now
bummer.
deleted both fenders off of that truck as we're watching Travis Williams working his way out.
Not very often do you see drivers take out driver's side tires.
Yeah. Everybody tends to hang the co-driver in the nasty stuff.
So that was a perfect example of reading the terrain, and he just hopped over the big hole.
He nailed that.
Yep, absolutely. And that's like Hunter Lawrence coming in and doing a triple. He just landed it perfectly, and then it set him up for the next section. And
And he was 3 to 5 seconds faster there than a lot of the other
absolutely,
vehicles.
we've seen guys hop through there, and it just eats up time. And like you said, if 15% of the course looks like that, then what's that say about him? And you're going to watch him go through this dip, and as the car's in the air, he's going to set it sideways, pitch it. Yep. Travis is on the wood, and he knows that he's got an opportunity to win this race.
Yes,
and
he does.
that's fantastic, because now we're going to go hunting. This is what we've been waiting for. Save the truck for 2 laps. Now we're going to go.
So I was going to touch on that with you, and you perfect segue into it. How many people do you think waited till the 3rd lap to give it everything and just stayed close enough behind the dust?
I believe this is such a mental game because of the fact that it's only 360-ish miles. I think people feel of that as a sprint, but Parker plays so much longer than its actual mileage. You have to kind of play this like a 500, and the teams are going to get rewarded. That we all, on our team, we have a little fantasy group we all decide who's going to win today, and we throw a popsicle stick in to see who wins. And my thing was like a team like Swift or a team like Brent Fox or a team like Householder, who is incredibly consistent, will do fast laps but nothing scalding on the first 2, but will have something left in the tank to go racing on lap 3. That's the way to play this. You ask me a question, I think a very small percentage would go in with that mentality. I think they think of it as a sprint, and I think they go hard right off the get-go.
I would agree with you there. 260 miles, push.
Yep.
So I have some info for you. Sounds like our lead truck is currently pulled off of the course at race mile 29 and sputtering bad. So do you think maybe people weren't prepared for the heat today and might have short-fueled that truck? I would hope not.
That would be a fantastic analysis of that, and especially, vapor locking, short fueling. Interesting. We're not getting the mileage that we thought we would. The track is softer than it's been in the past. because of the lack of moisture. That's a great point, and that is entirely possible. And you know full well these guys are playing it to the last gallon. Everybody's got a diaper. Everybody's got the ability to pick up every last ounce. That's possible.
So we are back on one of our drone cameras as they go through main pit here. This is the truck missing the body that I can't tell. It almost looks like Larry Brown's Herbst truck, but I'm not sure.
Or is that JR and Scott?
Could be them as well.
They got it fueled. This is right where they should be if they were just fueling that.
Man, whole left side's gone.
That was gonna. If we stayed on that a little longer, that would have gotten ugly.
Householder here in main pit.
Much different look this pit, right? They're not working on the jack. Nobody's, and it looks like Dad's not getting in.
Nope.
There's Dad.
Adam gonna drive the whole thing.
He had no intent of getting in.
So it looks like our leader is currently pulled over. His tracker has not been working all day for us, so he's been sneaky, and we're having to get some reports from our field guys. Which thank you very much, Justin and the motorsport safety crew who are all around the course today, kind of filling us in as they get through, and Keith and Cindy on the mountaintop feeding us the info we need to let you guys know where our leaders are at. So we're back over main pit here. And back on board with Nate Martino, who is now moving again. Last we saw him, he was pulled over with that Jeep.
I can't keep up with this guy.
I wonder if somebody delivered him some more fluids or something.
Maybe you know what? That happens a lot. You would have thought, to your point earlier, that he would have left the hood off if that was an ongoing issue, that they were going to have to keep adding fluid.
Yep.
But you never know. But you certainly don't find a Jeep on a graded road in this situation, so we know he was off course, that's for sure.
Yep. Pulled over doing something.
So he's going to resume race speed right here, take off, and now let's see how Adam takes those holes that we just watched Travis go through, and we watched Scott and JR go through. So
I learned something about Adam from his co-driver the other day. He is sponsored by King, but he likes to do his own shock tuning himself.
Is that right?
Yeah, so he's OG 1450 guy days, so he's been around the sport forever and started in Door Slammer 1450 class.
Yep.
And I've been told Adam will actually physically pull his own shocks open and change valving and work on them himself.
I know they're very hands-on. That makes total sense. And we just saw it go through the big bumps and make it look pretty easy. So
nice and smooth.
I wonder if he's available next weekend to help us out.
Adam is also one of the guys with more miles on some of these race courses than I could even imagine.
I grew up out here, and he's probably got more miles out here than I did.
Him and Trevor are quick.
Look at him set this. Ooh!
Some big holes developing there.
Found ourselves a little uncomfortable right there, so he had to catch it. Searching for traction right there. You can see him get outside of the main grooves.
So the Brunner Armada truck comes in for some fuel. Gravity Tower instead of Pressure Pro.
They've got Triton working on this, right?
Oh, sorry. It is a Triton.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Same, but
same,
different.
Yep, exactly.
Triton.
Beautiful truck.
And then Triton Fuel Tower in the background there.
I only know that because I keep trying to get Triton parts to fit on my Armada, and it just hasn't happened yet. So
it's Igor, right?
Yeah.
Igor.
Great guy. Very helpful. They've been very patient with us, and we're trying to learn. And he was a big part of that Armada development, and it's nice to see him have his own program and see where that takes him. And he's certainly had some success at the King of the Hammers event, and it's his cars were doing well over there too. So very smart man.
So in this drone shot, you can see how they are bringing us the camera from the pit there. The gentleman there has the Starlink in his backpack while live streaming.
Yeah, so I asked him if he wanted to ride yesterday, and he looked at me like I was a fool because he's like, what am I going to do with his backpack? So, because there's no taking it off. He's wired into that thing. It's amazing.
Yes, he is. He's one with it for the day.
Yes, he is.
That is a cool setup built by George and the guys at Starstream Pro, bringing us all these live shots from the drones and the pits, and most of all the in-cars are all Starstream as well. So.
Is that the same getup that Cameron wore on the bike?
Yes, it is. I think Cameron helped prototype it with George there.
That's a good guy to see if something's going to last.
It's funny that he raced with that.
Amazing.
I don't know how you do it. That dude's one tough cookie.
Amazing.
Holy.
And competed in all of them.
Yes.
I mean, he had a chance in all of them.
Getting a little bit of info here that Bob Briggs, the truck that was on its side earlier, broke a lower A-arm bolt and is out for the day.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That is a shame. We saw him in the main pit there when the drone flew over, but
That old Dale White truck. So cool. Now, I don't know if this is where I'm falling a little short on my old school stuff, but I don't know if that was a Brian Collins built truck or was that a I know it wasn't Nelson and Nelson. I do know that. But I think that was Brian Collins that built that truck for Dale White and Westham, and they were very, very fast in that truck.
that is the West Ham truck?
Yeah.
Okay. That's some OG racing days there. That's a little before my time as we're watching. Why am I spacing his name? This is the Bonnie Springs racing truck. BSR. Alan Levinson.
Alan Levinson.
So, Alan Levinson's truck out there. The truck was recently worked through in Pahrump.
With Robbie.
Yep, Robbie
Yep.
Woods.
Yeah, they are getting their work done on that. They have changed everything they can on that thing, trying to figure out some things, and it looks like they have because that truck's working well.
Yep, finding a few weak links still here and there.
We have a great program with Alan. He is he gets rid of his Armada parts and we buy them.
There you go.
So,
that's hard to beat.
Yeah, it's hard to get parts from those guys, so we have to we take their stock hubs and their original hubs and their original spindles and stuff like that. So,
Stockpiling everything you
yeah,
can.
exactly. And we did the same with the Class 5 driver yesterday. Greg out of Lake Havasu, he had a bunch of Armada parts, so we took those off of his hands.
So we're watching an overhead shot of Michael Bruner leaving main pit, heading back out on his third lap. With the VT construction helicopter in the background there as we get this killer shot. Getting a little squirrely. That turn's getting deep.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's not getting squirrely and he's just looking for hard pack.
I think they're looking for traction at this point. Anything to make them go forward fast, and you know this truck always has had a little bit of height it doesn't squat as much as that platform generally likes to be, in my opinion. And so I think sometimes on the harder, flatter surfaces, they find themselves searching for a little bite. We like to let the car, that platform there, squat a little bit more and transfer that weight more, but.
Give the tires some dig.
Yeah, but that's all driver preference, and that's all setting that up to his driving style. And you see here, it's very high in the back for what we see most of these cars under heavy acceleration, and because of that, he's got a lot of up travel in the big humps, and so apparently he likes to do his work in the big bumps.
Yep.
Rally 101 right here. And how do you do that in a 7,000-pound truck? Well, we'll pay attention because this is how it's done.
Where is this at? Can you tell?
Yeah, this is coming back down into the Bouse Y right there. They make the Y.
Okay, there it is.
So they're going to make the big bull turn, which is where I believe the Chevy truck was.
Yep, this is where Bob Briggs
crashed.
blew it.
Yep, went over that way, and then coming down this way, and then there's a couple of really big gotchas. Now they're flying off of them instead of coming the opposite way like we did last year, right where they hit this cross grain there, and then there's a second one coming up. And they should fly right off of it like nothing. But in the past, it's really made the truck go front end high. And then they're going to make the sharp right into the wash. And then they've got to put the pedal down because it is soft in there. It is really soft.
Looks like Brent Fox is coming through main pit now. Fox is another one with a lot of corrected time on his side, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
So we've got a co-driver change, it looks like. We've got our belts off.
Potentially?
Yep. So here we go. Got some fresh blood inside. Someone will tell us how we're doing it wrong, or we're pointing out something that needs attention on the truck.
Pointing something
yeah,
out.
that's what's going on. They're lifting the truck. You can see the horizon change on the hood of the truck, and
so getting a little info from the field. Yep. Co-driver's out to double check things. They might have put a drive shaft in that truck, or he's double checking it.
Yeah, they've got a vibration. They changed it or whatever, and he's seeing if that pinion seal held up or whatever. That's the bad. We fought that last night in the trophy light with the ding in a drive line, and then that vibration gets shot right into that ring and pinion, and that seal's got to take all of that harmonic imbalance, and it just wreaks havoc on everything. But is the other? Oh, they're wondering if they had a They're wondering if they have a broken axle too, because they're spinning one side and seeing if the other one moves. So there's something going not happy in that third member on that truck.
You're putting it in gear. Yeah, they're checking everything. Killer shots here coming in from the main pit, guys. I love this.
This is unbelievable.
Bringing your racing like no one else can.
This is George changing our sport right before our very eyes.
Yes, it is.
I mean, that is so cool. Yeah, he's got a vibration somewhere. They're trying to figure out the root of it. Do you fight on? Will it last, or do we have to replace parts? And
little bit of info coming in from Justin with Motorsport Safety Solutions. Oh, let's listen in here and then
the drive shaft's good, bolts are all good. I don't hear clunk. Do you hear clunky in the rear end?
No, I didn't hear nothing. Yeah. And even when we spun it by hand, it felt smooth.
You in neutral, Brent?
Are you down on power?
Just very bad vibration. They get a G out and all of a sudden it
So, did confirm they're getting a bad vibration.
Hot.
Co-driver's out and under there checking everything himself.
I feel like I should have a wrench with this vantage point. This is unbelievable.
It's impressive.
Obvious? Huh? Is it obvious? No, there's no oil, nothing. There's no knock in the rear end. Drive shaft looks good. Yes, sir.
Getting to hear the audio from it is amazing. I love it. You can hear what they're talking through, what they're figuring out. Brent was asking if there's anything obvious, which there isn't, as Alexander Ford goes through. So that's Ryan Hancock. Looks like possibly moving into third in class. Fourth. No, there's a lot through already. Never mind.
I want to take this off just to look and see if the flywheel. I have a flywheel.
Brent did those 19 races and did not miss a mile of any of them.
Yep.
You know he's going to finish this truck.
They're going to get it together.
They're going to figure it out.
They're going to figure it out.
Yep.
I mean, his crew guys are pulling the skid plate to start double checking stuff underneath the truck. They want to figure out what's causing the vibration before it DNFs the truck. So they're going to pull the skid plate, see if they can see anything that looks out of place up under here. There's going to be checking the trans, checking the underdrive. He was saying he wanted to look at the flywheel.
So we have seen a rash of flywheels coming apart. We actually have one explode inside our truck somewhat recently. And so, yeah, that's even SFI ones are, that happens. And, of course, it happened with Cameron years ago.
Yep.
So
that famous incident.
Yeah. Changed the sport.
Cody, we're going to pop the hood.
Pop the hood.
I'm FaceTiming you.
I'm FaceTiming you. So their tranny mechanic is in a different pit, so he's going to let them know what's going on and show him so that they can get some professional advice. That's awesome.
Well, it looks like he's got 2 or 3 people that have passed him in the pit while they're here looking at it. Sounds like he said torque converter.
Oh, it's tight.
Man. You can crank it without turning it.
So Brent Fox
stay clear
was
and off
8th
the motor.
starting this lap.
Okay.
Don't turn the switch
So
on.
No
obviously
ignition,
this
just
time
off.
isn't counting towards that,
No
but
ignition,
Mind
just-
for a minute, gentlemen.
No ignition, just hit it.
Brent, the ever polite professional. Can I get by for a minute, gentlemen?
Gentlemen, as I'm frantically trying to get back in the race.
Yep.
Don't start, bump it. No ignition.
Hold on. There's hands in there. Something's knocking whenever we...
Here's Nate again.
knocking.
Nate's on pavement.
Oh yeah, Nate
That's
must
not
be waiting
good.
for a trailer or something.
Yeah,
at
so
this point.
he's up at the Shea Road crossing, and those are other teams waiting for their cars to be pulled out, and he's calling it a day.
Looks like Nate might be self-recovering.
Oh no, here's the Fusion sitting on the side of the course. Probably looks like a flat as well because the driver isn't out.
Yep, only Co-Dog's out. Like Ben Williams.
This is excruciating. When you've had a good day and to have to sit there and like Brent's experiencing these people going by him,
Yep.
it's crazy.
So I think we're up to 4. Had physically passed him while we were
Oh man,
watching in the pits there.
doing
so,
all that work all day long just to give it up like that.
So on time, though, as more people are crossing the line, he has been bumped back to 9th.
Okay.
And the timing loop is before the start of main pit, so he's probably top 15 now, maybe, give or take.
And you know he's big picture guy, so he'll take that, right?
Yep.
You win championships on your worst day.
Yep. You win him on your bad days. Yeah, looks like Nate's taking the
So here's the
pavement
onboard
back.
camera from going down Shea, and we're going to find out about those big potholes, right?
Yep. Watching Adam Householder and Trevor Ellingham working their way along now.
So this is a sketchy spot right here because you're going along the CAP canal, and there are rain ruts that run off of that hill on your right down to your left, and there's big holes on the left side, and you want to go fast, but it's a very narrow area. Then right as you get comfortable with the ups and downs, then all of a sudden you're going left, and then you work your way back into the hills, and it's cross grade.
So remember we were talking about Kevin McGilvery getting in the truck.
Yep.
He is now leading the race.
I'm telling you, man, that guy is going to be, he can eat a banana sideways right now if you can see in that helmet, because he's living his dream. He just teamed up with Rob McCachran, and now they're leading the Parker Dam 500, and that is just unbelievable.
Is that a rock on the hood?
No, it was
pins?
the hood pin straps. Yep.
Uh-oh.
They're
Might
loose.
be more than a flat tire for Ben Williams.
Oh, and we got help here.
That's Carl. So Rescue 11 is currently with Ben for whatever's going on.
The Raptor R specialist is on site.
I still can't believe he does rescue in a Raptor R.
It's so amazing how he beats that truck.
So our current leader is Kevin McGilvery, coming up on race mile 40, or just past it right now. So Kevin's currently leading the race with a angry Cody Parkhouse following him.
So right now, and no disrespect to Kevin, but now Cody's thinking, hey, wait a second, man, the all-wheel drive car's out of this thing. Now I can maybe have a shot to go run down Kevin. He's probably, driving like a man with his hair on fire and putting the pedal down and going right after these guys. Does he have enough time? Does he have enough miles to pull these guys in?
Yes, we'll see as we get some more live splits coming in. We just had another truck sneak up into the top 3, which is Corey Kaiser in the number 20. So Corey qualified quite a ways back. I don't have an exact spot here.
Yeah, we're going to be in the same situation with Travis, right? I mean, so it's going to be whoever can do math and let him know that he's got a shot at this.
So Corey qualified 12th. So at least, so if we're at 90-second splits, he is a ways back on time. So we will see how he crosses.
Oh, big hole, big hole, big hole.
See, he didn't double him.
No, he did not. He needs to go to the Travis Williams driving school.
Which Travis is on the hunt right now.
Yeah, another trophy-like guy.
Moving on up in the world.
Yep, absolutely. It teaches you line choice. It teaches you how to avoid those big holes and roll speed through the corners. That's everything. That is everything.
So Jake Johnson is our current leader in 6,100, coming up on race mile 30, followed by Travis Williams, who's about race mile 20. Looks like attrition's playing a huge role in today's race. We're getting some news from production that we have lost 15 different vehicles on cars, so that's why we're not getting as many shots for you guys coming from inside the cars, but we're feeding you everything we can. These
Well, and that-
killer drone shots are kind of making up for it, in my opinion, too.
That's goes right back to what we were talking about as far as you got to play this thing like a 500. You can't go out and hit it right off the bat. You've got to let the race kind of come to you, and it's always played that way. It's never disappointed. Every once in a while, maybe if you're playing the odds, someone's gonna squeak out a perfect day, but it is so hard to do. I don't know. There's just something about this desert that's relentless.
And so, I never finished my story earlier about concrete. They lost an alternator, so that must mean they lost 2 alternators.
Right.
Which this
Yeah.
truck has done in the past.
They run redundant systems, and that means they're out of battery now,
Yep,
right?
so-
Because
It sounds like they're trying to get parts delivered to get them out to them to get them going again, but I believe that puts them out of contention for the overall. But with
What a
the
bummer.
rate of attrition going on right now, they might still be able to sneak into the top 10, depending how long it takes to get parts.
so I have done the drop parts into the race car going by to hand off at the next pit,
Yep.
or to the guys. You know, I've had the guys not drop the parts off. I think they
Yep.
forget. They get in
Yep.
a race, they didn't see them in dust. But I've also had it be the best delivery system possible, and it's by far the fastest way to get parts out to a race car driver. Because here in the States races, you can't chase, right? So you got to figure out how to get those parts to somebody who you have no way of getting to them. So you got to be quite innovative in this situation.
Make it happen however you can do it. See if we can get some updates on our lead cars here. Sounds like the 6129 is currently stopped with the drivers out handling something.
Our buddy Lee Wood says we should know that Kevin and Rob Mack have worked together before. Yeah, we have talked about that relentlessly, how long those guys have teamed up together. We know that. It's very apparent that there is a long history with those guys. And same thing with the Olagus family with McGilvery, and same thing with McCachran and the Olagus family. We're those legends of the sport right there. That's Las Vegas. Las Vegas is best, as we call them.
We're watching some clips of Adam Householder going by here. His in-car's working phenomenal.
Oh, look at this pass. Imagine running somebody down in that dust and doing a pass. Now, even if that guy's limping, even if he's not at full speed, to be able to do that, that's awesome.
And that's Baldy.
I'm shocking. You know, if anybody will take the chance, it's this guy. Look at how fast he's attacking that part of the course, and now he's going to go around this, I call it a carousel corner, and he's going to set the thing up in the grooves and get the thing pointed straight and pull the trigger, and here he goes, man. He is on a mission. Where is he at in time?
I'm just checking that, and he's not popping up for me. So I'm not sure where he is at.
Is he another guy with strategic no tracking?
Oh, no, he is showing as 38th right now.
38th?
But only on lap 1. So did he have a lot of downtime that we didn't see, and he's just now getting going again?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but that's pretty remarkable.
So that would mean that he's only on lap 2. Trying to work his way back in. Let's see if I can figure out.
What color's his dot?
Yeah. Yep, he is on lap 2, coming in at the end of Butler Valley Ranch there at race mile 90. So, he must have fell back a little bit. It's Adam Householder's on board. Little drone cam coming out of main pit. Got another truck coming out of main pit here. I wonder if we're going to get to watch somebody hit one of those posts live.
Uh-oh. So, spinning it live. I mean, we talked about searching for traction out there, right? I mean, you can just see those tires. You can almost hear their claws digging in, just trying for anything that resembles traction. That's crazy. What a great shot. This is so cool. This has been such a remarkable opportunity. Look at him hang it out, man. He is on the wood.
He's on a mission, that's for sure. we're on board with Adam Householder here. We're going to do a quick crew change here in the studio, get an opportunity to eat some lunch and use the bathroom. And thank you for joining us today. Did you have fun?
Oh my gosh, this is great. I'm sitting in mission control, man. I mean, this is the only place to do this. This is phenomenal, and I'm such a fan of what you guys have done and what you've brought to the sport and I've said it time and time again, this is you guys are literally right before our eyes and for our eyes changing the sport, and keep it up. And just watching Blaine from this captain's chair, what an opportunity, man. This is so cool. Thank you very much.
Well, I really appreciate you coming in and joining us, and I hope you can make it back over to main pit. Make sure all your cars get a good finish today.
Yeah, we're on it.
All right, my friend, have a great afternoon, and thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, back in the booth here, I'm Pam Hall with Mr. Mason Cotter. Mason Cotter, you raced yesterday in the UTV class, and you came in 25th overall, but second in class in that NA. And Mason, you've been racing for quite some time. You have a lot of seat time under your belt for being, you're 14 or 15?
15.
15. But Mason, you did an amazing job yesterday, and I know that you've been paying attention to today, but give us a little rundown of what you thought about that course yesterday.
I actually really liked that course. It was a lot of different sections that we would go through. I mean, there'd be some sand sections, there'd be some long straightaways that were just flat for miles. I mean, there was one section, it was like a little bit of a rock crawling section. There's some sections with just straight rocks everywhere. So I honestly, I really liked that course. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was a lot of fun. I mean, watching you guys out there on it. And then today, I mean, right now, this is right off the start line, right, where you guys came through and made that right-hand turn. These guys have been eating up that course today, and there's so much silt there. I mean, you guys being in the UTVs and in the Class 10s yesterday definitely did a little bit of a number on it. But, yeah. Would you want to be out there on that course today?
Probably not. No, not after these trucks and stuff. They're going to tear it up.
Oh, yeah. They've been doing it, tearing it up all day long. That is for sure. And that looks like that is the Bruner truck. It is. Not sure what's going on right there or how long they have been stopped, but there's been a lot of attrition today. Did you have any issues out on the course for yourself?
Yeah, actually I did. I think first lap went perfect for us. We did pretty good on the first lap. Second lap, our CV boot on our axle came off, so we lost all of our grease in there, and we blew a belt, so we had to pull over and get that fixed. Once we got that all fixed, we made it to pit 2, and they told us just keep going. There's nothing they can do about that CV boot, so we made it to pit 3, and then our guys there helped us out, and they just threw some motor oil in it and zip tied the CV boot back on, and we made it, I think, 160 miles. We were able to finish on it.
Oh,
and
that's
then
awesome.
We got a flat as well, but other than that, there was no other problems.
That seems like quite a few problems, though. But for you to finish second in class and 25th overall, I don't remember the exact count of what we had yesterday, but we had, in the 50, 60 plus count there for vehicles that were out on course. But I mean, there was a lot of attrition yesterday as well within the UTV class. It seemed like there was a lot of mechanical with alternators and everything as well. But to overcome the issues that you had, second place has got to be a pretty good feeling to finish up.
Of course it is. I was hoping for just a top 3 finish. And we were able to pull off second place. That was great.
Yeah, that is awesome. Now, again, on this race course, because obviously we have over 55 vehicles out on the course today with, upwards into the 40-inch tires and the roughness of this course. Yesterday when you were out on there, is there any particular area that was so rough that you were just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, what this is? But I can't compare it, though. You've raced hammers, so.
Yeah, hammers was really rough. But there was a few rough spots on this course. I mean, there was a lot of just straightaways that were flat fire roads pretty much. And there was other times where it was like I said, rock crawling. So, I mean, I would have to say the roughest part of the course for us was probably I'd say the one wash coming back. It was pretty gnarly. It was just super deep ruts. I think a couple of times our skid plate dragged on the ground, so we had to really take it easy through there. But there was a lot of rough spots and a lot of smooth spots. Yeah,
with you saying that too, I mean, you really have to be careful, like you were just saying, you were dragging your skid plate, because sometimes there's rocks that are not moving, and if you are going over that, it can completely rip everything off, get into the transmission of your vehicle and everything. But it's been definitely a rough course, getting rougher and rougher throughout the day here. We have been watching, but that is Sam Barry right there in the pits. Looks like they're doing some fuel, taking the hood off possibly, or maybe putting it back on. Not sure. Oh, taking it off.
Taking it off.
Yeah, that is never a good sign. We've seen a few guys come into the pits having to do, some transmission fluids and changing the oils and all of that. We saw a householder earlier on. I don't know if you were watching it. They have those the jacks that come down by air. It was stuck down, and he was running really good. But he's back out on course. But it was just one of those things to where, you're having such a good run, and then there you go, right? You got your jack is stuck down. Terry Householder was up underneath it trying to get that back up. But here we have Blaine Conrad, who's been having an amazing race himself. Let's look at these areas of, I've been out of the booth here, but I was listening as I was driving. But see where we have our leaders right now, because our leaders are actually out on lap number 3. So it's a 120-mile loop, and you did 3 laps yesterday.
Yes.
Is that the longest lap you've ever done, like in one lap?
Yeah, that is the longest. This is the longest race I've ever done.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, I know that because I know that you've been racing for so long. I just wasn't sure exactly how long of a lap you've been doing. But your first year, this was your 3rd race on your 1,000, right? Or second?
This was my 3rd race in this car, in the desert car. I've raced RS1s for maybe 2 years now. And I've raced a little bit of Best in the Desert and Martellis and stuff, but that was the youth races. They were a lot shorter than these big desert races. Yeah, they definitely do cut them down. But give us your thoughts of moving into the 2-seater, I guess I should say, then, and doing the long race like you just did. It's a lot different than going from the Youth 1000 even in short course. That's what I've been racing for a long time, is short course, and that's you push as hard as you can for 15 minutes, just battling it out. This is a lot more. Take your time. You got 3 laps. You got 400 miles to just anything can happen. That is so true for you to say that right there, because we were talking earlier when Householder had that issue. I was talking with Jason Cobb, and it was, what would you do right now? Are you angry driving right now to make up ground, or are you just keeping it calm and just, consistent? And like you just said, you have 3 laps. Yeah. If you try to go all out in lap number 1, you're not going to make it to that finish line. Exactly.
I mean, you have a huge crew of people that, you know, you have behind you and working on your cars and helping you out in the pits and everything else. So it's not only trying to finish the race for yourself, it's finishing it for your whole entire crew.
Yep, exactly. You got to really take your time on these big desert races. They're not, you don't go out there and push as hard as you can for 3 laps and hope you finish. You got to take your time and really just pace yourself.
Yes, exactly. And that's something, you know, you've been racing for quite a while, so you kind of know what to do. Obviously, short course racing, you're always on it so hard, you know, because it's only, you know, a small portion. You know, I don't even know how long the short courses are because they all vary, but you only usually get like 10 to 12 laps out there, and so you're just always on it. You're going 100% the whole entire time. But here, you don't go 100% because you want to make sure you get to the finish. But this is Blaine Conrad here once again. You can see how deep those ruts are getting for him.
Yeah, they got a lot deeper since yesterday. Yesterday they were pretty deep, but not that deep. Those are super deep.
They're getting really deep. I mean, off the start, the silty turns as well that are going on. It's, as you can see, him drifting around that corner right there.
Yeah, no, that's yesterday. There was some like those turns right there. I don't even think they were that bad. I think since they've been going over it so much, it's been like taking the top of the dirt off, and it's just been getting all dusty. Ooh,
I'm not sure who this one is here. We'll find out in just a moment. Oh, Ben Williams in the 6117. A lot of dust right there, but there's already safety crew there, so I'm wondering if they just have a flat or did they actually tumble?
No, it doesn't.
Nothing looks
like
injured.
No.
So Parker, Arizona. So you've raced out here with other series in your other vehicles. So what do you think about this terrain? Is it pretty tough compared to, obviously you've done the Mint, right? You've done all the other, this California 300, you've raced at King of the Hammers. So out of all the terrains, is there any one that you would compare this to?
I don't know. This is like its own thing. I mean, we have a house here in Havasu, so I've been getting to practice on this kind of terrain here quite a bit because we have a little track out there. But I mean, I would say like California 300 and Hammers were like the 2 of the roughest races I've done, and it was rough in the Youth 1000 when I did California 300, and now I get to do it in a Pro R this year, so we're gonna see how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah, well, and Barstow's, I mean, that's why people go test there, because it's so gnarly to test the shocks at Barstow, Maine and everything. And then being so close to where Hammers is put on, you know, it's kind of the same rocky area, but Barstow has more of those big rollers, right?
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Big whoop section. As we're watching another see, yesterday, you guys there wasn't a lot of tire changes yesterday that we saw on our cameras. But today, it's been a lot of tire changes, it seems like.
Yeah, actually, I had a tire change in the pits at main pit. That's what happened with me. We didn't even know we had a flat.
Oh, goodness.
We had no clue. We came in, and we felt them jack the rear of the car up, and I thought they pulled out the axle. I thought they were going to pull it out and, like, try to fix it or something. But I guess they didn't touch it. They just left it and changed our tire. We didn't even know.
Well, that's good that you didn't know. I mean, it didn't change up your driving style or anything, because sometimes, you know, when you get that in your head, that you have a flat or whatever, it'll change up your style of driving and stuff. But was it all ate up, like you were on a flat for a while, or?
I honestly have no clue. We did kind of feel the car like wanting to steer to the right a little bit, but we weren't sure. We thought maybe it was just the sand, maybe the ruts were just trying to pull us.
Okay.
We didn't even know. It didn't even feel like the car was like, we didn't feel the wheel hitting the dirt or anything either. So we didn't. I feel like it happened like towards the end of the lap.
Okay,
like
which
right
is
before.
The best place for it too.
I think it might have happened like towards the end because we didn't even know.
That's a good thing. Now, this is the number 3 truck that we were just now looking at. Whenever the drone was going around him earlier, it looked like his front tires were towed in towards each other. So that will definitely not be good. But I think this is the Brenthal truck. Well, it is obviously a Brenthal truck, but I think it's Jordan Brenthal's truck, possibly. We'll see from afar. But they were having some issues earlier as well. Looks like they're messing with the steering rack.
Yeah, it does. Wonder what happened there.
I mean, phew.
Yeah,
get it going sometimes. Yeah, that is Jordan Brenthal's truck right there. Ricky Gutierrez is the other driver of record. See, look at the front.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
They are completely... you can't drive like that, can you?
No, I don't think so.
That is not going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a bummer. He was having a great race. And I'm not sure which one that is. That is one of our Hawaii guys that just went by. They're brothers. but their cars look exactly alike.
Really?
Yes.
I need to see that. I want to see that.
Yeah, they're exactly the same, but their numbers obviously are different. On board with Adam Householder, and like I was saying earlier on, he was having that issue with the jack and got back out on course finally, but he's been trying to make up a lot of ground since that happened to him this morning. I mean, it was just down. They were doing everything they could. They had a jack trying to use the truck weight to push it up.
Yeah, there's a couple different ones. One of my guys was telling me that we should try that out. That I think it's the jack that they were using. It's like it uses like the gas or whatever, like the CO2 cartridge that lifts it up. And there's the one with you put the jack, like the impact gun on it, and that'll lift it up too. So there's the two different ones, but we are using the impact one right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah, those are good ones.
I think that one's probably better because if that happened to them and they're using the CO2 cartridge one or whatever it is,
theirs is onboard. It's an onboard jack.
Oh, so they push the button and it goes down, and they couldn't get it to go back up.
Correct. And when they took all the body panels off of it, and whenever they were taking the body panels off, they were manually bringing the jack up, which is obviously time consuming. But I know which ones you're talking about. The ones with the CO2 cartridges, I mean, it's awesome. But the one with the impact, one good thing about that jack personally is you already have your impact out because you're having to change a tire. So it's one tool. Gets it done quick as long as you don't lose your battery.
Exactly.
Now this canyon right here, you went into the dark last night. How was this at nighttime?
Honestly, it wasn't bad. You couldn't even tell where you were at in the dark. Everything, like in the daytime, you can tell, you remember stuff. Once it's dark, like you don't even really remember being in the canyon. I mean, I do remember when we were down there, there was actually, I think, 2 broken cars when we were coming out of it. There was 2 in 2 different spots. So I think that canyon got a little bit sketchy going in there because there was a lot of rocks in there, and the ruts in there were getting super deep, and the turns were really sharp. Okay.
So we've been talking all day long too about like these bigger trucks and everything. Once they're on the race course, like they'll sometimes knock rocks into the course, and they weren't there the lap before, kind of thing. Did you happen to find any of that happening to you guys yesterday?
Kind of. There was a few, like lap 1 we would come around in that canyon. I remember it actually. Lap 1, it wasn't that bad. Lap 2, we came around, and it was like way different. The ruts were super deep. There was big rocks all over the place. So it did a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that we were talking about with today with the unlimited vehicles too. Obviously, the bigger tires and everything. That they're sliding around the corners completely different than you guys were, and they can just knock those big old rocks in. But Blaine Conrad, this is his first time out here racing in that truck there, the ES Motorsports 6100. Doing really good. We were talking this morning. It looked like he was going to, have to work out a little bit of bugs or take mental notes of what he needs to change up for the next race. But he's been doing really good.
Ooh,
and is this?
What's happening there?
I don't know whose truck. Oh, Ben Williams. Are they getting towed? They were stopped. Yeah, he is definitely. That is not chatter bumps he's going over. That is within his steering wheel.
Yeah.
Steering rack.
Oh, that's weird.
But I can't tell there's a vehicle in front of them if they were being towed or not.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Possibly.
I think that might be another race vehicle, though. They're gone now.
That is true. So they were definitely not being towed. That's a bummer. But Blaine Conrad once again. So what's your next race? Is it the Mint 400?
It is. We're going to be racing the brand new line Pro R there. So I think that's going to be a fun one because we get to go from the NA car all the way up to a Pro R. It's going to be a lot different.
But you've tested in it, so you know how it drives. Or no?
No, it's almost done being built.
So
we have like barely any time to go out there and get it all tested, and we're going to have to really put some time into it.
But have you
in a short amount of time.
You've never driven a Pro R at all?
A stock Pro R.
Okay.
Pre-running. That's we have a pre-runner. Our pre-runner's a Pro R, but it's all stock. So.
Okay. Well, so at least you've felt the horsepower that it has compared to your NA car, because that's a pretty big jump.
Oh yeah, it's a huge jump because we get to go from going 90 miles an hour to 110, 111. Like Deegan, he went 111 yesterday. That's crazy speed on this track.
Oh yes, especially for 14 years old.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're only 15, so
yeah.
So do you have your same co-driver for the Mint that you had yesterday? Because he's a jet ski racer, correct?
Yeah, he's a professional jet ski racer.
So obviously you guys have a house here in Havasu. He probably lives here, I'm guessing. But how did that come about, having a jet ski racer get into your navigating seat?
Well, we were having a little bit of trouble finding a co-driver for me, actually, for this desert stuff. We couldn't find one, and I was just asking around, and he offered. He was like, hey, I'll try it out and see if I'm good at it. and this was his first time ever.
Okay.
He's never even really been in a race car like that, and he just jumped in and went out, and he did perfect.
Well, good. Okay, so did he get out and change the tire by himself, or did you get out and help him? Oh, your Pitts did it.
Yeah,
Never
Pitts
mind.
did that, but the belt, he got out and did that pretty much by himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
So for not being a racer, getting
Yeah.
out and changing a belt like that, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, he did really good. We showed him how to do it one time at our house, and he was like, all right, I think I got it. And jumped out and changed it, and it lived for the rest of the race.
That's awesome. Do you guys cycle your belts before you put them in the car spares?
No, so before we actually come out and race, we will go out and break in like 3 belts.
Okay.
We'll go out and break in 3 of them, and then we'll put the 2 in the car and leave the 1 in.
On it.
Yeah, on it.
That's good. That's good. So this is a big Bill Wingerning, I think is how you say his last name. Looks like they're giving a little check over to you as they're getting some fuel. And this is what we talk about with safety. See the guy standing there with the
Yeah.
fire extinguisher? Always have those prepared, because one of the things we always talk about is always prepare for the worst. And I know you have a professional crew with you, so you guys are always prepared.
Yeah. We
You
try
have
to
to
be.
be. You have
we try
to be. Trying to be is the best thing as long as you're trying. Sometimes it's like, whoa, guys, come on.
Yeah.
Be a little more prepared. There's a truck on the trailer right there. I wonder
Yeah.
whose that is. If it's
Looks really clean. Like, like it's just sitting there.
That's what I'm wondering, if they even used it.
Like a spare, maybe?
On board here again, once with Adam Householder. I think that Terry was going to possibly get in, but I don't know if he did. Oh, look at this. Who is that on their side? 6129. That is Josh Shelton out of Texas on his side right there. That's a bummer. That's one of those corners that sneak up on you, I think.
Yeah, those. There was a couple times where you come around, like it looks like it's not that sharp of a turn, and then all of a sudden it just instantly, just like a U-turn. It's like you got to be careful of those, because
They're gotchas.
Yeah, we were out there on a couple of them, and it's just like a long straightaway, and then all of a sudden it's just a sharp left turn out of nowhere.
So did you come out here and actually pre-run the course?
Oh, we did. Yeah, we did a lap. We went and pre-ran. We made a lot of notes, so we were trying to get as prepared as possible. And I think we were. We had like the perfect amount of notes. That was for my co-driver. That was his first time doing that as well, and he did really good with that too.
Well, and going out pre-running, that's where it's good too, where you get those notes put in there of, oh, this doesn't look like it's tight on here, but put a note in there and say 90 or whatever it is. But it's navigation is a whole different ball game. Have you ever been a navigator?
No, honestly, I've always wanted to try it, just to go have fun, just like go with one of my buddies that don't have a co-driver for a race, just go out there and race for fun and just see how it is. Because I mean, I've been in the passenger seat, but just to go out and like test and stuff, and it's honestly it's super fun. It's a lot more. It's way better than sitting in the driver's seat, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. Let's listen in to see if we can catch on to what's going on here.
I got all the background noise of the motor, and it's like, oh, thank you.
The exhaust, yeah. Can you put it on the other side of that tube?
All right, cannot catch on what's going on, but that is Mr. Sam Berry. He's a legend in the sport. He's been around for a really long time.
Yeah, I've always wanted to just go out and drive one of those trucks.
Yeah.
They look so fun to drive. I mean, the suspension, the horsepower is just insane.
Well, Jason Cobb, that was in here right before you and I, he has a rental program, so get on Dad for that
Oh,
one.
a rental pro. We got to try that out.
Yeah, he does a whole rental program for trophy lights. He actually is trophy light, and then 6100s and UTVs, but you don't need the UTV part because you have plenty of those. But he has a program for these, for sure. But there we are again with Blaine Conrad on course here. All right, so I am going to let you get back to doing your Havasu stuff. Did you guys go to the Dirt Expo down there today?
No, we didn't. I didn't even know that was.
I didn't know it till yesterday.
I didn't even know. I had no clue that was out there.
Yeah, it's going on today, and I don't know if tomorrow or whatnot, but we're going to bring in the owner of Master Fabrication here into the booth. But thank you so much, Mason, for coming over here and chatting with us and taking time out of your day. And congratulations on that second place in your class and the 25th overall out of all of the cars. There was a lot of DNFs yesterday, so congratulations on a successful weekend out here at the Parker Dam 500.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and good luck to you at the Mint 400. And I know I'll see you at one of these races here coming up soon.
Yeah, more than likely.
All right, thank you, Mason Cotter.
Thank you.
All right, as we are watching pit action go on and exit back out into the race course, Robert, back in here in the booth, but I'm going to step out once again because you have an awesome guest coming in here.
Yep, we have Brian from Master Fabrication, whose shop we've been in the last 2 days. He's going to step in, and he's a Havasu or a Parker local, so he's going to go over that with us and
Exactly.
talk a little bit about the race course and what he's doing out of this awesome shop we're allowed to be in here.
Yes, all the awesomeness in here. Some awesome cars behind us. But Sam Barry's been in there for quite a while. Not sure what's going on with him. You might know, but I'm going to remove. Have not heard. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and step away from the booth and let Brian take my seat.
Sounds good. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Back on board with Adam Householder here as Brian's getting settled in here next to me. Looking like cooking about mid 80s, high 90s, low 90s. Brian, welcome. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing good. This is awesome. This is so cool to see it from a different perspective than what we're used to out there in the sun and the dust, and get to hang out in the shop with you guys. And
I was going to say, you're used to being in the pits out there making sure your racers are getting around, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of what we do here is pit support, and customers when they come to us for race preps or cars, part of that whole package is being at the races to support them and help them and hang out with them and
make sure their races go smooth.
Just make sure, because a lot of these guys don't have all the parts they need or what have you, so we can kind of pull all that together and make it work for them and kind of help guys get in.
So we're watching Blaine Conrad here working his way across. He's finding some of those big rollers, and he is not slowing down for them. So
there's some big rollers out there, especially now that we're into the third lap here. With, we haven't had any rain out here in about a year. So the dust and the track, the course getting torn apart is just brutal this year. It's helping that we're going backwards this year, but man, it's getting brutal. It's getting dry.
Man, as he's cooking along, and you can tell the dust is hanging a little bit more than it was this morning, so I think we're losing the breeze a tiny bit.
Especially through the washes, through the canyons. We lost the breeze. Yeah, you're right. So it hangs in those washes.
On board with Adam Householder.
He's been doing good today. They had some problems earlier today with the jack, but
yeah, I think if he didn't have that jack issue, he would have been way farther up front.
Yeah, they spent, about 15 minutes in the pits trying to get that thing back up.
Yep, give or take. It looks like he is currently starting the third lap. Man, I can't even see. He is about 27th physical, so that jack problem held him up big time.
And this is cool. I haven't been able to listen to the in-car and the motors till I got the headphones on, and it adds another level of coolness to watching it.
Yeah, let's listen in here for a little bit as Adam Householder makes his way along. Looks like our leaders, or our physical race leader, the number 56 of Kevin McGilvery, is about race mile 85, so circling about 35 miles out from our first official finisher. Kevin's truck was originally driven by Rob Mack, which has a ton of more miles out here than probably almost anyone. Except for maybe you. How many miles you got around this area?
Oh gosh, we've been racing this race for 25 years plus years. So I've been around the course a few times, but yeah, this is by far one of the funnest races, I think, besides Nora maybe.
Mm-hmm. Just because the environment or the race course?
Well, I'm biased of it because I live here. So we race right out of the shop. We put our helmets on in the shop and go. So I'm a little bit biased as far as which is the most fun race to run.
Yeah,
but
being a local,
if you weren't a local, it would still be up there on the list on fun factor.
We're watching one of our Class 1 cars cross the road into main pit here. I think this is the King's Motorsports car, but I could definitely be wrong.
Yeah. Look at that. That's just beautiful.
Ooh, he didn't even
Just
lift.
launched it.
Didn't even lift.
That's
Blaine
awesome.
Conrad, fearless.
Didn't even lift.
His first race in his own 6100 that was just converted. So that truck was converted to a 6100 from a unlimited truck. That used to be the X-Cops
Yep.
ES Motorsports
Yep.
TT. It went to the boys Jeff Wilson and his brother in Boulder City, Nevada, and they converted it to a 6100. They put the limited power plant, the 525 LS3 in there, got him dialed in, and he's been charging hard all day. He didn't qualify as far forward as I would have thought Blaine would. That he's a madman. He started 23rd today, so
Oh, wow.
with 90-second splits, his physical starting position was pretty far behind our leaders. So obviously this race is on corrected time, so when we get people across the finish line, we'll know how they actually did, not based on if they're first or
Right.
second or third across the line. We're watching the team get this car ready to start its third lap. Is that a helmet?
Yeah, it looks, maybe they did a driver change.
Maybe. Like, they're running around over there like they are working on something.
They don't like that they're moving too fast. Not in a big hurry.
No. Some of the pit guys are on the left there. They're looking for something in a hurry. Bright neon yellow. Green.
You
What
see
would you call
car a
that?
mile
Yellow
away.
or green?
Yeah, lime green or...
And popping back over to Blaine Conrad. This is an impressive showing for his first race in that truck.
Yeah, it is. He's really done good today.
So I did get some info earlier. They were not sure fuel mileage. They didn't have enough test miles on the truck to have a good idea how it's going to do fuel mileage wise. So that is why he pulled over and put fuel in it on the first lap, just to make sure they could get it around. So they had the math kind of figured out, hey, if we dump this can in here, when we get to Maine, we can top it off and figure out how much it ended up taking.
This is such a fun road, and see how the dust just hangs right there, and it gets really bad when we don't have any wind out here.
So it's almost like there's the pockets of the dust that hang as they go along. And Adam's cruising at 92 miles an hour.
It just casually wipes the camera.
Yeah, Trevor reaches back,
No
casually
big deal.
wipes the camera as they're
Just a
approaching
Sunday drive.
triple digits. Back straightaway there. Little on board with Kirk Harkey. Got Adam Householder, 108.
108, and his hands aren't even moving on the steering wheel.
Nope.
That truck is just floating.
Nice and smooth. In the dust.
In the dust, yeah. No, not a care in the world, like it's normal.
Yep. I just love how Trevor just casually holding the little grab handle in front of him there in the passenger
He's
seat.
obviously been in the truck a few times.
Yeah. I'd say he's one of them.
He could probably eat a sandwich over there.
I think he would if you gave him one. Oh, here comes the left.
And it's so cool to watch these different drivers and different co-drivers as they learn each other. And it's kind of like the spotters in NASCAR, the way they talk to the drivers. You know, they get to know the different inflections or the little hand signals they have, and it's almost a different language. Once these guys learn to work with each other, they don't even need to use words almost.
Yep, just fluid. You know what he's trying to get across with just that simple hand signal.
Right.
We're getting reports. Number 56, our lead truck, is through race mile 89.
Wow.
So we're about 30 miles out from a finish, which...
We're getting down there, yeah. We're
1:30, 2 o'clock for a finish
it's,
today.
what time is it?
Pretty good average speed.
It's 2 o'clock here, so I thought this race was going to go a little bit longer. But
sorry. Stupid clock on my computer still stuck in Vegas time.
Yeah, you got to watch out that here.
So it is currently 2:03. Our lead vehicles are on their third lap, and we have Kevin McGilvery in the physical lead with Cody Parkhouse breathing down his neck. So I have a feeling Cody Parkhouse wants this overall.
Yeah.
So they probably let him know that concrete was out of the game with some issues, and he's got to catch up to Kevin because Cody started 6th off the line today, and Kevin started 2nd.
It's so cool to see the Class 1 cars right up, with everybody.
Mixing it up. It's been a minute since they have been.
Right.
Which I'm a buggy dork guy. I've always loved buggies, so I'm screaming inside.
Yeah.
If Parkhouse can pull this off, that'll be a pretty neat win for him.
Neat. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to watch.
And once again, I know it's a race of attrition, and you got to get it across the finish line. So maybe the people that were pushing too hard early on aren't too stoked on that decision right now.
Yeah, we've been seeing some attrition happen. I know we've seen some cars on the roofs. We've seen a couple cars go upside down and some broken suspension pieces. So we are getting some attrition rate going on.
Oh, that is Rescue 31 working his way off the course there. That's Sam. Him and his family come out here and help with motorsport safety solutions all the time. And getting a funny story out of George from Starstream. He said he used to get mad at Trevor for not wiping the camera down in Baja. So now he is the best person ever at keeping the camera clean.
Yeah, somebody I didn't even think of it as somebody was saying yesterday they put it in their GPS notes to.
That's my co-driver.
That's yours?
Yeah,
okay.
So
maybe it was
Casey
you that
Gardner navigates for me, and when he's building our race file, he'll go find the straightaways and the spots where it looks convenient.
Yeah.
And in all caps, he'll do wipe the GoPros.
Well, this all new Starstream and watching this live is relatively new. I mean, all of us old timers, we didn't have the ability. Yeah, we didn't have the ability to watch this stuff actually happen like you're watching the Daytona 500 now.
It's pretty incredible with this Starstream technology with Starlink beaming it up to the satellites.
Right.
I mean, this is happening right now.
Right now,
We might be 5-10 second delay, but this is happening right now. And what's so cool about it is all your pit crews and family and friends at home, or even out here in the pits, you get to watch it go by in the pit, but you don't know what else is happening out there. So
yeah, all the guys helping in the pits, they get out of a 2-hour lap, they get to see the truck maybe 30 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
So
with the Starstream technology on there, they can have a Starlink on their chase trucks out in the middle of the desert and pull up your live stream.
Every chase truck has a Starstream, and they're watching them on their laptops and iPads,
which I think is pretty dang cool. It's definitely changed the way we're able to show the sport to everyone. It's Kirk Harkey goes through so that's the actual physical timing loop for the course.
Right.
So that is our finish line. And then he's going to work his way up through here, and he'll cross over Shea Road.
He's coming right up to Shea Road right here.
Which is the chute up into main pit. So technically he is on I would believe he's starting his third lap. Yep. So he is on his third lap now.
Looks like he might be getting out.
Heading into main pit.
Yeah.
Looks
like he's getting out.
He's getting himself ready to stop and jump out. He must be doing a quick driver swap here. Looks like his camera's cutting out there for a second, so we hopped back over to the heli, chasing Blaine Conrad. Then, when I was over there, this truck got a little western coming out of main pit there. Oh, that Scafudo pulled over again.
Yeah. This is coming up to the aqueduct. Into a real fast.
So this is a
section.
Drone shot of Jordan Brenthal. Oh, that's our KES guys. So they got going again. They were stopped. That's Kelly Environmental Services, Class 1 buggy. They actually the last race of the year had a excursion with a telephone pole.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they shut the race down for a little bit last year.
I did that one time in a pre-runner, ripped the back of the car off.
Oh, no, he ripped the pole down. he said, my car is good, the pole's not.
The pole's not. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken that pole out coming out of main pit. Where it's getting just rougher and rougher.
Yeah. Because I for sure thought we were going to see a bedside sitting there sooner than later.
Or just brush up, get a flat right there. Just brush up against it.
Yep.
But the day's not over. We still have another lap. And
it's crazy seeing how deep that section has got. Because we've had the drone shots there yesterday and today. And they went from not as bad yesterday to some of the biggest holes you'll see today.
That coming out of there has sure deteriorated. It's incredible.
Like, it's not very often you see these unlimited trucks hopping the front end like that.
Right.
It takes some big-sized holes at low speed to do it. Otherwise, they tend to get up on top of it, as we're watching Adam Householder here pushing through the dust. See if I could get a good race mile on him. I'm curious where all this dust is at. Our leader in 6100 is approaching race mile 90.
Man, look at that. That's not coming up the wash, is it? I can't tell. No.
Hard for me to say.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Oh, he's about race mile 65, it looks like.
Oh, okay, so
he's heading over there into Graham Wells.
Yeah, as soon as he gets out of Graham Wells, he'll get into the wash.
Looks like our leader's coming up on race mile 100. Our field crews are working their way towards the finish to get some finish line interviews for us.
Man, he's getting a lot of TV time today. That's awesome.
Adam Householder, man,
Yeah.
he's always putting on a show.
Oh, he's a showman for sure.
He hangs
Such
it
a
out in the
talent.
turns. He's wide open in all the rough stuff.
So fun to watch him drive.
As we're watching Blaine Conrad's 6112 floating across the desert here. And this is one of the Renegade racing trucks. Looks like Zach's.
You can see how burned in that deep sand is getting, and it's just deeper and deeper. And
Lack of moisture, the
oh
dirt's
my
not
gosh.
as hard packed.
It's
so
like talcum powder out here right now.
they're just tilling it up. Oh, and here's two trucks battling. Oh, somebody's in the wrong line.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Jake Johnson. That is our lead 6100. So Jake just made a mistake there. Looks like he is coming up on race mile 90, and he is in heavy lap traffic. I think he's behind that Jeff Carey Class 1 car we were just talking about.
Yeah, he's in what we were talking about, where that dust just looms in that.
It's just hanging.
Just hanging there.
Back on board the Herbst helicopter following Blaine Conrad. Getting confirmation our lead truck is through race mile 99, so about 20 more miles to go. Then
Coming down to the wire, it's going to be a fun finish.
it's crazy the live shots we're getting off the helicopters nowadays.
It's.
And this is Starstream and Starlink too.
We keep saying it over and over, but this is relatively new for us old timers to be able to watch this stuff. It's
Yep. Back in the day, if you weren't here physically, you didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's like beating a dead horse to keep saying it, but it's so fun. It's added such a new element to our sport.
Like the Kirk Harkey truck coming out of main pit there, working his way out. Static camera of the number 20. So that's Kaiser. I haven't seen him around in a while, so good to see them back out here
who's
racing.
this?
That is Scafudo.
He's been there for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's some weird tire tracks leading to where he's at right there.
He's doing something.
Like, do you see it was straight and then backed up and then, yeah. Last we heard he had driveline issues.
Oh.
Didn't know if it was drive shaft or he's also all-wheel drive, so it could be a front prop shaft or CVs. Watching Blaine Conrad working his way in. I'm going to get us an update on where he is currently at. Oh.
Moving. But
Oh, he broke his steering.
That front doesn't look too happy.
Nope. That's Michael Scafudo with one tire digging because it's all-wheel drive. Turning to the right, and the other tire probably trying to go straight. He ain't making very good progress.
No, they're probably fighting each other. That's why all those weird tracks that we were seeing.
Yep. Trying to go straight, and it ain't going.
He's probably got that steering wheel cranked all the way to one way or the other. And
Back on board with Blaine Conrad, or overhead. And he is coming up on race mile 55. So he's at the far end of the course. Is Cafuto having a rough day?
Yeah, there's a couple guys having a rough day. When it's going good, it seems to go good, and when it goes bad, it all goes bad.
His hood pins are still rattling around.
This guy's having a decent day.
Adam's always fast. Would those hood pins drive you crazy?
You know, he's probably concentrating so much on other things, he's probably not even seeing them.
That makes sense. The rescue chat here, it sounds like Unlimited truck number 70 is getting a tow to midway. So they might be out of the race, or they might be able to get it fixed and keep going, but getting towed into midway. Thank you to the Motorsport Safety guys for that update. We are on board with Kirk Harkey, but they just did a driver change, so I'm not sure if this is Kirk or someone else.
Didn't have time to put his gloves on, it looks like.
So some people don't like them.
Yeah.
I'm a glove guy. Like
I
don't
too.
want to catch a rock to a bare finger. Or bushes, which I'm notorious for swinging
And there's
off
some
of.
rocks out here.
Especially if you're behind someone.
Yeah.
So, once again, Brian, I just wanted to touch base with you. You guys have some beautiful cars sitting behind
thank
us
you.
here in the shop.
I appreciate that.
Looks all TIG welded. So you guys build everything from race cars to play cars and race support?
Yeah, we do a lot of race cars, race support. We've kind of our claim to fame is support after the purchase. You know, we don't just hand you a car and say good luck.
Yeah.
And we'll help you set it up, and it kind of catered to new racers or new guys coming into the sport is what we kind of like to help out, and it keeps us busy. So we've done a lot of tube chassis cars. We've done a lot of what I call halfers, which is obviously less than a full tube chassis car, and sportsman type cars. So we dabble in a little of everything. Everything's in-house and handmade.
I would encourage you, if you're in the Parker area, to swing by Master Fabrication. What is our address here?
1012 Eagle Avenue in
1012
Parker.
Eagle
So
Avenue.
if you know where Spanky's is, we're right across the street from Spanky's in Parker.
Okay.
Parker ain't very big, so if you just wander around the town and you look for the red and gray building, you'll find it.
I keep saying Havasu. I forget we're in Parker. Because
Yeah,
I'm
Parker.
staying in Havasu. But
Yeah, Parker, we're about 35 minutes away from Parker, so, Havasu, now you got me doing it. So, if you're coming to Havasu to play in the water or whatever, you make a trip out, come see us. We do a lot of tours out of the shop, too, loops around the race courses and trips out to the desert bar. There's a lot to see out here. If you're into shooting, there's a lot of natural shooting ranges out here, so it's a pretty fun place to hang out.
So if you want to come out here and experience a course, give Brian a call here.
Absolutely.
And be able to take you on a tour. Do you have to bring your own car, or you can provide them, or-
We have cars.
Okay.
A few cars that we can provide. Generally, people bring their cars.
Awesome.
But we do tours out of the shop here in Parker. We do a lot of tours down in Mexico.
Okay.
From generally Ensenada around through San Felipe and stuff like that. So the upper half of the course. Generally on the race course.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
Both tires are towed in now.
He made it to the road at least. Now they can get a truck to it.
I think he's got no steering. Oh, nope, the right tire turns. The passenger side tire's working.
He's got a broken tire out or something.
Yep. He's had bad luck in that truck, man. It is a all-wheel drive, and I figured after 1,000 test miles he'd had it sorted out, but something new.
It's
always is in
there's
off-road
always a
racing.
weak link, and you fix that weak link and you find the next one. It's a never-ending battle.
We're watching Blaine Conrad go past somebody stopped on the side of the course there. Looks like his tracker's updating slow, so I'm not sure who he just got around. But two helicopters. We've got helicopter following a helicopter following race trucks. It's kind of funny.
It gets pretty busy in the air around here.
And then here's Vanderway.
Yeah.
Old Got Milk truck.
That looks good. That truck's still hauling the mail.
Number 84. I feel like that truck's got to be as old as I am.
Some of these trucks, and it's amazing. I know McCachran's in an older truck today, and just doing an amazing job in some old technology. It just goes to show you, you gotta, if you can beat the desert, that's the first person you gotta beat before you're racing anybody.
For sure, as Sam Barry's truck is still here in main pit, which is a bummer. We're getting news that this is his 50th year of racing off-road.
That's awesome.
So, holy cow. That's impressive.
That's almost older than me.
Rob Mack told me he's at like 41 or 42 years, and Sam's got him beat, so Sam's definitely been out here a long time.
Those guys have seen some battles.
We are on board with Kerr Karki here. As we're getting close to the end of the race here, Brian, I think we're going to bring Pam back in if that's all right with you,
thanks
sir.
for having me on, and it's been an absolute pleasure to host you guys here and come and hang out in my playground. More than welcome to come back anytime.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it, and thanks for letting us use your beautiful shop here, sir.
Alrighty.
So we are watching the helicopter with Blaine Conrad as we cycle Pam back in here. See if I can get an updated speed on Blaine here. It looks like he is doing 101 miles an hour. His last ping, so he might be going faster than that.
Blaine
Welcome
Conrad.
back, Pam.
Well, thank you. Blaine Conrad's been on it all day long. It's been awesome to see him moving along there. But 101, is that what you just said?
Yep, so that was his last ping. It looked like he had picked it up from there. So.
Well, and that is also that really super fast section right there as well. I believe that was just now Travis Williams that went by just now, smoking fast himself. But yeah, that Powerline Road, I think is where he was at, is what we call it. And so it's a nice, fast, straight section. It has some like flowy bumps to it. Not bumps, like humps, I should say. It's one of those kind of things. I always call it those stomach getters whenever you're driving super fast.
Gives you that little weightless feeling.
Yes, exactly.
So it looks, on paper, it looks like about 7 miles of straight wide open, but I think it's like 3 or 4 with some switchbacks in it. So.
Well, to us, it looks like it's that far, right?
The map's always deceiving.
Exactly.
So we have a helicopter chasing a truck here.
And probably a drone somewhere involved.
Oh,
with
that's
that.
a drone, sorry. Drone chasing a helicopter chasing a truck. That looked like the Turn 2 Little Bird of Todd Cressman flying it.
Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about production for just a minute.
Yes.
So behind the scenes, what people don't always realize is everything that's going on, right? We have a producer that talks to us in our ears. Obviously, you guys at home can't hear it. We have all the camera guys on the ground. We have people that are making sure all of this electronic is working right. If it glitches, we got to fix it and whatnot. But also, it's like what we were just saying, a drone and a helicopter. Those guys have to be in communication as well. So that's another whole logistics that goes into a production show as well. But to do this kind of live stream, so many people are giving great compliments on it. And we thank you guys all for watching. But it's just, it is a small production here right now, but it is doing an amazing job. Everybody's loving it. We have cameras all over the race course, the helicopters, the in-cars. That's giving us, footage where the cameras are not at that point. It's
got to thank all the teams
all
that
the
are
teams,
installing it, taking the initiative.
As we're watching. Sorry, go ahead.
Helping us bring this show to everybody.
Exactly, and thank you to Max's Tires for being the presenting live show here and sponsoring us out here at the Parker Dam 500. So thank you again to Max's Tires, and again, they are going to have a new tire coming out here that's going to probably be a big game changer as well with all of these trophy trucks. All of these unlimited trucks. As we were just watching the 6104 of Simon Louzier of Rosemere making his exit out of the pits.
And that was the Brenthel in-house pits there, so they can handle everything from your prep to your pits out at the races in them big 6100s. We pop back on board, speaking of Brenthel, with Kirk Harkey and his.
Exactly.
He had just left Maine not super long ago, so I'm assuming he's about 30 miles in, maybe? Oh, man, I way overshot that. He's at race mile 10.
So we can't always be right.
Kirk Harkey's always fast and consistent.
We can always try to be right, but we're not always right.
No, I'm wrong a lot. I pretend to be right. I'll stick with it.
A lot of people say, what do they say? They fake it till they make it.
They fake it till you make it. As we're watching McNeil here, he is actually missing a whole tire. So they might have changed a flat, and then the flat didn't stay nice in the strap and fell out.
Yeah, that actually happens sometimes, and that's something where you really need to, make sure you get it strapped down really good. But like you're saying, once it's flat, but it's hard to make sure it's on tight when you get through all of this rough stuff because those straps do come loose. I mean, it kind of goes along with seat belts. Every once in a while, like the people that run the suspension seats, after time, you have to tighten yourself down, right? Because you're moving around in it. Same thing goes with a spare tire, but you're not going to stop and go back there and re-strap your spare tire.
If you even knew it fell out.
Exactly.
Because you could tell in that shot that the spare tire strap was still really snug. So
exactly.
I think it actually slipped out the side of it.
Well, let's go over this really quick. Let's see. Our leaders per class, if we can find that here. Looks like Kevin McGillivray is in for first place, correct? That's what I'm seeing here. On time?
He is, because Thompson had alternator issues that took him out. And Kevin is currently leading Unlimited Truck, but I think Parkhouse is in contention for the overall on time.
Oh, and the class 1, that would be awesome. And then Scott Chauvet, I'm not sure how to say his last name, running in that number 2 spot for the Unlimited Trucks. Sam Baldy running in that number 3 spot. We did see Mike Scafuto in the number 3 truck broke. So right now timing has him as 4th position, but we know that will not happen. He actually, before I left, when I was talking to Mason Cotter, he was broke down and his tires were towed in.
Yeah, they showed a clip of him trying to get on the road, and it wouldn't even go straight down the road.
Oh, no. That thing was definitely broken. The steering rack was definitely broken on that for sure. So
bad
we
luck
have
for Michael.
Joey C is saying the 1516 is stopped at pit 1 on the live chat here. So I like to go through and look at what people are saying and commenting, and I can't always keep up with every single one of you guys, but thank you so much for asking in here. I do know Fish Gistics is on here as well. We know the guru here of tracking and everything, it seems to be desert racing, is on here as well. So thanks, Fish, for chiming in on some of these questions as well.
That would be Nick Carolyn, who's starting this lap, was in contention too.
Okay.
So that's a bummer for him.
So the 15-16, is that what you're saying? Okay.
Nicholas Carolyn, he was in 6th on time starting this 3rd lap. So
well, maybe this Joey C with Desert RV Glass can chime in and let us know if he's actually moving again here in just a little bit.
I see him on the map still parked.
Okay.
So we are getting close to a finish here, folks. Our leader is about race mile 115, which is Kevin McGillivray. And in 2nd place behind him is Cody Parkhouse.
And did I hear you correctly? Because on here, there has been question. It says just JC. I'm not sure what your name is. Just JC, but I know you're part of the 70 team, so the Lettner team and the I believe 70 was out. Is that what you had said earlier?
They were trying to get parts.
Okay, trying to get parts. Okay, so they didn't call it yet, but they were trying to get parts in. Is what you're saying?
We are, yes, correct.
Okay, perfect.
At pit 3, I'm being told by some of my guys out there, Blake Stewart out there, who's helping with, they set that there.
Okay.
I was like, is that a crash? Nope, that's a hood being strapped on the back. Blake Stewart is letting us know that Jake Johnson has 9 minutes and 45 seconds physical ahead of Travis Williams.
Oh, wow.
At pit 3, so.
Okay.
Jake's kind of running away with this thing.
He's been on it. I saw him blow that turn earlier on. And
yeah, it's an on switch. And where did he start again? I swear. Oh, he started 9th. So he started behind Householder.
Okay.
Householder had that jack issue that let him fall back a little bit. And I am being told that there is a 2-minute, 25-second split between Parkhouse and our leader. And that was at race mile 100. So,
okay.
Our leader, so McGillivray started 2nd. Parkhouse started 6th. So what's 4? So that's 6 minutes.
Okay.
So Parkhouse, on time, is winning this race.
Nice. That's going to be exciting for him. And this is his first ever legacy race.
Is it?
It is.
Wow.
I interviewed him during Tech and Contingency the other day, and that I was surprised too, because I feel like he's raced every single association that's out there.
I did not know this was his first race.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what a hell of a way to come out swinging.
Exactly.
Cody Parkhouse obviously been racing for a long time. And long time buggy dorks too.
Right? Exactly.
Helicopters flying alongside the course here as we pop back in with Adam Householder.
Adam Householder's, if he would not have had that jack problem, he would have had an amazing day because he's always on it. Look at, he's going 92, almost 93 miles per hour right now.
Yeah.
But that issue he had earlier on really obviously was a killer on his race day because he was doing an amazing job out there.
Sounds like the number 3 truck is now getting a trailer sent in to pick them up, so that'll be the end of their weekend. Thanks for racing with us, guys. See you at the next one. Better luck.
Exactly. Yes, so all kinds of coming in here on our YouTube chat. Again, thank you guys so much for chiming in with us.
I feel like Cody Parkhouse is bridging this gap physically on Kevin McGovry. Because they're in Osborne Wash right now, which is where that Class 1 car will shine over that truck and the tight stuff. He's got the turn brake in there that helps him plant that car in the corners and really take them faster than dang near anything out here, in my opinion. There's some epic Class 1 drivers that really show out at the races that are like this with the fast washes and the kind of bladed roads where you're able to use that cutting brake in there to your advantage big time.
Yeah, having those cutting brakes or turning brakes is another term for them as well. Is really awesome to have in the cars. As we're watching Blaine Conrad, they're hauling the mail, as we like to call it. He's got to be going 100 plus miles per hour right here. He's down that power line road right there.
Killer overhead shot being brought to us via helicopter and Starlink beaming it up to the sky.
All right. Great coverage here.
Blaine's working his way through. I'm trying to figure out exactly where he's at right now. I wonder if he's going to be a contender at the end for a podium finish. His first race out in that truck. He's about race mile 75. So
okay, cool. So he's not, what is that, 20?
50 miles out, give or take. 40,
55 miles, right? 25, 45,
yeah.
You guys at home are getting to listen to our mathematical skills.
There's a finish. Now, so that's Cody Parkhouse. Did he get past McGilvery?
He must have.
So that dust cloud in front of him is probably McGilvery. So Cody Parkhouse has ran down our leader, and Cody had him on adjusted time already. So, as we're watching him pull into the finish here, there's Liz. Happy birthday, by the way.
Wait, whose birthday is it? Oh,
Liz
I heard that.
with Legacy.
Well, Liz, happy birthday.
Liz.
She is right there.
She's wearing her birthday. What's that called?
Tiara.
Birthday tiara. There it is.
That's just a headband, but a tiara is more like a crown. But happy birthday to her. That's awesome.
And congrats to Kevin McGilvery and Rob Mack. They might not have won it on time, but they physically stayed out front all day once they got around Kevin Thompson. So, and Buggy Dork in me screaming right now. Congrats, Cody Parkhouse. Nothing's official. We don't know anything for sure. But if I am correct, I think he just won this race on time.
Well, he totally could have been the overall winner out here, but awesome job by Cody Parkhouse, 100% coming in so close to Kevin, right? I mean, they were within 30 probably,
seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds exactly. I was going to say, like, no more than a minute for sure because the way the dust was settling.
And that's awesome. It's so nice to see a buggy out there running at the front of a race again. And bummer deal for Kevin Thompson and Harley Lettner as they had an alternator failure when they were leading the race. Sounds like I was texted that this has happened a couple times to them, so maybe they're going to sort that out after this one. Kind of a bummer to have that take you out in a out of the lead of a race, you know?
Yeah.
Something that you've had fail in the past and probably tried to get fixed and it didn't work out. So we're back on board with Adam Householder in the 6139.
So Fish Gistics and his math is saying Parkhouse won by 5 minutes.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Good job, Cody.
Man.
As we are watching from on board with Adam Householder, I am checking in on our 6100 leader, who is Jake Johnson, and he has just passed race mile 110. And Johnson started 9th, which, yeah, he unless he gets there way faster, like teleports there, I don't think he's going to be able to
well, the
knock
technology.
any of these top 2 off.
Watch out for the technology.
Yeah. Because Jake has actually finished on the podium at many legacy races in his spec truck, so
Right.
kind of cool to see that 525 horsepower with the right foot on top of the throttle pedal. Let everybody know with these 1,000 horsepower trucks and buggies that we can still be up front.
Right, exactly. Oh, Adam, Adam has been doing an amazing job all day long. He has not, I haven't noticed him like sawing at the wheel super hard or anything.
Nope.
But wow, it's a great job by him though, for sure. I mean, obviously we know he's a well-seasoned racer, but sounds like we have an interview down there at the finish line. I believe we have George down there. More tthan likely he's going to be with Kevin McGillivray. So let's take it down to the finish line.
Well, I think the car behind you is parked on the truck. The next truck was a 6100 truck. I like very good. Ready? Class.
All right, Kevin McGillivray, dude, man, I don't even know what to say. You guys drove a really, really good race today.
Well, this is an amazing group of people put together for this year. It is an honor to have all the people that are supporting this program. I mean, first of all, David Peralt from ID Designs took the old girl, who's really an old truck, and I said, make it the best truck ever to leave your shop, and he did. It's magic. It is so just fits me. It's my happy spot. Now, the next thing that happens is he's surrounded himself with amazing people like Keith, who's the best co-driver I've ever had in my entire career, and that's 40 some odd years of racing. I mean, to have that asset, to have all those great people, and then we had Rick Geiser helping us out, and we're partnered with all the great people from Team Ford and Steve Olagus and Jack Olagus, and I look around at this event and it's just like, to have a career, and I'm kind of long in the tooth, all things considered, and have such great people around that are just so heart and soul into doing well. The responsibility is to do well. And then to try to put together another driver for this year for the 1,000-mile race, and to have Rob McCagran, the greatest of all time, agree to partner with me. I mean, what else can go right?
Yeah, it seems like everything is going right. It was, I mean, and the truck looks fantastic. You guys did a great job maintaining it. It's a testament to the off-road community, right? You have different brands, different manufacturers, different people all coming together because they want to support you. They see your enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, people ask about the color of this truck. This truck is McLaren orange. When I was really young, I was inspired by Bruce McLaren. And he had his mates from Australia, a ragtag group of people that put heart and soul into becoming world champions, and it just inspired me. So when it was time to change color scheme, I just thought to myself, wow, let's go with McLaren orange. And then we did that with the Geiser truck last year and won the championship and races, and we did it with good old 56. And I mean, I'm very, very lucky guy.
Yeah, well, you're a very happy guy too, and you are lucky because you have so many great people surrounding you. But just to see the smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, I have the most amazing wife, and we've been together for as long as I've been racing practically, and my fantastic daughter, and she's engaged now to a fantastic young man, and I mean, it just, I am such a fortunate guy. I can't thank people enough.
Yeah, you really can't though. And respecting life like that, you're probably going to have a fantastic dinner tonight with the team, right?
If Steve always has anything to say with it, it will be a great dinner. So, I mean, there's people that I'm not thanking, but there's obviously the whole legacy organization is so near and dear to my heart because they're carrying on the legacy of one of my best friends, and that means the world to me. And then the products that we have, I mean, the Dugan's racing engine is just like, it's unfair to have those people on your team. I mean, the power, the professionalism, and then Rancho Drivetrain married to the Dugan's engine, that's the reliability. And then, you know, the KMC wheels that are forged and stronger than I'll get out, and then my favorite, the BF Goodrich tires. And then you top it all off with amazing Fox shocks that just absolutely let us do things that humans should be able to do in trucks.
Well, and you guys drove it fantastic. We got to be able to see you guys from the helicopter views and drones and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. Maybe give us a little breakdown. We're going to go over and talk with Keith, your co-driver, in just a second, but give us a little bit of a breakdown of how the race actually went for you. Rob brought you a clean truck.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the truck comes in. He identified a little problem. The guys took care of it. Off we go. A great co-driver starts telling me, hey, your left rear tire's getting a lot too hot. So we decided to do a precautionary stop to put a new tire on. Figured out why it was getting hot, managed the problem the whole rest of the race to where we kept the temperatures down. I mean, the integrity of this James Lynn Motec package, the information we have to be smart drivers is just unprecedented. I mean, this truck is pretty smart.
Data is king in the all-new racing format that we have now. So first trophy truck across the line. First of all, congratulations. And I can't tell you how much it means for all of us on the live stream to see what a happy, smiley guy you are here.
Well, yeah, and what your innovation is allowed to occur here, as opposed to waiting a few weeks to read about it in a newspaper, is pretty nice. And I am proud. I hope my wife and daughter are watching. I hope all my friends are watching, because I mean, I can't thank everybody enough.
Well, we can't thank you enough for being out there. We're just a tool, man. You guys are the ones that are providing all the fun. So thank you very much, Kevin. Congratulations. And thank you very much to the whole team. We're going to go over and talk with Keith Mila on the other side. All right, Mila.
What up, brother? So much. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well. So we got to get back to Cody Parkhouse in just a second here, but you got to drive the two races today, Kevin McGilvey and obviously Rob McCachran. Just a little bit of a rundown on the race.
So first lap, Rob and I, we were just kind of managing our pace. We were pushing a little bit, but we knew the race at Parker always goes to the end, the last 2 laps and a half always. So that's what happens. We started lap 2 and Harley got a flat literally 1 mile after we did. So
check.
Having a little bit of technical difficulties with the mic down there at the finish line, so
I think what happened is our camera guy has one of those backpack Starlinks, and they're over by shades, and obviously Starlink can't go through that. So I'm thinking that that's what happened, is it was not connecting all of it correctly. But here we are, householder.
Yep, working his way towards the finish. It looks like our first 6100 has crossed the finish line, and we're heading back to the interviews real quick.
he inched away from us, and then we caught back up. I think they re-racked a tire at pit 3. And then on the last lap, we passed him. He was off the side of the course, and we just managed to trug her in, just do what we do.
Well, Harley and Kevin are no slouches. Were you guys planning on something happening, or just like wishing and hoping? Because their pace was pretty fast.
You know, Rob and I were talking, and Rob's like, man, those all-wheel drives are just so fast. And we're like, okay, well, you know, we just need to force them into a mistake or an error or a mechanical. And that's what happened. And so here we are.
All right. Last question. How much fun did you have with these bad boys?
Dude, I came out of retirement for this day. I honestly did. I haven't ridden since 2020 with Jason Coleman. Today was a good day. I'll tell you, the second lap, it was probably the fastest baddest lap of my career, hands down. It was fun.
All right. Well, I can see the smile on both of your guys' faces. I know you guys want to go grab some dinner, brewski.
Tacos.
Go get some. Congratulations, gentlemen.
All right. Thanks, brother. Georgie, love you, man.
All right, great interview right there with George down there at the start line and the finish line, I should say. At this point, it's no start line now.
They still have time to start their final lap, but
They do.
Everybody on their third lap, that's their finish line as we're watching the Alexander Ford 6100 go past us here.
Doing great things out there on those super fast turn sections right there. As we can see, George is moving his way back to Park House, so we know that we'll be going down there here in just a minute to chat with him, let him get all out of his car and everything, and George is going to have, they're going to have him pull forward just so he can get up there so the cars don't start backing up where they are going to be backing up for the people coming through starting their next lap as we are on board with Adam Householder.
Cool shot in the background there of the aqueduct.
Yes, it's the terrain out here alone is absolutely beautiful. I know that we have talked about it multiple times, but look at this. Adam has 3 different cameras, possibly 4 on board with him. So he has a rear facing, a front facing, and an in car. And then now the helicopter was over him as well. So it's so cool to have all those different angles.
Looks like the Herbst heli pulling up alongside right now.
And if you notice, he has those traction boards. Not all the racers run them, but it's definitely put the extra weight on there if you need to, because some of these silt beds at some of these race courses can get so gnarly, especially like Vegas Reno. I know has some very gnarly silt beds. Personally, I've been stuck in one, and I didn't have traction boards. But I mean, obviously we know that down in Baja too. But it sounds like we have George down there again, and it looks like he's going to be with Park House. So
yeah,
George,
let's see what Park House has to say.
Take it away.
Never had to stop for anything other than here at main pit for fuel and tires. It was great. Parker's bitten us so many times, and there's probably 3 or 4 other overalls we could have won other than breaking right at the end, but this one paid off, and here we are. We made it.
Oh, not only did you made it first, dude.
There we go.
I can see the smile. You're trying to be modest and humble right now, but you guys drove a fantastic race. Going backwards on the course, do you think that helped the way that your vehicle handles?
I don't think that mattered all that much. It was pretty typical Parker. It seems fast and smooth in the beginning, but by the third lap, everything's square-edged and getting pretty nasty. So this is just an awesome car. It takes whatever we can throw at it. So.
Well, you threw a lot at it today because you had to actually move up through the field a little bit. And by the end, I mean, you were just a couple minutes behind the first trophy truck, which was some very fantastic drivers, by the way. So that's got to make you feel good, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. According to our splits, we were only 20 seconds behind them, actually physical. So they started, I think, 4.5 minutes ahead of us, or whatever that math adds up to. But yeah, it was great. It was a flawless race for us. So.
Did the pace increase during the race? We saw a lot more ruts develop, obviously. You had 2 and 3 track ruts, and then also the ruts got quite a bit deeper. We were talking about it on the live stream at the beginning, that might actually feel more settled for different car setups. How was it for you guys?
Lap 2 was probably our fast lap. We'll have to obviously look at lap times and see that, but lap 2 felt like our fast lap because it was cut in then at that point, but it hadn't gotten square edged yet. So the last lap, with everything getting square edged, it felt like it slowed down a little, but it also might have been our fastest because we were getting splits on McGilvery and hustling as hard as we could. So
it looked like it was the lap that you guys made up the most time too. So and then how did the pit stops go?
Flawless. We did 2 stops, and I'd be surprised if it was much over 2 minutes we were stopped in total. So we had a good pit crew today, and everything got done quick.
Man, it sounds like it
was just a flawless day for us. So obviously we're capable of it, and the car's capable of it. So here we are on the top of the overall.
Dude, that's so cool, man. I'm just happy for you guys bringing a Class 1 to the top of the Parker Dam 500, dude. Congratulations to both of you guys. Go talk to the family pit crew.
Thank you.
Awesome day for Cody Parkhouse there. Looks like his final time is going to be 5 hours and 24 minutes, and he is going to take the overall on time.
That is so awesome. You know
But
he's got to feel good.
2 more vehicles have snuck in behind him that beat Kevin on time.
Okay.
So Cody Parkhouse will be our overall, with Corey Kaiser, the number 20, sneaking in with a 5:25.25.
Oh, wow.
So just over a minute slower than Cody. And then Jake Johnson, remember I was saying he's on the podium in that 6100? He is looking like he's going to be third with a 5:27 total time. And then Kevin McGilvery with a 5:29.
Wow.
That is all 4 that have completed 3 laps as of now. So anybody can sneak in there on time, but mathematically it's not making sense in my head that anybody can jump in this row right now on us, but there's still a few running that I'm sure could. So we're back on board with Adam Householder.
Yes.
6139.
Let's see where he is at on course here. 6139.
He is race mile 115.
Yeah, he's almost into that finish. You know it's going to feel really good too, though. I mean, with that issue with the jack that they had earlier on, I don't know what they ended up doing, if they ended up being able to manually crank that jack back up.
I think they actually unbolted the whole unit off the truck.
That's what I was going to say. Or did they completely take that whole jack off? Because obviously it works on, air system or whatever, but man, that would not have been good if he would have got back out there and had another issue with it or decided to come down or something. But
based on what I'm seeing, he looks like he is in third in 6100.
With being down as long as he was.
And behind Travis Williams. And huge shout out to the Travis Williams guys. They had some bad luck at this race last year. Looks like they got their issues figured out with that truck, and they're putting on a heck of a show today. Luke Knupp and that whole crew over there working hard.
Yeah, it's amazing to see Luke Knupp out here doing things with these big trucks too, and I mean he gets in them as well.
Yep.
I've seen him since he was 7 years old racing trophy carts, so it's just again it ages me, dating myself here on my age. But yeah, it's awesome to see. But it sounds like we have George down there once again with another interview. So George, take it away.
Jake Johnson, dude, bringing it home. #1 spot in the 6100 class. How was the day so far?
Day was great, man. These BFG tires held up great. We didn't get one flat tire. Brad, my prep guy, did an amazing job. We never had to touch the truck other than fuel and tires. Michael Baldy rode with me today, and he did one hell of a job in the passenger seat.
Yeah, so was Michael different than your normal co-driver?
Well, last year I had a different co-driver every other race. My daughters raced with me, and we still won the championship, so that was pretty cool. But do we want to wait? We're good. No, yeah, so Michael races with me. I drive his dad's truck down to Mexico for the Baja 1000, so Michael rides with me down there, and we just figured, hey, let's get some more seat time, and let's come out here, and Michael did an amazing job.
Well, we love when you guys get seat time because we get to see you guys ripping, right? So we had a couple interviews before you. Give us a little bit of a rundown on how the Parker course was going backwards that Donald and everybody at Legacy had set up for you guys.
Oh, it was great. The course was great. It wasn't as rough the first couple laps, but it's definitely rough out there now. These 40-inch tires on all these vehicles just chew up the desert. But I liked going backwards. This is my first time going backwards, and it was fun. It was something different, but when they blade the course and they do everything they can, and that's awesome, but it just pushes in the soft stuff in the holes, and they're just back within the first lap. But hey, man, we got to deal with what we got, and kudos to Legacy for doing everything they do. It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. They have a fantastic organization as well. One of the things that I was going to ask, because we didn't get to talk about it much on the live feed, is your guys' endurance. The amount of stuff that you guys see and your body goes through in, we'll call it 5.5 hours or so, 5 to 6 hours of racing. How do you feel?
I feel good. You start getting beat up a little bit, but these spec trophy trucks, even the Class 1 cars, they got a lot of suspension, and you know, it's not too bad. I'm ready to get out, but got a little bit of a headache, but we're good.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. Well, it sounds like you guys had a really good day. What was the favorite part?
Oh man, the favorite part is just seeing all the family and friends on the sidelines cheering us on. You know, being able to spend quality time with my good, you know, one of my best friend's sons here. You know, for 5-6 hours. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that. You know, it's all about family and friends. That's being out here.
That's a perfect transition. We also want to thank one of our family and friends, one of the girls that does all of the stuff for Legacy right here. You know Liz, right?
Oh, we know Liz, and it's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Liz.
Thank you, thank you. We appreciate you guys being here. Stay tuned. We got more racing going on, and I can confirm, Jake, that you got the number one. You have two in behind you.
Woo! Right on, number one, Spec Trophy truck. So I don't know, I'm not here to brag because every race is a different race, but that makes it 4 in a row of number ones for me.
Dude.
I finished last year last three races number one, and this is 4 in a row.
Look at you, man. I hope you can keep that dream going.
Oh, I hope I can too. I mean, it's like I said, it's the great people I have behind me. Brad, Brinthal built a hell of a good truck. I mean, all my sponsors, without them, we wouldn't be here. My family, my friends. My oldest daughter's here. My wife and my youngest are at a rodeo. My youngest does rodeo, so I hope she's having as good of a day as I did today.
It sounds like everybody in the family's having fun. Well, Anthony's going to pan around your truck. Just look how clean it was, and we're going to throw it back to the guys in the booth. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you, George, for getting those awesome interviews with Jake Johnson, Cody Parkhouse, and Kevin McGilvery for us. It looks like we, at the official timing loop, Cody Parkhouse is our fastest car of the day and overall winner with a 5:24. Corey Kaiser snuck across the finish line and took first place in Unlimited truck with a 5:25. And then Jake Johnson will be our first place 6100, third overall with a 5:27. And Travis Williams just bumped down Kevin McGilvery into fifth overall on time, taking second in 6100 with a 5:28.36. It's been an awesome day of racing here with the Legacy crew.
Yes, it's been an amazing day of racing. It's been wonderful working with you, Robert, out here at the Parker Dam 500. But we want to make sure that we want to thank every single person that comes out here, puts this whole entire race together, and also, you know, Legacy Racing Association, the volunteers, this Motorsport Safety Solutions, Maxxis Tires for, you know, helping put on this or sponsoring this live show, and also Legacy Racing Association. Yep. So it's been an amazing weekend out here of racing, but we're going to wrap up our show here. But once again, this was the 2025 Legacy Racing Association FX Construction Parker Dam 500, brought to you by Maxxis. I'm Pam Hall, alongside of me, Robert Campbell. Thank you guys so much for tuning in all day long that you guys have been doing, chiming in on our YouTube, and we'll see you guys at the next one.
Thanks again.
Legacy Racing Parker Dam 500 presented by Maxxis. We want to send out a special thank you to all of the fans, families, race teams, sponsors, and government agencies that make this amazing sport possible. Without the unwavering support of all of you, none of this amazing race action would be possible. Congratulations to all of the winners and to all of those that overcame adversity to cross the finish line. Until next time, please take care, and we'll see you at the races.